in being part of the first of its kind geographical indications event. Thank you everybody for joining us in celebrating India's heritage and strategizing global expansion. We encourage you to share your thoughts and experiences about the event on social media using the hashtag GI Samagam 2025. Now, to start off the event, let me invite onto stage Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director for Publishing at India Today, along with Mr. Kant, Sherpa G20 and former CEO of Niti Aayog, Ms. Himani Pandey, Additional Secretary at DPIIT, to inaugurate the conclave and light the ceremonial lamp. Can we have a big round of applause for the guests, please? Raj and Mr. Kant, I would like you to request you to stay back on the stage for the keynote address, GI Boosters for Global Market. Raj, requesting you to introduce the honorable guest and take the session forward.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, Ms. Himani Pandey, Additional Secretary, Department of Promotion for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT for short, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the India Today Group, I'm delighted to welcome you to the first GI Samagam. Now, the geographical indications or GI tab or tag isn't just a label. It is a mark of our heritage, craftsmanship, and identity. I was just thinking, even as we lit the lamp, Mr. Kant, that with such an auspicious beginning, maybe we should, it's a wonderful Indian tradition, and maybe this should also be GI tagged, or, lighting of the lamp itself. So, simply put, if you look at it, what we're trying to do in this conclave is to beautifully, if I may say so, intertwine India's cultural heritage with its economic aspirations. So why should India push for its GIs? And I think my colleague put it very simply, which is because they empower the farmer, for instance, growing basmati rice in the Indo-Gangetic plain. They empower the artisan weaving Pochampali ikat in Telangana. They empower the shepherds responsible for Pashmina shawls in Kashmir. They empower the potters shaping the elegant blue pottery of Rajasthan. They empower the growers of Alfonso mangoes and Nagpur oranges in Maharashtra. And I was very happy to discover when I was going down that my home district, Coorg, or Kodagu as it is, has a GI tag. And that is for Arabica coffee. It's called Coorg Arabica coffee. And this proof of origin is verified, and its properties such as the native way of cultivation, soil quality, shade, and uniqueness compared to other coffee types resulted in this GI tag. So no other region, we did have coffee farms, but I don't have them anymore. No other region or a group of farmers beyond the Kodagu district can sell authentic Coorg Arabica coffee. Under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision, we saw the local to global initiatives, which actually promoted the GI tag with the One District, One Product, or ODOP, and partnerships with private e-commerce giants have seen these treasures deserve the spotlight that they should get. Tourists, both domestic and international, are increasingly seeing authentic Indian experiences, and GI tags are becoming their go-to souvenirs. So that's also a very, very important activity. Tourism and how it promotes it. And we now have over 640 registered GI tags. I'm sure the ministry will be able to give the exact number. And India has made significant strides in this. But, and that's why we are meeting here as well, we seem to be just, in many senses, scratching the surface, and Mr. Kant will address that issue. And our untapped potential remains vast, and the challenges persist. Some of the issues that I will talk about, and I'm sure Mr. Kant will also go talk about these, is the counterfeiting dilutes that come up, and in fact dilutes the value itself. There are legal battles that we have faced in the past, if you recall the big battle over basmati rice between India and Pakistan, and therefore this demands constant vigilance to protect and preserve our own GI tags. Also, we know that market access isn't always easy. A lot of the artisans and others will be speaking later today about what they want and how to meet the global expectations. So this is a conclave that wants to also look ahead. And we have put together in this conclave, not only just to honor our heritage with building a brighter future for our artisans and producers, but really bringing together top experts so that we could discuss all the key issues pertaining to GI tags and what are the challenges and opportunities ahead. I don't think there's any other better person than Amitabh Kant, currently, as I mentioned earlier, India's G20 Sherpa, where he played a pivotal role in showcasing India's leadership on the world stage during his G20 presidency, and much of that activity happened in this mandapam as well. His exemplary work has been widely acknowledged, and you must read his recent book about the remarkable journey of India's triumph at G20. It is compelling reading. Amitabh Kant, I must say, I read it through in one shot itself. Tremendous information, and let's give him a very warm round of applause for that. And that's not only his only achievement. He was CEO of Niti Aayog before this, India's apex policy think tank, and under his leadership, Niti Aayog spearheaded transformative initiatives across sectors like digital innovation, sustainable development, and economic reforms, which helped redefine India's growth trajectory. Now, the fortunate thing is Amitabh Kant's expertise in geographical indications or GI tags stems, I think, from your tenure almost a decade ago as secretary of the DPIIT, and he was directly involved in promoting GIs as the drivers of economic empowerment and cultural preservation. And finally, I know if I go, I think I can take the whole session talking about Amitabh Kant's contribution. He was, let's not forget, instrumental in positioning India as a premier global destination. He's best remembered for his iconic branding of Kerala as God's own country, a campaign that not only elevated Kerala's global profile, but also directly tied its unique heritage, including GI tag products, to its tourism identity. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Amitabh Kant to share his insights and deliver the inaugural keynote address on geographical indications. Thank you very much, Amitabh Kant.
Thank you, Raj, for those very kind words. Himani, Unnat Pandit, Raghavendra, all the senior officers of DPIIT. Let me first compliment DPIIT for this unique initiative of partnering India today to host this conference. And for this very early morning, this hall seems to be rather well packed on a very specialized subject. I'm particularly fascinated by this subject because, when I was a young officer, it was my first posting in the Ministry of Commerce. I was looking after tea, coffee, and rubber. Now, one of the challenges we faced was that Darjeeling tea, we produce about 11 million kg, but almost 50 million kgs in the world are sold as Darjeeling tea. So, the most high value, most upmarket, one of the unique brands of India is actually consumers worldwide are cheated by tea from Kenya, Sri Lanka, many other places, and they say that it's Darjeeling tea. So the challenge was huge. And then we worked around a Darjeeling logo. The London Tea Board office had worked around. Darjeeling logo. That was more like a branding campaign, etc. But once I came as Secretary DPIIT, one of the things we did was to really push the GIs. And so therefore I feel that today's conference is very critical, because geographical indicators, as we all know, are more than mere intellectual property markers. They are a testament to the ingenuity and traditions of communities across generations in India. And they represent the unique characteristic of a region, its climate, its topography, and traditional know-how. And that expertise has come over generations. And they all come together to create products that are totally unparalleled for their quality and distinctiveness. And that cannot be replicated in any other part of the world. If you look at from Darjeeling tea to Pashmina shawls to Basmati rice to Kanchipuram silk, actually many of them, and I can go on and on, GIs, geographical indicators, are actually a celebration of India's diversity and a bridge between the past and the future. Now, India is actually one of the most culturally and geographically diverse nations in the world, and we have a very vast repository of products that can be registered as GIs. Now, with over 650 GIs already registered and many more in the pipeline, India ranks today as the leading country in terms of GI registrations. Our merchandise exports today are about 603 billion, but we need to give it even a greater push. And therefore, my view is that we have the potential to do a lot more. We must showcase our GIs globally and commercialize them, because just merely giving GIs is not adequate. You need to get market value. You need to commercialize. And commercialize them to meet international standards, and this will significantly benefit our rural communities. Their incomes will go up. Now, there have been several policy initiatives supporting GIs, and India's commitment to protecting and promoting GIs is actually enshrined in its legal framework through the Geographical Indications of Goods Registration and Protection Act of 1999. Now, this act ensures that the unique attributes of GI products are safeguarded from misuse, and that only authorized users can benefit from the GI label. And in recent years, the government has taken several initiatives to enhance the visibility and market potential of GI products. During G20, the only gifts that were given out were of one district, one product. And the one district, one product initiative has been instrumental in identifying and promoting GI tagged products from specific regions. And therefore, I was particularly delighted when in Kashmir I saw that on the Pashmina shawls, all of them had a QR code tag. QR code tag, you could track out who was the actual producer. You could track back to the actual artisan, whether it is genuine or not. And that's a unique work which has been done in Kashmir, because duplication, triplication, all that was happening. Bogus items were being sent out in the name of Pashmina shawls all over the world. What Kashmir Handicraft and Handloom Department has done is a remarkable work in terms of putting QR code on them so that you can track back the genuineness to the actual producer who has done it. And therefore, my view is that we need to do this to all GI products. And this is unique. So the one district, one product highlights the uniqueness of the regional product, but also integrates them into the broader framework of economic development by linking them to export markets and to e-commerce platforms, which is very critical because the world is moved towards e-commerce. Everybody is buying using digital technology. And we should enable all our GI products to be sold digitally. That's critical. And another significant initiative is the GI Fair series, which provides artisans and producers with a platform to showcase their GI tagged products. Now, these fairs have been crucial in connecting rural producers with urban and international markets. And I'm particularly delighted that they have fostered greater appreciation and demand for traditional crafts and agricultural goods. Now, the government has taken the efforts to digitize the GI registration process, and they have created a centralized database for all GI products, which has streamlined, this has led to streamlining of procedures and improved transparency, and this is critical to my mind. Now, there are huge economic and social impact of GIs, which is we must recognize. The GIs have the potential to transform local economies. They by securing intellectual property rights over traditional products, GIs empower local communities, particularly artisans, farmers, and craft people. Look at the GI tag for Darjeeling tea. It has not only enhanced its global reputation, but has ensured that the growers actually receive premium prices and the unit value realization for the local producers has gone up. And similarly, the registration of Pochampalli Ikat has revitalized the handloom weaving communities, and it has created sustainable livelihoods, and it has also led to the preserving of age-old craft. So this has had a huge impact on communities. GIs have also played a very crucial role in promoting women empowerment. Many GI-linked crafts and agricultural activities are actually dominated by women. From the hand-embroidered, if you look at the hand-embroidered chicken work of Lucknow, totally driven by women, to the terracotta pottery of Gorakhpur, women artisans are at the forefront of preserving these traditions. And I think if we are talking about women-led development, GIs play a very critical role. And by boosting demand for these products, GIs actually contribute to gender-inclusive economic development. Now, I would also like to state that there are challenges to the GI ecosystem. And despite successes, the GI ecosystem in India faces several challenges. First and foremost is the issue of awareness, to my mind. Many producers, especially in rural areas, remain unaware of the benefits of registering their products in GI, and therefore a huge awareness campaign for, I was interacting with the toy producers of Varanasi. They make toys out of wood, and it's some of the most remarkable toy products. Quite a few of them were not aware, so I think awareness, we need to push this in a very big way. And because awareness, also this lack of awareness also extends to consumers who often do not recognize the value and authenticity associated with GI tagged products. And bridging this awareness gap is crucial to unlocking the full potential of GIs. Secondly, while the legal framework for GI protection is robust, enforcement still remains a challenge. And therefore, counterfeiting and misuse of GI labels are rampant, both within and outside India. I gave you the example of non-authentic versions of basmati rice, and pashmina shawls are sold in international markets. I gave you the example of Darjeeling tea, and they undermine the credibility of these products and they deprive genuine producers of their actual share of getting a higher value. And therefore, strengthening enforcement mechanisms, not merely domestically but worldwide, and engaging in international collaborations to protect Indian GIs globally is very, very essential. Thirdly, to my mind, universities and government entities, rather than local producers or artisans, are filing most registrations. Now, the objective should be that local artisans should file for it. Now, universities, government entities are filing for registration. Now, this trend, to my mind, diverges from the intended purpose of the GI Act, which aims to empower local communities by protecting traditional products. And therefore, we need to facilitate local artisans to register their product. And another major challenge is the lack of adequate marketing and branding. So, to my mind, many GI tag products struggle to compete in global markets due to limited branding strategies and access to international trade network. And it's very critical that we put out adequate amounts of money to handhold them for branding and marketing purposes. Now, initiatives like One District, One Product program have made significant inroads. A more comprehensive approach is needed to position Indian GIs as very premium products on the global stage. And, one point I want to make is that the sustainability of GI-linked production process is an area that also requires attention so that we bring in sustainable practices, highlight the sustainable nature of GI products so that they can get an even more higher value. Many traditional crafts and agricultural practices, if we are able to highlight the sustainable nature of how they are produced, they will get greater value. Now, to my mind, these challenges can be overcome and we can harness the full potential of GIs through a multi-pronged strategy. And a multi-pronged strategy is critical. Firstly, awareness campaigns targeting producers, consumers, and policymakers must be very intensified. And we need to leverage digital platforms. We need to leverage social media. And I would like much more of this effort on the digital media because the younger generation has access to digital media. And that can play a very significant role in educating stakeholders about the value of our GI products. You can take it across the world at very low price points if you are able to access all the digital media. Secondly, enhancing the enforcement of GI rights is imperative. This includes strengthening domestic legal mechanisms and actively engaging in international forums to protect Indian GI abroad. Bilateral and multilateral trade agreements must be leveraged to include provisions for GI protection, ensuring that Indian products are safeguarded in foreign markets. And I would also say that a very robust marketing and branding strategy is needed to position Indian GIs as very premium, high value, upmarket, authentic and sustainable products. So if you are able to do this, our producers will immensely gain. And fourthly, sustainability, as I said, must be at the core of all GI related initiatives. Promoting eco-friendly practices, providing financial incentives for sustainable production, and investing in research and development and better displays, better packaging. You look at Japanese products, they're so well packaged. They're so, the product inside is not great, but the packaging is so brilliant that it adds value. So I think packaging plays a critical role. So that is important. And therefore, that can help us get greater value. And lastly, capacity building is essential. Training program for producers, artisans, farmers can equip them with the skills needed to adapt in changing market dynamics. Here in this hall, there are many very passionate GI researchers. There are those who've been brand ambassadors. I see Ganesh. He started as a panwala and has become, done so much of work. He's become the biggest expert and promoter of GIs. So, people like him have been doing a lot of work outside the government forum. And Therefore, I'm truly delighted that so many experts have been called by the Department of Industrial Policy here. And therefore, given the diverse nature of our GI products, I'm advocating for a very coordinated, multi-agency approach with a comprehensive policy that unifies different ministries and departments, and the focus should be on authentication, strengthening enforcement measures, and enhancing commercialization of Indian GIs. Now, I would say that geographical indications are not just about protecting intellectual property. They are about protecting identities, livelihoods, legacies. They are about ensuring that the farmer cultivating basmati rice, the weaver crafting Banarsi silk, and the potter shaping Khurja ceramics, they receive their recognition and reward. And as we move forward, we need to ensure that every GI product becomes a symbol of India's ingenuity and resilience, a testament to our commitment to preserving our heritage. And that alone, if we preserve our heritage, that will become the biggest brand value for our future as well. So the past must converge with the future and really transform the lives of all our GI producers in India. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's give Amitabh Kant a really warm round of applause because, please do stand. He's set the agenda. He's taken all the aspects that one needs to look at in terms of how we can promote GI, why GI is useful, what are the kind of things we can do with the modern technology that we had earlier. I think Darjeeling was in 2004, but now we've got the entire internet, social media, and where can you do it, the packaging that you talked about, and also some of the big measures you need to look in terms of legal issues that you've raised. Amitabh, we've got about 12 minutes, if you don't mind, a couple of questions to you. One is looking at the fact that you had touched upon this, but the legal aspect, and if you look, there have been interstate battles also. We saw the battle between Odisha and West Bengal over rasgullas, and the mechanism needed to set up that we avoid such kind of internal battles. And two, with that, apart from the international promotion of GI, our products there, domestically we have a huge market, and the awareness and, for us, all of us to actually have pride and consume those products so that we encourage our own artisans. What would your game plan be for that?
So first and foremost, we must be very, very careful on these, these issues, because look at this. Now, Darjeeling, a particular region of Darjeeling, very limited area produces Darjeeling tea, which is very limited in nature. Now, suddenly, some areas in Assam started saying that we have the same climatic conditions. We will also be called, we should also be called. I mean, that was a proposal
Correct.
which came from some of the tea producers. I'm just giving you an example. When I was Deputy Secretary in Commerce looking after tea and coffee, so some region of that area came and said that we should also be termed as Darjeeling tea producers because we have the similar climatic conditions, etc. We examined the whole proposal and we did not agree. The minute you dilute,
Right.
the minute you dilute it, it'll have severe ramifications worldwide. You will lose the value of your product. People will say that you are not respecting the GI within India itself.
Right.
You can't say that basmati is produced in a particular region of India and we say that we'll give it to every state of India. That, you have to be very, very firm. You have to be ruthlessly firm. You have to be brutal. You have to be strict. You have to be very tough. If you are diluting your own brand value, brands are built with a lot of effort. I mean, look at brands which have been built over the, let us look at international brands. Look at, say, Hermes tie. It has taken them billions and billions of dollars. And that's why they are very particular of creating brand value.
Right.
And that is why they are very fussy of it not being duplicated anywhere. And they file cases when China duplicates it somewhere and sells it at a lower value. So you are creating a brand value for something which is very exclusive, which is something very upmarket, which is very high value. Now, if you start doing it by your own mistakes, you will kill the brand.
Right.
What is GI telling you? GI is telling you that I'm creating a brand,
Right.
which is unique to India, which is high value, which is upmarket. And don't sell it as a low value brand at all. It's a game of branding. We must understand this. And a game of branding is done, GI is being done so that you can get higher values, so that your traditional producers can benefit. And that being able, your product is brilliant. Your product is brilliant. You need to package it. You need to put you need to package it so beautifully. You need to put it in retail outlets. I mean, our teas, whether it's Darjeeling or Assam tea, is not to be found in retail outlets.
Absolutely.
Sri Lankan tea finds an outlet
Absolutely.
in retail
Yes.
outlets. When I go to a retail outlet in London or New York, our GI products are not found there.
Excellent.
It's the Sri Lankan tea which is found there. Why? So that's why I was saying ki you need to find outlets for these GI products. They need brilliant packaging. Even one district, one product.
Right.
We had to do special packaging when we did the G20. I got a packer to do special packaging. And I really feel that because Himani is leading this initiative, she should get the National Institute of Design to do a packaging of all our products.
Right.
Now, NID is a DPIIT institution. Its job should be that all the NID's job should be to
Excellent.
create first class, a world class, the best exhibition in the world for our GI products.
Excellent idea.
Secondly, I struggled with it. I've not seen a great exhibition of GI products in India.
Yes.
Create the world's best exhibition of GI products.
Excellent.
With the best packaging. With the best
Excellent.
packaging.
Brilliant.
If the Japanese come, they give me some, every time they come to me, they give me some Japanese chocolate. Chocolate is rotten. But the packaging is 100x better.
That's
Packaging is so brilliant. So my view is if our product is so good, if we are able to get NID students or whoever, we should run a whole contest with them to who can do a better packaging of our
Brilliant.
product. Get the packaging so brilliant, and every Indian should give a gift which is only ODOP.
Yes,
Only
I think that's
only
very
a
important.
GI product. Now we are going around giving you invite somebody for dinner. What does he come? He comes with somebody,
Wine.
black label whiskey. Oh, I'm not interested in black label whiskey.
Right.
I would any day prefer a good GI product.
And your marriages also are marriage.
Even if it is turmeric. I will
Right.
prefer turmeric. Very good for health.
Yes.
I take turmeric every day. We should highlight their health values. We should package them.
Right.
We should say that those Indians, make it so fashionable that no Indian will ever dare give any foreign product out.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Just continuing and let's give him a really warm round of applause. I think the suggestions and the passion with which he speaks to deserves that. Amitabh, the other thing that is there is we saw the first revolution of handicrafts through the cottage industries. We see it very close here not far from here, where all the shops came up. We saw Delhi Heart Now, I think, isn't there time for a second huge revolution in terms of promoting our products? You talked to some of it. What would be the game plan on that front?
So, there was a particular moment, and there were some people like Pupul Jaikar and all, and there was this cottage industries emporium, which had done a profound job at that particular point of time. Now we are in another era, because, you can't do all this through state organizations anymore. You need, today the world has moved on. Everything is done through e-commerce. Everything is done through e-commerce, and everything is done digitally, and everything is done through private sector. But that's why I'm saying that you need to ensure that all your GI products, once they are very well packaged, should be available on Flipkart, they should be available on Amazon, they should be available on ONDC, everywhere, and we should make it a big movement, very big movement of all our GI products, that all Indians will only buy and only gift only these products digitally across India.
Would you also ask, like, what the government gave in these key centers in the heart of Delhi, create, and not necessarily government outlets, but create the kind of complexes, parks, if you'd like to call it, that promote these products and bring the artisans there, what you were talking about?
No, that's a very good idea, because Delhi Haat, for instance, is a very good example. And Delhi Haat actually sells a lot of GI products, but they're not labeled. You don't have a GI label on them. And so we can create a particular area in the Haats, and many are Haats. Every state must have a Haat.
Right.
Every state must have a Haat where you should have...
In the heart of the city, that too.
In the heart of the city, and you should have all GI products, all
Right.
650 GI products.
Right.
And as they keep rising, which with artisans actually displaying them.
Right. Finally, we've got 3 minutes. If you have to take one product, you're such an outstanding brand creator. We saw what you did in Kerala. If you take one product, what would you do and how would you transform it?
No, that's a very tough one, because every product is unique.
Right.
Based on its geography and location. Every product, out of these 650 products, all 650 are unique to my mind. They're all top class. But, I was recently in Kashmir, and I was there during the G20, which was held in Kashmir, and it was a phenomenal G20. And there, I got this opportunity to go into interior areas of Kashmir, where women were doing this Pashmina weaving. Now, that's a very rare heritage. That's the rarest of the rare
Beautiful.
heritage.
Yeah.
Now, it's very unique.
Right.
And women doing it is, but a lot of wool is being sold across the world in the name of Pashmina. Now, that's very rare to Kashmir. So we need to brand it, we need to position it as Kashmir's unique product, take the value chain up, and really sell it as very, very high value, which will make a difference to the citizens of Kashmir in a very big way, to my mind. That's one product, to my mind, which requires great momentum in terms of its authenticity, in terms of its packaging, in terms of its branding, and in terms of a campaign. But all 650 products of India are very, very unique, and they are very timeless, and they're very classic.
We've run out of time. Amitabh Kant, let's give a very warm round of applause again for this brilliant setting of the agenda, where he was able to combine tradition with economic aspirations and preserve our culture. And I think it's a brilliant setup to what we're going to discuss. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Kant, for your keynote and sharing how geographic indicators are more than mere IPs, and also how to unlock their full potential. Now, I would like Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO of India Today, to join us on stage to present the token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Hopefully. Can we have a warm round of applause for Mr. Kant, please? Next, we have a Please give us a moment as we set the stage for the next panel discussion. Next, we have a versatile panel discussion, GI boosters for brands from Bharat, where we will dive into how GIs can bridge the gap between local traditions and global aspirations, and also how industry has leveraged GI to increase their market. Let us welcome the esteemed speakers to the stage. Akash Bhadave, CEO of Chhattisgarh-based farmer producer organization Bhoomgadi. Akash, please. Ambuj Narayan, CEO of Tata's ethnic brand Tanera. Anuj Rastogi, COO of FMCG major ITC's food business. And Nitin Pamnani, co-founder of e-commerce platform for crafts, iTokri. I'll also be moderating this session. Hi. Nitin, Hi, thanks. Welcome, everyone. So this is a very interesting panel because we have, all our speakers are from a different, space in the ecosystem. And Akash, I would want to start with you, and that too because you work, with the producers directly. So would want to first, if you can tell us about the work you do with, the GI tag products and how your experience has been.
Right. So I work with tribal farmers in a region called Dantewada, based in south of Chhattisgarh. And this region, in fact, is actually known as a source of origin of a family of rice varieties called Aus varieties. So Aus, yeah, AUS. So short duration, upland kind of rice varieties actually originated in the south of Chhattisgarh and south of Odisha, Bastar region and Malkangiri and Koraput region of Odisha. And what we've been trying to do is, while these communities, the tribal communities of our area, have been growing these heirloom varieties of rice and millets and pulses for a very long period of time, their value was not recognized, right? So, for example, there is a variety called as Lokti Machi, named after a specific fly because of the appearance of a paddy grain. That variety has a very unique aroma. So while the world now knows Basmati, there are many such traditional aromatic rice varieties. But this particular variety is also rich in zinc, iron, manganese and magnesium, right? So it not only has aroma, but also has unique nutritional characters. Similarly, there is a variety called as Gudma, which has very good medicinal, anti-cancer, anti-inflammation properties. The variety has been used by traditional healers for a very long period of time. And then recently, a university from Chhattisgarh and BARC found out those scientific, in their scientific studies, that these characters actually are there and verified by the scientific community. So what we've been trying to do is, how do we bring about such unique varieties and crops and pulses and millets being grown by the community, connect them to the external markets so that the farmers continue growing them and conserve them. Yeah.
Okay. And so before I move on to the other speakers, just are these also products GI tagged?
We are under the process. So Lokti Machi, there is a variety called Chikma. So Chikma is a 45 to 50 days duration crop, has the enriched protein content compared to normal millets. So there are products like these. We are under the process. We have filed applications for GI registration for these products. And, we are trying to derive value for them.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Ambuj, usually we hear, all of us have heard about stories of struggling artisans and how we should buy because we want to support them, right? So can you talk a bit about, your work at Tanera, because it seems to be very purpose-led, because you're working directly with them to offer them livelihoods. So, please do tell us about this work that you're doing to support them and also contemporize those products for urban audience.
Yeah. Thank you, Sonal, and thank you for having me. I think it's a great platform for promoting GI products, and we heard some amazing and such passionate, appealed by Amitabh ji. So I think there's a lot of work to do. I'll just talk about Taneira. So Taneira is the youngest brand from Titan company, and it's in the women's ethnic wear space. And Taneira, through its over 80 stores and online, offers design differentiated saris and other ready-to-wear products which are made from pure and natural fibers and are sourced from over 100 weaving clusters of the country. We celebrate and we aim to preserve the rich and diverse textile crafts of the country, the craftsmanship and the creative genius of our weavers. At Taneira, we try to bring the best of India under one roof. And a lot of these weaving clusters are, most of them are already GI certified and GI registered. So we are in the process of, we have already filed a lot of applications for getting what we sell at Taneira GI tags for those products. And while we celebrate the weavers, we are also aware and mindful of the fact that the weavers are facing many challenges. So whether it is power loom is taking over handloom, synthetic fibers are taking over natural fibers, and then weavers' working condition remains very pathetic. And the second generation of weavers, the next generation, I mean, they don't want to take up this role. And a lot of weavers are also opting out, and they're because of lack of work. So to address all these challenges, we came up with a program called Weaver Shala. Now, Weaver Shala is a program where we upgrade the infrastructure of the weavers' workplace, and we provide them with safe and hygienic environment for them to work. And also we upgrade their design capabilities through our designers, in-house designers who are graduates from NIFT and NID. Yeah. So, and when we do this, we have 18 such centers across the country, and where we are also, by doing this, what we have also found that a lot of women are now participating in this activity. And so a lot of women are getting into weaving because they find a very safe and hygienic workplace, and they are also contributing to the cause. So we are very proud of this initiative that we have taken, and we are soon we will have a lot of GI products, GI tag products selling out of our stores.
Okay,
Thank you.
I believe the products are already there, but only the tags will come.
Yeah, and we
eventually.
source directly from the weavers, and we
Weavers,
go directly from to the origin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ambuj, there was this video about Weaver Shala. Shall we play
Yeah,
that?
if we can.
Yeah?
That'd
Can
be
we
good.
have the video now? So thanks, Ambuj, for the video. Actually, the video spoke. I mean, we actually saw what you were saying. So, Anuj, moving on to you. ITC, one of the largest FMCG majors in the country, yet you are also working with GI tagged products, right? And considering like mostly all the big companies usually want volumes and scale. So can you please talk about your journey there?
Yeah, so hi, first of all, good morning and thanks for having me here. Actually, in the process of preparing for this panel, I learned quite a lot, and that tells that the awareness of GI products, even in lifetime marketeers like me, is extremely low. And I could not help but resonate with the opening address, which was saying that we have to do a lot of marketing, both internally and externally, to spread the awareness. We today do not have any product at the front end which is GI tagged. We do a lot of work from source traceability, as was being talked about, and we are working one of our major brands variants to get the GI tag certification. Already for 700 farmers we have applied for to get them certified to provide us. But we do a lot of work in sourcing products which are from a particular region where we have source traceability, and we actually are in the process through our various products to also let consumers do that traceability through a QR code on pack. So I'll give you an example. We have gourmet coffee, which is available in our ITC store and in our ITC hotels, which is a fusion coffee, but it uses Baba Budangari coffee, but we pair it with, let's say, Penaman origin coffee, and we do it. So the final product, perhaps in the current rules, cannot be GI tagged because it is multi-origin, but we source. Similarly, one of our big brands under Ashirwad, we have Select Sharbati, and that is where in the process. So while we have till farm level traceability already, and in huge volumes, right? So it's almost 30,000 tons of wheat till farm level from those 4 districts we source, and those are the farmers through our FPOs we are trying to get enrolled and certified on that. So we do that. I do think there is opportunity at small scale, but there are big commodities. We talked about Darjeeling tea, we talked about certain varieties of rice, we talked about wheat, where you can actually build a premium end. It will not be mass. Obviously, these are one of the intention is to get higher prices, and they do have higher cost of production as well to the farmers in effect, because yields are low, methods are a bit different. So that is the work we are doing. Parallelly, we are working with these farmers over the last 3-5 years to see how we can actually improve the yield of these crops. What are the best agricultural practices there? And we are also through the FPO facilitating these certifications. That is a cumbersome process, but that's the work ITC is doing.
Okay, great. Nitin, iTokri, as the marketplace for crafts, you work with several thousands of artisans which work with, again, have GI tag products. So, actually, I'm going to not ask you about how you work with it because, a lot of it has already been said. But what I would want you to elaborate now in the interest of time is, you have now GI tag arts and crafts in your platform. Vis-a-vis, there are ones which don't have. So how has the performance, or do you think the performance of GI tag products is better, the awareness is better, or for the normal Indian audience today or even internationally, they just view it as a handicraft and a handloom portal?
See, thank you so much for having me here. No, I think you're right that it generates a kind of a value, more value to the product, but I don't feel still it is there where consumer is able to find the difference between this and that. I think that is coming from where, because it's अभी वो उतना अडेप्ट नहीं हुआ है, मतलब उतना जो प्रोड्यूसर है या कंज्यूमर है वो उस माइंडसेट में, वो अवेयरनेस अभी इतनी नहीं है कि ये क्या वैल्यू लेकर के आ रहा है ये टैग. तो दैट्स व्हाट आई थिंक इज द थिंग विच शुड बी वर्कड अपॉन. व्हाट अमिताभ जी ऑल्सो टोल्ड कि ये एक ब्रांड इशू है कि कैसे हम इस पूरे सेटअप को, ये जीआई के पूरी बात को कैसे एक कंज्यूमर के माइंड में एज अ ब्रांड उसको एस्टेब्लिश करें कि ये क्या वैल्यू, जब ये टैग लग जाएगा, ये टैग है इस प्रोडक्ट में, तो क्या वैल्यू ये एडिशनली लेके आ रहा है.
तो okay, so then what should be done? मतलब if for example it is obviously, I mean it would require a certain process to get a GI tag, right?
Yes,
for
yes,
artisans or
yes.
these master artisans.
Yes.
So what should be then done to, like, one is the whole branding aspect of it. So what more should be done?
इसमें मैं इन माय ओपिनियन 2-3 एरियाज हैं जहां पे बहुत स्ट्रांगली काम करने की जरूरत है. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट एरिया है कि ये ज्यादा से ज्यादा जो जीआई प्रोड्यूसर ग्रुप्स हैं जहां पर ये प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है जीआई प्रोडक्ट्स का, वो रजिस्ट्रेशन लें. जो सेलर्स हैं जीआई टैग, जो सेल कर रहे हैं जीआई टैग प्रोडक्ट, वो जीआई टैग में रजिस्टर हों और अपने वो जीआई टैग प्रोडक्ट को सेल करें. अभी यहीं पे बहुत काफी सारा आई थिंक गैप है इसमें, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग जो मिड लेवल छोटे आर्टिजन है, मिड लेवल आर्टिजन है, वो खुद ही, उनको नहीं लग रहा है कि ये अभी मैं रजिस्टर करा लूंगा तो मुझे क्या डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट इसमें से अभी मिल जाएगा.
Okay, so the producers themselves are not aware of the brand.
Like we do a lot of products. Like Ambuji also said that he is also doing a lot of products, but he knows that, and a lot of producers are not interested कि हम ये करा ले रजिस्टर्ड, हमको इसमें से क्या अभी ऐसा डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट मिल जाएगा. सो देयर नीड्स अ लॉट ऑफ अवेयरनेस, एंड फ्रॉम द कंज्यूमर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑल्सो, दिस इज द प्रोड्यूसर, एंड फ्रॉम द कंज्यूमर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑल्सो सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ अवेयरनेस ड्राइव्स, कैंपेन्स, ब्रांड बिल्डिंग फ्रॉम द पॉलिसी मेकर्स पर्सपेक्टिव, फ्रॉम हाउ यू होल्ड things together, how you make it such a thing that it becomes an India thing.
Okay, right.
क्योंकि ये गोल्ड है, ये गोल्ड माइन है जो हमारे पास है, और बाकी दुनिया के सारे देश इसको चेस कर रहे हैं because they have lost it.
Correct.
We still have it.
Yeah.
And the process of deterioration has slowed down in last 4-5 years.
You think so?
I think so, because there's a lot more awareness, especially after COVID, to find the sustainability narrative products with that kind of a narrative product, with have that inheritance in their production cycles, who encourage sustainable practices. So people, the consumer is little more conscious of what kind of product they are investing
products,
into.
ethically
Yes.
products.
So there is a lot of consciousness from the consumer mindset.
also, okay.
But how to bridge
That gap.
this gap, and how to figure out कि ये है वो प्रोडक्ट जो आप ढूंढ रहे हो, और कैसे ये एक जेन्युइन प्रोडक्ट है, कैसे वो ये जीआई टैगिंग सिस्टम इसको एक इनहांस्ड वैल्यू लेकर के आ रहा है, ओरिजिनल और फेक को कैसे डिफरेंशिएट कर रहा है. ये एक लार्जर आई थिंक एक कन्वर्सेशन है जो सब तरफ से आनी चाहिए, तब ये हम इसका एक्चुअल फायदा ले पाएंगे.
Hold that thought, Nitin. I'm gonna also Akash, you have this brand called Adim, and you also have a cafe in Dhantewada. So tell me, like, for a FPO that has these amazing products, how easy or difficult it is for you, for a brand like yours, sitting in Chhattisgarh with the producers, to reach the market, which is primarily an urban market, right? So, and reach out to them, sell your products directly. Please share your insights.
It is definitely challenging. I mean, while we have been able to really create identity for many of the varieties and products that the farmers used to grow, people would not know about them before. But now even markets as far as Pune, Mumbai, or even Rajasthan or Delhi, people have started recognizing these unique varieties and demanding, these products. So this is something we've been able to do, but it poses unique challenges because FPOs or groups working with the farmers and artisans are based essentially into remote areas, and for them to reach out to urban consumers which are far away, communicate with them, because a lot of it is about communication, building an identity of the produce. There is a storytelling involved. You need to have a direct connect with the consumers, and that poses unique challenges for entities like us. And that is why I think there has to be two, three things done, right? So one is, when we consider end beneficiaries of this entire campaign as consumer producers or artisans, there has to be institutional setup, robust institutional setup built up on top of them, which I believe FPOs or cooperatives are the unique entities to be able to do something like that, right? So we need to invest on them to be able to do GI,
Who do you
on
think
that.
should invest?
I think it is about the ecosystem. I wouldn't just say the government only. One has to consider from the ecosystem point of view.
Okay, like
Government is part
ITC
of
and a
it.
Panera is already
Corporates
working
are part
with-
of it. Individual consumers are part of it, right? So that is one aspect. Second aspect is who is going to work with FPOs, right? So Amitabh Kant ji talked about NID students going about and investing their time on designing brand packaging, right? We need good quality human resource to go to the heartlands of India and work with entities like these. And third is, I wanted to specifically speak about corporates, startups, unique initiatives which are in the nearer to the consumers in value chain, being more experimental and trying to figure out niche markets for products like this and investing money there.
I
So
can
think,
share.
yeah.
So after speaking to you yesterday, I tried to do a bit of Google search for Gurma rice. All I found was some journal papers on ResearchGate. I did not find it anywhere. So if I want to buy it in Delhi, like through online platforms or whatever, I've only got journal papers. So moving on. So Ambuj, like as you work with viewers, can you talk a bit more about your initiatives? Because, like for a business, the market is key. So how are you now ensuring that, like the market expands and also the new generation, the Gen Z, the Gen X or the baby boomers, they all are attracted to crafts and, are still, they buy those products.
Yeah. So how we differentiate is from other brands and is that Taneira is very design differentiated. So as I was talking about earlier, we have some of the best designers from who have graduated from NIFT and NID. And they are designing the saris, and they're working very closely with the weavers and co-creating these designs, which are very appealing to the younger generation of today. So and we stand for women who are rooted yet progressive, and that's what the brand also stands for. So in order to appeal to the younger generation, we are going. We have to be where they are. So they are mostly on social media, and that's where we are. So they're also buying online. So we also have our brand website, and they are listening not to their mothers and the elders in the family, but they're listening to the influencers. So we are also engaging with the relevant influencers, and they are driving that desire to own a Taneira sari or a Taneira product. So. And also, with respect to product, we've done a lot of innovation, and draping a sari is still quite a thing for the younger women. And how we are introducing the sari to them is that we have a ready-to-drape sari, or a just-a-minute sari where you can just drape it within a minute. So that's just to introduce saris to the younger women, and once they find it appealing, I'm sure they do, and then they get hooked on to wearing saris, if not for every day, but at least for the important occasions in their lives, and also for important occasions at their workplace. So we have a very good range of everyday saris as well as workwear saris, and we are encouraging a lot of younger women who have entered workforce, they have started working to start wearing saris. So we are engaging workshops with a lot of companies and trying to make it easy for them to wear a sari. So we are trying to be all this and more. And one of the other things is, as Nitin also said, the consumers are becoming very aware, and they're very informed these days, and they're looking for products that are authentic and they're ethically sourced and sustainable and good for the environment.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of storytelling there, and that's also what we are trying to inform our customers that we are all that. We are sustainable. We stand for sustainability of the environment because we deal only with pure and natural fibers. We stand for sustainability of the craft because we are sourcing the products and the craft directly from the origin, where the weavers and artisans are, handcrafting them. And we are also sustainable. Stand for sustainability of the livelihoods of the weavers and artisans. So we are a very sustainable brand. So that's also something that we are trying to communicate to the people. And now with GI tag, once we have GI tag, that'll add another layer of trust for our consumers.
Correct. Great.
Thank you.
Anuj, so in the interest of time, very quickly, usually you spoke about source and traceability, and ITC has done some very interesting work around it, and Mr. Kant also, mentioned this topic. So can you talk about the whole traceability issue, and what are you doing around it? And how does it also help create the brand value?
Yeah. So, first of all, I think you need a grassroots organization to ensure that you have traceability. I think a lot of initiatives, at least in agriculture products with FPO, that is helping. But it's a bit cumbersome because you have to do farmer level registration on this. I think if government enables FPO to register for GI rather than individual farmers, it will ease up. So that's the work. And then at front end, brands have to provide that traceability. Now there's a lot of technology where consumers can see how to do traceability. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Anuj. So Nitin, last question. I see the time's up. So, you mentioned about getting a GI tag is not enough, right? So what are the 2 or 3 things that should be done to improve the GI ecosystem? So this is the last question, which I'm just going to now ask every one of you.
I'll just break it down to 2-3 things.
Yeah.
One is that, see, there's a lot of investment money coming from private players like Taneria, we also as a business are investing, and their ITs is also, you see a lot of private money coming, a lot of government money coming, a lot of CSR funds coming into the system to get this hands on the craft production. So, but this money is getting invested mostly into 2 directions. One is the production, where you invest directly into the producer. Second is getting invested into building entrepreneurs and marketing initiatives. But there is no money getting invested into building a consumer.
Okay.
Which I think is one of the biggest key areas, because then what is happening is everyone is selling into the same market. Because there's very limited consumer set which is buying, which is learned, which is getting circulated within the same ecosystem. Those products and those entrepreneurs are selling to the same people. So where are the new people? People with money. Unless we have the new consumer trained, invested and trained, this whole ecosystem is not going to go bigger.
So creating new demand.
Yes, and that's where the GI system, GI tagging comes up as a brand proposition, where you build a handmade and artisanal product brand on a global level, saying that this is the specification, this is the unique proposition of this particular product. Correct. And you build upon it. So that gets the new consumer into the foyer. And then the other initiatives where the production and the market build-up, creating entrepreneurs, all of this is going to actually be sustainable.
Actually, if demand is there, everything gets started eventually,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So Anuj.
I'll just add, see, we don't have to reinvent this wheel, right? Last 2 years, there was Mission Millets done by Government of India. Everybody here knows, right? So we need to actually, along with the government, create a platform, right? Now GI, there is a real meaning of GI, but can it be greatness of India, right? And can you create a platform like that and market it? And that then fuels the consumer demand, the ecosystem.
The way millet have grown up,
Right.
I mean, it's...
So I'm saying government has done it along with industry, small players, everybody participated in it. We need an initiative like that. And I think this will get a lot more fuel already, and
Yeah.
then we, go to stage 2 after that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic example because now a lot of times you see millets are out of stock on e-commerce platforms. So because the demand has increased so much. So Ambuj, over to
Quickly,
you.
one is certainly a great marketing initiative like Incredible India is required for driving GI, adoption of GI. Also, making the customers aware why they should buy GI products. And also, enforcement is very critical. And finally, packaging, which Amitabh ji talked about so much. So I think these are the things that is really required. And all the brands should also, pitch in and do their part in driving GI. Is also, I believe, the responsibility on the brands to do that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Because we are talking about market linkage and consumers, I'll talk about the producers and other end of the production. I think one thing that needs to be ensured, even though Amitabh ji spoke about the process being very robust and strict, I think we also need to ensure that the genuine producers are also not left out from the process, genuine reproducing regions as well. Whereas let's say if I talk about only Dantewada and the same thing is being grown in adjacent district, I need to ensure that the genuine regions are not left out.
Okay.
That is one thing. Second thing is maintaining quality. Especially in case of agricultural products, it is quite tricky because a lot of other external ecosystem factors play a role in impacting the quality of the produce. Right from the seed, right from the external environment, right from the government policies. So we need to also have a view of how do we ensure the quality parameters of GI certified products and also declare regions, heritage regions where the government policies are also little bit tailor-made and different. So that is something that needs to be ensured to encourage GI
So
production.
very interesting. So branding, marketing, creating new markets, and also working with ensuring the quality of GI products remains sacrosanct. So thanks a lot for this wonderful session. I would now like to request Ms. Himani Pandey, Additional Secretary at DPIIT, to come on stage to hand over the token of appreciation to our esteemed guests. Next, we explore the role of policy in shaping the future of geographic indicators. For the session titled The Policy Stimuli, please welcome Devesh Chaturvedi, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare, on the stage to delve into the policy levers that can unlock GI's untapped potential. Moderating this session is Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor at India Today, who I would like to request to come up on stage to take the session forward. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Chaturvedi?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm round of applause for Mr. Devesh, the Secretary in Agriculture. He has taken his time out from the very busy schedule, and we all understand that budget is in final spaces and secretaries are occupied with last final details. Sir, thank you very much. Sir, since we wanted to hear a lot of things from you, and you wanted to take a keynote stance, so you can take the mic and give us a lowdown that how your ministry is taking the GI story forward.
Hello, yeah. Thank you very much, Anilesh, and welcome to all the participants here. And it's very heartening to know that the DPIIT with India Today is organizing this very important discussion. And as far as GI is concerned, there is no point discussing the importance of GI because there was a session before. Amitabh Kant ji discussed it, must have given more insights about it. And but my focus would be more on why GI is important in agriculture sector.
Absolutely.
And why, both ways, in increasing farmers' income and also ensuring that the uniqueness of a product. So when I talk of agriculture sector, I will just not talk of the raw produce, but I would also like to highlight the importance of the processed food. So when I talk of raw produce, we know one of the first fights which we had on this issue was when there was a move to take basmati out of the India's own heritage, and there was a move to patent it in a different name in different country. And then ICR had to move to fight that case in WTO and win it. That's why we are able to export basmati as basmati today. So that is one of the first instances where the globalization led to a situation in which our own original produce, which was unique to this country, which was something on which we could consider India as a food basket for the world, was being jeopardized. Two more instances I will give. One was regarding haldi, again, a product which is a household product for improving our immunity and all those things. We know what is the advantage of haldi. And there was the very fact that global companies did spend millions on the research on haldi, and they went for some sort of patenting of that product itself showed that why it is so important. So we don't have to prove that haldi is not good because there were companies doing so much of research. Then we had to fight to ensure that this doesn't happen. And third was tulsi or the basil, again the same thing, same story. So the issue is that India is a vast country. And I got this list with the help of Dr. Rajnikant, who is sitting here, who has got Padma Shri only because of the fact that he did a lot of contribution in helping farmers get all these products GI certified. So the whole idea is that there are 242 products at present which are GI tagged in agriculture sector. And when I'm talking of agriculture sector, it is produce as well as the final produce. But still there are a huge number of products which are not. Maybe they are in pipeline, but there could be one who have not yet been considered worthy of it. But our first, as a policy maker, our first intention is to identify such products across the country. So when I was working in UP. So what we did was we asked the district collectors, asked even the other who are stakeholders that first identify such producers, which could be GI certified. So we know that Mathura ka peda is something a known figure, known thing. It is a GI, it's a produce, but ultimately at the back end there is a milk production and there is khoya production which goes on. We know that Khurja ki khurchan is an important produce which is only unique to that place. We know that there is a small place in Fatehpur called Malwa. It's just a tehsil, not even tehsil headquarter. And we have a Malwa ka peda which is famous in that area. So we have, I mean, each district, I am talking about example of Uttar Pradesh. We have so wide variations across the country, the northeast, south. So all these issues. So first, as a policy maker, the first is to ensure that we identify such products and then move towards GI certification.
So basically, you are doing the reverse engineering, that products which are popular and the
Yes.
ministry is helping them
Because
out.
ultimately, we have to ensure that that product doesn't dilute its significance because of the fact that some other person takes away the uniqueness and goes away. So that is the first thing. Then the second aspect is how to ensure that the GI certification takes place. And who does it? So our policy is that to ensure that we should not make it a monopoly of a single person.
So when we talk about, the agriculture side, if we see in last 70 years, India faced two big, events. One was partition of the country, and second was the reorganization of states. And there are many agriculture produces which were traditionally grown, areas which were spanning, these boundaries. Basmati you refer to. Basmati is also grown on the other side of the fence. Plus now Madhya Pradesh is also growing Basmati, and it doesn't fall in the Indo-Gangetic basins. So how do you tackle, these issues? Because I'm sure Pakistan is also trying to secure GI as well as patents for their innovation. And there was, conflict recently about 1121 variety. That was all patent, but GI also. There are variants. Secondly, there are many variants which are Pakistani origin, but are grown by the farmers in India. So how do you deal with, those complex issues? Alfonso mango is another one, because for donkey years we are hearing Alfonso, and that is grown in the Konkan as well as Gujarat, Maharashtra, those regions. So how do you differentiate? How you go deeper? How you help farmers?
So that's the whole idea. The whole idea of having a GI tag is that so that's where the policy comes in. So first thing is who is the applicant? So applicant, for example, I give an illustration. Malihabadi mango is a GI. That doesn't mean that only Malihabad is the area. The area has number of districts. But the name Malihabadi at the Dasheri is known. So we have an area which is bigger than Malihabad, but still it is GI. But the applicant for that is National Horticulture Board, which is sitting in Gurgaon. Now, if applicant sits in Gurgaon, now how will the farmers become authorized users? Because ultimately the advantage of GI is that the producer has to get a certificate from the registry that I am an authorized user. And that has to be verified by the applicant who has applied and got the GI tag. So next, when we started discussing in UP कि भाई कितने farmers हैं दशहरी आम लगाने वाले जिनके पास authorized user certificate है, the answer was 0. Then we discussed why it is so. The answer was कि कौन जाए गुड़गांव में ही कराने. Then we discussed with the government of India and we said कि let the NHB office look of we asked them to decentralize it. So the NHB office of Lucknow became the decentralized authorization of application, forwarding the application. And then a lot of, so the next issue is that once a GI has been done, we have 242 products. Obviously, we have to ensure that farmers get that authorization certificate. It's a simple 10 rupee fees. But the process is such where we need some assistance from the government side, the administrative side. So first is, for the new GI product, what we have to ensure that the geography is such that it is not very restrictive, and also it doesn't dilute the impact of its uniqueness. So that decision has to be made, obviously, where the policymaker has to step in. Because the person who's applying would like to be as unique as possible so that the person gets the hegemony over it. But we have to ensure that those who are producing it in a bigger area. For example, recently, we know that Pratapgarh district of UP is famous for Amla. But that doesn't mean that GI of Amla will only have Pratapgarh district. It went as far as Varanasi. So there were many districts who were covered under this. So the policy has to come in deciding who will be the applicant. So what we prefer is it could be an FPO who has a large farmer base. It could be our district Atma Society of district under the district magistrate. It could be the Mandi Samiti. So there could be various options, but it should be broad-based, and then area should be defined which ensures the balance between uniqueness and coverage.
So, how do you resolve this basmati issue, when Madhya Pradesh is saying that I want to call it basmati, but technically GI doesn't apply to,
So I would say the point is these issues have to be resolved in a legal way, and because ultimately the registry is functioning independently. Obviously, it's easier to move from the periphery, we can move forward. But suddenly something comes from other side, we have to go into details, whether it was originally being grown or it has just been taken away from here. So those are the decisions which the registry will decide. There would be movement. But what I'm saying is that rather than going to the controversial issues, we will discuss how we ensure that more and more products become GI. So that one is an application, other one is the facilitators. And then the facilitator, there has to be a technical facilitator who does the research and provides, because ultimately when you go to the GI registry, there is a lot of questions asked. I mean, why should be a GI? What is the heritage part of it? How many years it is growing? That, of course, the officers of the district administration will not be able to. They can provide documents, but someone will have to fight there. So there are experts who are technically facilitating. We have to fund those experts so that GI becomes a reality finally. It takes a process. So once this happens and we get a certificate, then we move for authorized user. Then we move for training of those authorized users to ensure, as it was been discussed in last point, ensure the quality. It should not happen that quality more pesticides are being used. So, and then we move ahead for its global branding, ensuring that, and then the producer gets the authorized certificate, and then they move ahead for getting a uniqueness which gives them a product segmentation which increases their prices, increases their marketing. So that's the whole policy on which we are working.
Have you ever calculated that, if farmer allows, farmers experience the GI, how much increase in the income they can avail, how many more export orders they can get?
See, I can give you only example where I've seen, because of course I don't think there has been any specific study. There should be a study. But I can tell you that when Kala Namak rice became a GI, from northeastern part of Uttar Pradesh. And now it is being projected as Prasad of Bhagwan Buddha. And it is going into Southeast Asia. It is going into all the Buddhist countries. The same rice which would have been basically being sold at 30-40 rupees a kg. Now it is as high as 200 rupees a kg, 300 rupees a kg. Having the same aroma. So that is what GI has changed. Now, what else has changed? As soon as there was a ban on rice, non-basmati rice, we took it because there was a GI of this Kala Namak. So we took it with Ministry of Commerce that you have done a non-basmati rice ban, but this is non-basmati, but it is not common rice. It is export-oriented. Yeah. So farmers are suffering. So immediately there was a move to have a separate category for this and release exports, remove the export ban for Kala Namak. And now we are working for having a separate HS code for non-basmati aromatic rice. So that is, so what will happen is even if there is a ban because of domestic reason to save the consumer, we will have a separate category for such GI products. So that is the second advantage. Third advantage, even the institute, we have this Institute of Rice Research Institute, Santiar in Varanasi. We have the ICAR. They have developed varieties of which is maintaining the aroma. And they have been able to bring all the negative aspects of that because it was a tall variety. So because of the rains and storms, it used to fall down and cause a lot of losses. So a stunted variety with same level of aroma, maintaining its original, has been released. So all these issues start happening once you have a GI product, it is recognized. And that's why, having a GI becomes a first step in recognizing a product and then moving for its quality improvement, ensuring that there is a market outside. And now we have beautiful, and in fact, when this WTO, this G20 happened, in UP, whenever this event happened, we had given that Kala Namak rice to all the delegates, along with millets. So you can understand, with one example, how things change for a particular area, which ultimately benefits the farmers.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, sir. Actually, we are running short of time.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate that you could take your time out and join us in this, telling the wonderful story of GI to this large audience. So my request to all of you is to give warm up, round of applause to the secretary.
So my last issue is for us all sitting here. If you have any product which can be GI in agriculture or agro-processing, please send it to us. We will move ahead. And there are hundreds across the country. We have only a list of 242 at present, but there are hundreds.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi.
Thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi. May I request you to just stay back on stage for a moment? I would like to call Mr. Raj Chingappa, our Group Editorial Director for Publishing at India Today, to come up on stage to hand over a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said about the power of branding. Our next session is with Ms. Himani Pandey, Additional Secretary at DPIIT, who will share how leveraging GI brands can reshape consumer perceptions and drive growth. Welcome, Ms. Pandey.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming in. I once again welcome you all on behalf of DPIIT as well as India Today, who've been an excellent partner with us. And thank you. It's been a long, painstaking experience for everyone with long nights for preparation. But I'm so happy that you could all come in despite the traffic challenges which are there because of the Republic Day also. So, I think no one can match up to the exhortation call of Mr. Amitabh Kant. But what I'd like to say is that this was envisaged not only as a discussion between stakeholders, but also as a celebration. Also to deepen that understanding and that, conversations which we've been having. And like Akash said, small conversations. We've had discussions with Rajneesh earlier on wines and whiskey and why they're not much more onto the landscape as much as we'd like them to be. So what we wanted was a larger discussion, a deeper discussion, and a deeper engagement, I think. So this is just the start of a conversation. Now, everyone's talked a lot about what GIs can do. All of you are working in this sphere. You all know what GIs can do. I also tend to think that, let me read out, briefly what everyone has said. So maybe that will give us a understanding of what we all expect that GIs can do. We've gone through a lot of empirical data, and I feel that somehow we are tending to load on too many things onto what GIs are expected to do. So when we say, why do people get a GI tag? Obviously, there's a price benefit. There's an exclusivity to it. Well, people want to go on to that. And also, there's a larger conversation around GIs. We started with wines and cheeses, and even today, despite, talk of increasing export potential and all, and I think Raj hinted at it slightly when he said that why is everyone looking outward? Look at India. Everyone's coming to India with a huge domestic market. Let's just fulfill the market requirements within our own country, and then we can look out. And I think that's a really, clean way of looking at things, because what we've understood, and I actually am a little hesitant to load so many things onto the GI tag. We are talking about socio-economic potential. We are talking about women empowerment. Akash spoke about that a little bit. And I'm sure, the work that you've done has led to empowerment. But do we need to look at a GI policy which essentially starts with empowerment, or are we looking at a product which needs to be branded and commercialized? I think that's the key difference which we would like to, specifically maintain through this conversation, and we'd like your inputs on that. As you know, we started with, a GI Act. It's almost been more than 20 years now since we've had a legal framework for that. We didn't have a GI policy. There have been bits and pieces. DPIIT has been doing its bit. Sir said that, when he was deputy secretary, which was many years ago. So these conversations have been happening for a long time. But last year, we did a huge, series of campaigns, I would say. There were numerous stakeholder consultations which we did. We branded it through metro advertisements in the airports, specifically, for people coming in. So essentially, large awareness campaigns. We also took our own artisans and our producers outside, agricultural farmers outside. They went to Birmingham, they went to Berlin. We had a very good, repeat orders for Bedinag tea, which came in after the Birmingham festival. So these are all, light points, luminous, very luminous for us, and we are happy to do that. But I would also understand that these kind of things are slightly difficult to sustain. And I think what we need to do is first, what, Ambud said, to create that a structure, basically put in a structure. Anuj said something about FPOs should be allowed to register. I think he's not here, but FPOs are already registered. They are, there. Rajnikantji would tell us that, they've fostered, as well as Akash would be saying that so many FPOs have put in, applications for GI tags. Many of them have already got GI tags. So, I think Anilesh was trying to draw the Agriculture Secretary into a discussion on shared GIs and the international contests and jostlings which we've had on GIs, but he, of course, did not rise to his bait, so kept the conversation very, very clean on that. Like I said again, that even though we say that, it can add value, it can deepen rural communities engagement, local actors engagement, activate collaborations with people. But how many examples and how many empirical studies do we have to actually support this? We would like it to do this. But is it actually happening? There's actually very little empirical evidence from India. We've done a lot of exercise in reading through empirical evidence outside, especially EU. That's been one of the main, people who've really pushed for the GI framework, and they've made it a very robust framework. They have the largest share in the market for GIs, but 82% of that is accounted through wines and cheeses, and that is where we, that is why that special session, and Raj, I think, pushed for it with Karan, that why don't we have a special discussion on wines and whiskies. Actually, I think that is something which we really need to be looking at, and that's where we would like to hear from all of you why there's so much of hesitation from the Indian side, despite, doing so well on single malt. I mean, we keep hearing, we keep reading of all these promotions happening, and I'm sure your, profit lines are showing that also. But in terms of application, there's still a little bit of reticence that we see, and we'd like to understand where, and what the government can do in that. But what are the problems? I mean, we all know GI can do a lot of things. It might not do everything, but where are the problems? Why is it that despite all of us, saying we are such a diverse country, and we still have China with about 9,000 odd GIs. We have Germany, such a small country, with about 7,000 odd GIs. Turkey is with about 7,000 odd GIs. Yet the kind of nationalism that is associated with GIs, we don't see in India, and which came out through the panel discussion before us. So what is the problem in this system? And I think, though it was addressed in the previous panel, I still feel that even though it commands a premium price, but not necessarily going to the producer group. So I think that's a crucial key, that it's not trickling down. That is one thing. The other, it might increase production, which is what we want it to do, that it will increase production. But again, that increased production is too small in any case to look at an export market, or even sometimes even fulfill the requirements of a domestic market. So these are the two crucial things that we looked at. The other thing, again, coming back to wines, I read a report on how in Napa Valley, even our best product, and I may be a little dated, this is 2020 report. So even the best wine from the New World would not command as high a price as a Napa Valley average wine. So I think that is something which we need to then somewhere we are going wrong. I'm no expert on this industry, but I'm certainly, wanting to listen to more on this as to why we are not doing well there and why we are not commanding that higher price and doing better than that. The other thing which I feel is that there is a rice which has a GI, Navara in India. Now, the producer base is so small. So just a couple of hundreds, maybe some producers, it's just insufficient. So what is it that then we need to target? Maybe we need to look at rural hospitality, some rural fairs, rural tourism, and the hospitality industry essentially. About 2 years back, I went to a place very close to Missouri for a holiday, and in the hotel there, they were selling rhododendron juice. Ever since my childhood, बुरांस का जूस हम लोग पीते आए हैं, but there was no reference to any local community. It was just being sold as a hotel product, which is where I feel that somewhere there's a gap. Yet that this hotel is located right there and good practices in the hotel, but maybe like many of you said in the panel discussion, GI hota kya hai? Anuj said that, that we have yet so much to learn on all these things. There's so much of a gap over there. So I think much more, and as Mr. Amitabh Kant said, much more push on awareness. And we're very happy to have, partnered with India Today. And I hope we can reach many more people So the limited outreach that we have can be, sort of amplified by having you all with us. The other is the cost of a GI product sometimes can be prohibitive. So why is it prohibitive? Because one, it's a small product, and also the product is of a lower value chain. So it has to be short value chain. I mean, that's what we've been seeing. Short value chains, smaller value chains, that's where the biggest premiums are. But then the higher product is also prohibitive to consumers. Sometimes they might not necessarily want that. But if you turn this argument on its head, so for example, we see a lot of Madhubani saris. Not everyone is made by a Madhubani expert. And I've heard Rajnikantji very passionately espouse on this as to why we are not doing enough on, stopping this kind of infringement. I would look at it in another way, that at least everyone knows about Madhubani now. Once they know about it, then they can actually look at an actual authentic product and say that this is the actual unique Madhubani, and you can transition many of the people who are buying these factory laid out Madhubanis and go on and transition into a higher unique product consumer. So how many of them, we would be able to convert? I think that's the big thing. So we are looking at a policy now. We are working on it for the past 1 year. We've had conversations. That's when we met Rajneesh in that conversation. We had people like Tanera, Amul, everyone coming in. But we do realize that despite our diversity, we still do a lot of copycats. And many of us actually would be infringing on a lot of products. So that's where there's this, tension between how much to go further and how much to remain. But I would still say 658 is the total GI registrations, which includes 20 foreign GI registrations also. So if you look at 638, that's a really small number. So let's start by making it bigger. I have the Madhya Pradesh Textiles Principal Secretary with us, and she was telling me they have some about 10 products, they're working on that. But I would still say it's small. We need to do a much bigger piece on this. And that's what I think everyone is. Dr. Pandit has been spearheading that campaign. And he was just telling me at the beginning of this program that they'll be doing at least one CGM per month now. So look at 10 to, so maybe the long wait times were also a deterrent that could help, that could get help resolve this. So like I said, first is the identification of the products, and then second is what Mr. Kant said, to look at just a few products. And then, look at exports only for those, and the remaining we target towards our domestic consumer base. Once they build that base level, then you can think of transitioning, you can think of taking it forward. So just to, guardrail this conversation, I would hope that we don't load too much onto GIs. Just the way I always feel that as a collector, when we were in districts, we tend to, put a lot of onus on self-help groups. We tend to think that many cases where even government is not able to deliver, the self-help group will be able to deliver. So I think too much of load on a very nascent and a very fledgling, appellation right now might deter a lot of things. But I think we can really move forward on that by building the base and then looking at certain products and going forward with that. And we look forward to, a far more deeper. And I had Manoj, I think, was talking to me and he was saying that let's do all this across the country. So let me think about where the budget is also going to come from. But yeah, certainly we'd like to hear much more from you and take this, much more into a much more expansive and deeper conversation with all of you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pandey. It was a very nuanced perspective on GI products. May I request Mr. Rachingappa to come up on stage to present token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Next, we explore how trade strategies can elevate GI tag products. For the session, Trade, Adding Premium to Brands of Bharat, please welcome the session speakers to stage. Vinay Kumar, MD, Uttarakhand Organic Commodity Board. Ramsin Ratwa, Chairman, Trifid. Abhishek Dev, Chairman, APEDA. And Roop Rashi, Textile Commissioner and Vice Chairperson, Textile Committee. May I request all the speakers to come up on stage, please? Also requesting India Today's Executive Editor, Kaushik Deka, to come up and on stage and moderate this discussion. Over to you, Kaushik.
Good morning, everyone, and I welcome my esteemed guests here. This is a very expansive subject, and they are all experts on their domain. I'll start with Mr. Vinay Kumar with a very inspiring news. Uttarakhand probably has around 27 GI products, as we were discussing, and 18 of them comes under your organic board. How did this happen? Means what exceptional thing that you did that you could achieve this success that 18 out of 27 the board could manage to get GI tagging?
Thank you, Namaskar. Thank you for having me so that I can share the story of Uttarakhand. Before answering your question, let me give you an overview about our state. Our is a small state. Holding size is very, very small, like 91%, more than 91% our farmers are small, very small. They have margin of land. So when talking about their, like if we adding value to anything which is very small, then you have to go for something which can add value. So we started with the organic certification, then GI came to that. Then if you add like by organic certification, you can add like 25% additional value, but additional value come like another 10 to 15% through GI. So when I'll tell you the story now, 18 GI, our state was born in 2000 and till 2022 we have we did not have any GI, and on 22nd we had 7 GI. So on that program, it was monitored by Honorable Prime Minister's Office and DPIIT. So I was given a opportunity to arrange that program for the distribution of certificate. And in that, Dr. Bhaskar Khulbe, who was the chief advisor to Honorable Prime Minister, he is from our state only. So he was talking about the richness of biodiversity of Uttarakhand. So I was so inspired. And then after the program, they are given, why don't you start working on GI only? So I thought, let me study first. So I gone through all the gazetteers which were written by Britishers and all. And I came to know that there are like more than 100 potential GIs. And as Madam was telling here that you start with 1 or 2, everyone was telling me, hey, Vina, why don't you start with 1 and 2, learn it, and then you will come to know how to do it, then you can add on later. So I did not tell anybody and I started working on 20. So I have got so much help from Padma Shri Dr. Rajnikant, he is right here, from GI registry also. So we started with the low-hanging fruit first. We worked on millets. So I can tell you that we are the only state which are having GI tagged millets. Yes. So I started working on the millet first, then the tea and the other crops. Like all the traditional crops which are majorly cultivated by our farmers are under GI now. So we started like among 20, we got shortlisted 18 GI. So GI registry from Dr. Unnat Pandit, they called me and they said, this is the first time any state is, going 18 GI at a go. So we will come to Uttarakhand for hearing. So we arranged that hearing for 2 days and it went very well. And after like in that hearing also, we arrange everything, food, everything, only GI tagged food. So we like use all the GIs for all the GI tagged foods, millets in their programs. And then after 4 months, we got 18 GI. And that program, it was attended by Dr. Bhaskar Khulbe also, Dr. Pandit also, and our Chief Minister distributed the certificate. And let him tell you, Dr. Pandit has given me this tie. This is also GI tie. This is Rajkot Patola tie. So I thought this is the best time to wear this tie today. So this was the story. Thank you.
Thank you. You were actually promoting GI yourself, taking it on your chest. Coming to Mr. Deb, Apeda, how many agriculture products and food processing items Apeda actually handles, and how many of them are into GI tagging or already have got GI tagging?
So thank you. Apeda has a very large bouquet of its products. We have around 710 plus HS codes at the 8-digit level, and out of that around 220 are GI products. And different kinds of GI products are there, like in cereals we have basmati rice and different varieties of rice. Then in the horticultural products there are different varieties of GI varieties of bananas, mangoes. Then even in some processed food products also there are unique products of different regions that are also categorized as GI. So we have a very vast bouquet of products which are GI, and a lot of efforts are being done to spearhead their export promotion abroad.
Which one is the toughest among them, means for which you had to struggle really hard to get the GI tagging of all the products? And which one is doing very well in terms of export?
So our flagship item right now is basmati rice. So Apeda, as per its act also, it is a Schedule 2 product, and the protection of GI of basmati is the responsibility of Apeda. And it's a very long journey. Since 1995 we have been working on that. Then we got the GI in 2004, and a lot of work is being done. And of course, at international level also now we are working at different levels. At around 34 jurisdictions, we are fighting cases for registration of basmati as a GI. And already in 29 jurisdictions, we have been successful in getting either a GI or a certification mark. And we hope to get more such certification in other countries. Of course, now even in these 29 countries, in some of the countries, we are now getting opposition from other countries. And while definitely basmati is our flagship product, it is we are working a lot in its promotion and also in the protection of GI.
Madam Ruprashi, GI tagging, if we look at it from a different perspective, it's much easier. The next part is much tougher. Means once you get the GI tagging, to add premiumness to a particular product and brand it for local or global market. In the field of textiles, how are you going about this process, that whenever a product is being tagged GI, is being GI tagged, how do you help artisans or farmers to actually make their brands premium, their products premium?
Thank you, Kaushik, for the question which I believe Madam Himani ji also raised for all of us. And in textiles, if all of you know that out of 643, I guess maybe the data would be little different for you, but that was 6 out of total 643 which are registered till my last data. 343 are with handlooms and handicrafts. Now, that first battle over, if we say in terms of not over, we have many more whom we can bring in. And considering that in handlooms and handicrafts, the coverage is more than about 70 lakh of the handloom artisans as well as handicraft personnel, we are looking forward to how to leverage it for them. Now, in GI Act Part B, we do get a lot of support from NABARD in this whole exercise, or even SIDBI, or most of these financial institutions who are looking at supporting us. We have a committee called Textile Committee, which started working on it, the GI framework for in 3 phases. First was what we call about creating a lot of awareness about a product, what ma'am said about Madhubani. Now, it's also important to know that how do we distinguish what is the genuine from ingenuine. And generally the battle has been to look at how do we get into penalty provisions. Now, our thing is that first we need to get into authorized producers, because if we need to get higher value accretion, how do we give an assurance to the buyer? And that is where it will take care of various stratification, where the people want to give, they give it to the genuine one. How do we do it? I'm sure technology can help us. We already have some of the MOUs with some of the states. We engage with states and stakeholders as well as authorized personnel. Now, in GI Part B, out of 29,624 authorized users of GI who are registered, around 12,942 are in textiles. So now these, at least can we look at these 12,942 and do a mapping on how this GI identification has helped brand their product? What is the value we are transferring to the consumer? I don't think it's very difficult. We have done certain experiences. Good experiences are there with any case with Pochampalli, Banarsi, which was done with the Textile Committee in 2006, if I remember. Pochampalli was actually the second product after Darjeeling tea that we have got orders internationally. For Pochampalli was the first one which got the order from White House as a GI product. So, but I don't know how many of us know of that story. So I'm very thankful that, Madam, you have organized this kind of, interaction with a communication specialist. And this kind of stories need to go farther and deeper. What we are trying to do, we are trying to develop an assurance mechanism, because we also look at, by default, our handloom and handicrafts aligned to what we call slow, sustainable textiles, because your resource efficiency can be increased. But then, if I increase that, I'm sure through a QR code. I've done it at a very simple level. We are trying to do with IIT Indore. We are involving with some other IITs and institutions. Some of the state governments have entered into MOUs with us. One of them, even NABARD is part of it. Another place in Orissa, SIDBI has joined with us. We have co-opted with IIM to help them market the product on the distinction. Because I feel, what is that GI gives me compared to a regular product? It's that assurance. That's why we have more of niche products world over. Out of 58,000, I think more than 60% is in wines. Why? Look at the story of Indian coffees. A small set of 3.5 lakh tons we do. But now we have coffees which are estate branded coffees you are getting. Sangameshwar Estate, Atikan Estate. So, we need to leverage that for higher value accretion too. Challenge in textiles would be, or any of these products which we have a smaller set of people doing, is how do they get their working capital? So we need to, as together, all the stakeholders, whether it's government, us as technical support, that how do we try to make it a subscription-driven thing? I mean to say, the order should reach them in advance. We have done it with some bigger industrialist groups. They have given advance. The products were showcased. I won't like to name them here, but, and then the whole village got the order 1 year in advance. So supposingly, if the total order value was 1 crore, they got 40 lakhs as advance. So that takes care of my handloom artisans. They don't have to run for working capital. So this is one thing wherein we are trying, and I'm sure lots of the states have shown interest, and we like to leverage this, that it should become like and in advance order, because it requires time. It can never be volumes. It is not a volume game. So let us just forget it. Let us just look at it as a niche product, higher value. They should be like, good classical musicians who are only protected by lots and lots of stakeholders across government and maybe, the corporates and public sector institutions which support our livelihood. NABARD has a standard program with us, and we are very thankful to them that they have done it, and we are in the process. So the second part is the certification. Then we get the certification. We have developed QR code, and it gives a buyer a straight thing, one can go back to the producer. Then getting that buyer linked through ONDC. That is what we have tried to do with IAM and developing their visibility directly. Trade has a role, but more should go to the original producer. And we are trying to leverage, I always feel it, the next generation, which is IT savvy, which can help them market their product and change it from maybe only textiles to some marketable thing. I saw one of our friends bring in a very beautiful thing from Karnataka talking about Mysore Pak. We have people who have used typical textiles as packaging for Rolex watches. Can we do that? So it doesn't need to be a 6-yard sari. It can be a product which gives them much, much more, and their order books are full for next 1 year. So we are looking at that, and I'm sure that once we give a GI identification promotion, we give assurance, we say that it is a genuine handloom. There are IT devices, again from Bangalore and other places, which can be put on the loom to even basically record that it is done by hand. So when we say it is handmade, then it is genuinely handmade. And then people are willing to pay. We have a stratified market, whether domestic or international. I'm sure people love to pay when they have enough, and it has to be distinct. So that is what is our approach on this. And we hope that as total stakeholder, Rajnikantji is also there, we should be able to do. Only thing which I want to suggest to everybody, it is GI has to have lot of historical validity. Two, we should not make a claim which can fall flat. We should not go to Google, then define and then apply for a GI. That will fall flat, and it's a credibility issue. Anybody who is in the market knows better than us. I have been given this very funny thing when I came to this sector, even by our German people who take a lot of cotton from India. India mein kuch bhi hota hai. So that is something we have to break. We have to say we are quality and we give you quality. Wo kuch bhi hota hai nahi chalega. Particularly when we are talking about it is GI, that means it's a specialty. That's it.
थैंक यू मैम. एज आप कह भी रहे थे, ट्राइफेड इस मामले में बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं, ऑथेंटिकेशन ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स. तो सर आप अभी त्रिपुरा से भी आए हैं. ट्राइफेड का एक रोल है, जो ट्राइबल प्रोडक्ट्स है, जीआई टैग प्रोडक्ट्स भी है, उनके एक ऑथेंटिसिटी होता है, और साथ में ये भी ज़रूरी है कि वो मॉडर्न मार्केट के लिए उनको अलग से ब्रांडिंग किया जाए या प्रोडक्ट में इम्प्रूवमेंट किया जाए. तो आप ये दो बैलेंस करने के लिए, जो ऑथेंटिसिटी और प्रोडक्ट इम्प्रूवमेंट, ये दोनों को बैलेंस करने के लिए ट्राइफेड क्या कर रहे हैं, और ताकि वो एक मॉडर्न मार्केट के लिए प्रोडक्ट तैयार हो जाए.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और सभी को प्रणाम. राम राम. ट्राइफेड वैसे 1987 में शुरुआत हुआ. शुरुआत के स्टेज पे एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्ट्री में थे, लेकिन आदरणीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी जब 99 में सरकार बनी, और तब ये जो ट्राइफेड है वो ट्राइबल मंत्रालय में आया, और तभी ट्राइबल मंत्रालय अलग से बना. और अभी के हमारे जो ट्राइबल मंत्री है जुएल ओराम, वो फर्स्ट टाइम तब ट्राइबल मंत्रालय के मंत्री थे. तब से ये ट्राइफेड चल रहा है. आपने बहुत अच्छा बात कहा है कि हमारा जो ट्राइबल लोग हैं वो अपने हिसाब से पहले जो भी प्रोडक्ट है वो जो मन चाहा वैसे बना रहे थे. तब जब प्रोडक्ट बना तो उनके मन में ये नहीं था कि हम उनको बाजार में जाके कैसे बेचें, कहाँ बेचेंगे, ये सब उनके मन में ये नहीं था. लेकिन अपने आप में एक शौक के हिसाब से वो बनाते रहते थे. ट्राइबल मंत्रालय को पता चला ऐसे जो आर्टिस्ट है, आर्टिसन है, उनको मार्केट देना है, तो हमारा जो ट्राइफेड है वो उनसे जितने भी प्रोडक्ट है वो खरीद लेते हैं। खरीद के उसमें जो भी वैल्यू एडेड करना है वो करके हमारे देश में करीब करीब 114 ट्राइब्स इंडिया का शोरूम है, उसमें रख के काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अभी की जो हालत बदली है और उनको मार्केट के लिए जो मार्केट में जो लोग चाहते हैं कैसा प्रोडक्ट होना चाहिए और कैसा है, और साथ साथ में अभी तो नेशनल ही है लेकिन इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में अगर हमें जाना है तो उसमें क्वालिटी में बहुत कुछ सुधार करना चाहिए। ये बात हमारे ध्यान में आया और जब से हमने स्टार्ट किया है बहुत सारे स्टेट ने कुछ कुछ प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर जीआई टैग लिया है। ज़्यादातर नागालैंड और गुजरात और महाराष्ट्र और कुछ कुछ कुल मिला के करीब करीब 24 जैसे प्रस्तुतिकरण है उसमें जीआई टैग लिया है। बात ये है हम अभी तक इतने ज़्यादा जो काम कर रहे थे वो लोकली हिसाब से ही कर रहे थे, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट के ऊपर कभी पहले सोचा ही नहीं था। अभी हमने शुरुआत किया है और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट को ध्यान में रखते हुए ये जीआई टैग बहुत ज़रूरी है, वो भी हमारे ध्यान में आया है। तो हम प्रोडक्ट को ठीक ठाक करने के लिए एनआईडी जैसे जो इंस्टीट्यूशनल है काम कर रहे हैं उनको जोड़ा है, बड़ौदा फाइन आर्ट्स को भी जोड़ा है, ताकि जो आर्टिस्ट लोग हैं जो भी प्रोडक्ट है उनको अच्छी तरह से लोगों को कैसा पसंद आएगा, जैसे पेंटिंग है या ग्राफिक आर्ट है या बाकी का जो स्कल्पचर है उसमें ठीक ठाक और बदलाव लाने के लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं। जैसे मैं एक एग्जांपल दूं, पिथोरा पेंटिंग और लास्ट ईयर आदरणीय हमारे राष्ट्रपति जी और आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने वो पिथोरा पेंटिंग के आर्टिस्ट को एक अवार्ड भी दिया है जो भारत सरकार देती है। तो ऐसे पिथोरा पेंटिंग एक पर्टिकुलर ये परिवार का धार्मिक से जुड़ा हुआ पेंटिंग है। वो मन्नत लेते हैं, मन्नत के बाद वहाँ काम करते हैं और जो पूजा के लिए जाते हैं तो एक पेड़ का डाली को काटना है तो वो डाली को भी पूजा किया जाता है कि हम ये दिन को आके ये डाली को काटने के लिए आपसे परमिशन लेते हैं और वो डाली को वहाँ नाड़ा छड़ी बांध के आ जाते हैं और जब काटने के लिए जाते हैं तो वहाँ जाके उनको इसी तरह से काटते हैं कि एक ही वार से वो कट जाना चाहिए ताकि वो पेड़ को ज़्यादा घाव ना पहुँचे। ये एक हमारे ट्राइबल लोगों की मान्यता है और वो जो काटा हुआ जो डाली है उनको ज़मीन पर हम गिरने नहीं देते हैं और वो ज़मीन पे गिर जाता है तो वो थोड़ा पूजा में बाधा होती है, इसलिए अद्धर से पकड़ के ले आके घर में आके पूजा करते हैं और साथ साथ में घर की मेन दीवार के अंदर पेंटिंग किया जाता है और उसमें जो घोड़े बनाते हैं वो अलग अलग देवता के होते हैं। तो कौन सा देवी का कौन सा कलर का घोड़ा है, कौन सी देवी का कौन सा कलर का, ये अलग अलग सिस्टम है और उनका रात भर पूजा किया जाता है और उसके बाद ये पूरा पिथोरा पेंटिंग बन जाता है। यानी कि हमने ये सोचा है ये पूरी जो कहानी है वो एक पेंटिंग लेने वाले को तो पता नहीं चलेगा कि उसके पीछे क्या अर्थ है, क्या भाव है। तो हमने सोचा उसमें अगर कोई वो उससे वो खींच के वो देखना चाहे तो वो पूरा का पूरा वो हिस्ट्री देख सकेगा। तो ऐसे हम हर प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर एक ये रखेंगे, मोनोग्राम रखेंगे और वो स्कैन करेंगे तो उनको जो भी खरीदना चाहे उनको पता चलेगा कि ये पेंटिंग के पीछे वैल्यू क्या है। तो ये ऐसे बहुत सारे आइटम है जो हम जीआई टैग की तरफ से जा रहे हैं। हमारे लिए ये शुरुआत है और हम ट्राइफेड उसमें काम कर रहे हैं। अभी तक हमने करीब करीब 24 आइटम जैसे को जीआई टैग लिया है, बाकी का काम चल रहा है, क्योंकि हर स्टेट में अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट होता है, हर स्टेट में अलग अलग भावनाएं भी जुड़ी होती है आर्ट के पीछे, तो उनको साथ में रख के हम आगे चल रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kumar, organic certification. It's very important in branding a product, but how is the board working towards making it more accessible, especially for small-scale farmers?
Hello. In Uttarakhand, basically I was telling you that we have small farmers and we have two system of certification. A government is giving like 100% subsidy on all the schemes which are related to organic farming. And moreover, we are basically working on two schemes. Among them, one is basically cluster-based organic farming because of scattered land. And we are targeting the traditional crops, and now we have tagged them GI also. So starting from seed to the market, we are giving every possible help to all the farmers in the group so that they don't have to be worry about anything. And like first part is adaptation to traditional crop to the organic farming. The second part is how to make them certified. So the system of certification is two. One is followed through APIDA guidelines through Ministry of Commerce, and the other one is Paramparagath Krishi Vikas Yojana by Ministry of Agriculture. So we are the only state which are having like both the system. And in 2003, the state has its own organic board since 2003. So for now I'm heading this board for last 10 years. And let me tell you, before like 7-8 years back, we were like 2% organic as compared to our total agricultural land. Now though we have reached like from 16,000 hectare to this year we have reached 230,000 hectare, which is almost 43% of the organic certification. So because I was telling that a small land, so we have to add value. So when we have to add value, then there is no other system than like we have to add like either organic farming, organic certification, whether it is NPOP or the local for the like domestic market or GI tagging. So we are working every possible way. We have opened the 3K outlet, which is Krishi and Krishak Kalyan outlets. So we have more than 300 outlets for the farmers where they can showcase their all the products, and these are run by farmers only. There is no middleman in Uttarakhand when we talk about the organic farming, like marketing. And one more, we have collaborated also, like we have collaborated with the international organization also, like iFarm, for the how our farmer will get the feel of like global market. And second, recently last December we had a MOU with the National Cooperative Organic Limited, and we have just like they have procured like 400 quintals of organic basmati GI tag dhan also. So we are working that farmers don't have to like worry about any marketing. So whether it is a domestic market or a global market, farmers are very happy. Before that, like before the organic certification, if you talk about the Rajma price, it was like 120 or something. After organic certification, it became 300 plus. And after GI, it became 380 or maybe 400 plus. So this is the value of GI and organic certification. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Deb, when it comes to export, how do you ensure the traceability of all the GI tech products, the exports done by APEDA?
See, regarding traceability, it is a challenging thing because most of the times the products are aggregated together at the mandi level or at the because we all know that ultimately we have very small agricultural holdings and we don't have large farms where the entire product can be marketed as such. But in some products we have full traceability, like Vinay was saying about organic products. So under our NPOP, all the products have full traceability to the farmer level, so that is there. And in other products also, depending on the buyer requirements, we have a traceability system in place. But it needs to be recognized that putting a traceability system itself is a costly endeavor, and many times the growers are not ready to, growers or the exporters are not ready for the traceability, because it is then very difficult to go for aggregation and the quality issues. But even for some items like basmati rice, we have a traceability system in place called Basmati Net, and but we haven't been able to fully get the traceability in place. But now we are working with the farmers of Jammu and also farmers in Punjab also. They want traceability for their rice, because ultimately having a traceability for the product ensures that there is a assurance in the quality. So, so it is basically dependent on our growers whether they are willing for the traceability. We have the system in place, and we are also now pushing traceability in our products. Ultimately, we have the markets like EU, which are going for higher levels of traceability. And we are now engaging with the farmer groups. We very recently had interactions in Gujarat, Rajasthan regarding traceability for our pomegranates, and they are all agreeable because it offers additional benefits. Even for groundnuts, we have a traceability at the aggregation level, at the mandi level. Now in Gujarat and Rajasthan, they have agreed for traceability at the farmer level also. It is difficult, but it has its rewards also. And from APIDA's side, we are working with the farmers and also the exporters for introduction of traceability, more of our items and portfolio of products.
Thank you, Mr. Deb. Ma'am, as you can see, we are running out of time. So very quickly, imitation is a very big issue with GI tech products, especially when there is a question of scaling up. How do you ensure that that authenticity remains?
See, I think I mentioned it earlier. We need to have a traceability, and it's not, we have experimented, even for that matter in cotton, for Kasturi brand, which is actually not a GI brand, but then we have been able to establish, which is actually aggregated from the farmers through a blockchain. So I'm sure we would have solutions. We have a big shop of GI in Bangalore, whoever knows here. Most of the Indian GIs are displayed there next to NIFT Bangalore. And what we are just looking at is ultimately the grower. That is where the second part of GI Act, authorized user certification, needs to be built up in the traceability mechanism. He will have an incentive for getting, he or the group, we can develop them, and we are developing some of them into groups, and we should target a specific market. Like in case of some of the handlooms, we are targeting natural dyes and targeting Japan. So that will give higher value. So I guess that will follow in place. It has to be niche. It cannot be huge volumes. If we try huge volumes, imitation will be there. And I guess we just need to distinguish genuine from imitation through riding on technology. We can do that.
Sir, जैसे मैडम ने कहा, इमिटेशन का एक इशू है, साथ में एक ट्राइबल सेंसिटिविटी का भी इशू है. कई बार ऐसे होते हैं, जैसे आपने प्रोडक्ट इम्प्रूवमेंट की बात कही, तो कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स में अगर इनोवेशन लाया जाए तो जो लोकल सेंटिमेंट है, दे प्रोटेस्ट और जगह जगह पे कहते हैं कि हमारी ओरिजिनलिटी खराब कर रहे हैं. तो ऐसा इश्यूज ट्राइफेड ने फेस किया, और अगर फेस किया तो कैसे डील करते हैं ऐसे इश्यूज में?
समय समय पे हम जो भी कम्युनिटी से जुड़ा हुआ सवाल होता है तो उनके साथ बैठ के क्या फ़ायदा हो रहा है और कैसे उनका जो लगाव है उनसे जोड़ के वो भी मान जाए कि नहीं इस तरह से करो तो हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, तो हम उनके साथ बैठ के वार्तालाप करते हैं और ऐसे ही समाधान कर लेते हैं. ज़्यादातर पेंटिंग के पीछे एक धार्मिक से जुड़ा हुआ सवाल होता है, वहाँ ये दिक्कत आती है, बाकी के प्रोडक्ट में इतना दिक्कत हमें नहीं आता है। और साथ साथ में क्योंकि हमारे देश में अलग अलग स्टेट में अलग अलग पेंटिंग में अलग अलग भावना से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो इसीलिए वहाँ के लोकल जो अधिकारी है उनको भी साथ में लेके हम काम कर रहे हैं। और ये जो डिफरेंसेस ये है उनको हम दूर करने के लिए करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और इस साल हम 26 जनवरी को करीब 10 देश चुने हैं, वहाँ हमारे ट्राइफेड के अधिकारी जाएंगे और 1-to-1 मीटिंग करके ट्राइफेड प्रोडक्ट को हम प्रमोट कर रहे हैं।
Thank you so much, all the speakers. It was an insightful session. I could finish only 10% of my questions, but time is running out, so we'll have to wrap up this session. Thank you once again for being here and sharing your insights on this wonderful subject. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for this very interesting session. I would like to request Karan Thapar, Director, DPIIT, to come up on stage to hand over token of appreciation to our panelists. Our next session, the Geo-GI Wars, Preserving the Territory, examines the pressing need to protect GIs to preserve the designations of origin. Joining us are Professor Unnat Pandit, Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademarks and Registrar of GI, along with Mr. Ajay Sahai, Director General and CEO of Federation of Indian Export Organization, or FIO, as it is usually called. Let's give them a warm welcome, everyone. Guys, this is a very vibrant topic we are talking on, but the round of applause does not do justice to the topic that we are talking. Show me some energy, please, everyone. Also requesting Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor at India Today, to come up on stage to take this discussion forward.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you are enjoying the conversation which we are having since morning. Some wonderful conversations about, how India is pushing the GI story. So I have with me two gentlemen who are taking us to the foreign shores. Some of the GI battles which we are fighting globally. One is to secure, the product's right to be called as GI, and second aspect is that how to build the infrastructure so that we can ensure that our products get a good display on the shelves. Plus, in the planning of their consumers, they should also understand, what sort of stories, these products have. Ajay maybe, I can start with you. Your colleagues at FIO, they are exporting many of the stuff, and GI is now entering into those aspects as well. Tell us that, what sort of stories do they come and tell you that, if I could, rephrase it in a way that, there are many products which have a common heritage point because partition is an artificial boundary lines which we share with Bangladesh as well as with Pakistan. Plus Nepal, there is a agroforestry which we share with Nepal, plus some bit of with China. And there are products which these countries are also, taking the GI. Tangai Sari is one of the big examples. Basmati rice is another example. What stories does your colleagues at FIO tell you that how are they battling with these issues?
In fact, when we refer to GI war, basically we relates to geopolitical competitions over the GI product, which are the intellectual property right, and for protecting them in the process, we are also preserving the rich heritage economy and also supporting the exports. I think for us in the field of export, GI is a differentiator. It's a key to premium, more stable export earning also. And of course, its role in promoting a particular region or particular area is undisputable. When it comes to the GI war, we have to be very careful that not only the product get registered at the domestic turf, and we have a GI Goods Registration and Protection Act. Unfortunate part is that not many products are registered into that. Probably 650 odd products are registered, and this is quite minuscule when we look into around 14,000 plus product registered by Germany or 7,200 plus product registered by China. So I think the need of the hour is to we increase the registration of the product. I personally feel that we should look into registering around 5,000 products in next 3 years. This is little ambitious, but within the realm of the reach, looking into the ecosystem which the government is providing. A related issue would be definitely to register these products in some of the key markets also to avoid these kinds of dispute. And thirdly, we should have in place a very robust, effective legal mechanism and trade forum, so that if any dispute arises, we put our perspective. If any course correction is needed, that needs to be communicated to the authorized users. And if any strengthening of the certification is required, that too also is addressed. On the exporter front, when it comes to the marketing of the product, I think exporters have been told that they have to emphasize on the unique position of the GI product to get the premium market for that. And everything in the GI for me is about the storytelling. How we tell the story, that is extremely important. And in fact, roughly 15 years back, I went to a family in Europe. They brought probably 3 mangoes from Mexico. With each of the mango which they're cutting at the dinner table, they were talking about a story. So I think that kind of role has to be played. And this is not something which has to be done by the industry. Indian institutions also have a very important role to play. Indian embassy in particular has to come forward for the promotion of the GI, particularly the pre-launch event. I visit number of embassies, and we have seen that in respect of European embassies, whenever any new brand of champagne is launched, they have a pre-launched event where they invite the connoisseur of wines. They also invite the influencer, the social celebrities, so that they create hype. Probably from our perspective also, we need to follow that. And I think the time has come where we have around 600 odd GI product. We should have our own GI shop, at least at the departure and launch of the international airport, to start with India, and then we can look into having at some of the key places like Singapore or Heathrow or in other places also. We also need to look into the free trade agreement very closely.
I'll come to the bilaterals and multilateral later.
Yeah.
Maybe, if we can have Unnaji into the conversation. Sir, you are handling the intellectual properties, registries for government, and you're seeing so many certification applications coming forth. So when I talk about, the geo wars, there are, certain cases where human migration in last some of the years that also brought in some of the knowledge bases. Secondly, some people have also taken the knowledge base out of the country. The dispute which we had about Texmati and Basmati, it was primarily, this knowledge issue, because those farmers were actually farmers from the Indian origin. And similarly, we have also seen that farmers migrating from Bangladesh or Pakistan, so they also bring, a lot of varieties. Plus artisans, from those sides, they have also brought in those knowledges. And when we are going to the global markets, there's a clash. So how do you see that scenario? And secondly, right now our base is low, 640, 650 odd. When we reach the European level or American levels of GI registries, these disputes will increase. So how are you preparing for that, so that, the case studies become, and, their cases become stronger?
First of all, I think we need to correct ourselves. There is no GI war. There is no war. See, we need to accept that Bharatiya culture, before independence, it was the entire country was having widespread reach. And it is a physical separation which has happened because of this political boundary which got created. And people migrated from the other place to the Indian territory. And when people migrated, they brought the culture. They brought the entire art, artisan. And this is something which is the origin of the Indian culture. And we are required to preserve this. So there is nothing, a word like a war. This is a terrifying effect of the partisan. हिंदी में कहे तो विभाजन की एक दर्दनाक विभीषिका है ये. We have to accept this. And there is a provision globally also to have the recognition of the GI both the side. Homonymous effect of a GI, coexistence of the GI, is something which is required to be explored, and India is always positive towards this. As our culture and ethos says that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, this is the real sense of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in GI also. The Tangali Sari which you have mentioned, the Basak community which migrated from the east of Bengal to the Fulia village in the Santipur, and then coexistence of a Santipur art and Tangali craft. This is no longer, we can't disregard this fact. And this fact need to be recognized, and that's why the Bharatiya Tangali Sari. And that is required to be recognized as a coexistence. Similarly, the people who migrated from Sindh Pradesh to the western part of the Rajasthan, near Jaisalmer, and they preserved the culture of a beautiful music and musical instrument. Unfortunately, people have been passed through a very painful journey, but still they have preserved the culture, they have preserved their art. Even on the agricultural aspect also, what you have mentioned, there is a coexistence, even in a basmati. We need to recognize this. We are quite positive on this. Mr. Dev in previous session also mentioned about the 34 places where they are trying to get the basmati registration done. And this fact, I think it is required to be recognized. I agree with you on the amplification is required in the GI registration. India has a potential of a 20 to 25,000 GI. We have started this, and government is quite positive on this. GI registry has a facilitation role, which we have seen, and majority of the experts who are there in the audience and the GI Sevak who are there here are trying to catalyze the entire momentum towards recognizing the community right. And we shall be preparing ourselves so that all the GI rights are recognized. There is a sharp jump of almost 25% GI registered in last 2 years, and almost 800% jump in authorized user registration. So this awareness is there, and awareness has started building the momentum towards the GI-centric ecosystem. This GI Samagam will really be amplifying if we could able to achieve the more number of filing. And as I have discussed with Himaniji also, every month we want to conduct the CGMs. So this will again build up the momentum in the country.
Thank you, Onnaji. Ajayji, one aspect is registering the GI. Second aspect is to take those products and ability to say those stories to the to people who may not understand the culture. When we talk about wines and liquor from Europe, all of them have stories. And those places proudly say those stories, and those stories also travel to all parts of the world, or even, other products. How do you think that, multilaterals and bilaterals play, this role where this can become part of the trade negotiations, so that those countries where we are entering into a bilateral or, a multilateral is happening, so they can also preserve, help us in preserving those stories. And secondly, I also want to understand from you that, since, everybody across the world is talking about WTO's, this dispute redressal system, I'm sure this must be in the agenda of Donald Trump as well, that he wants to withdraw from that. But, how we can use such platforms to settle many of the patent as well as GI, disputes. So help us in understanding this. Those two.
In fact, if you look at India, we are very actively now pursuing our free trade agreement. There has been complete revisit on the free trade agreement. If SMEs can be part of the free trade agreement now, why not the GI? And in fact, when we are looking into the GI from the free trade agreement perspective, our focus has to come on the mutual recognition as well as protecting the GI. If you look into the European Union, GI has been one of the central theme of their free trade agreement. We are also in the process of negotiating one with the European Union. I'm not sure whether European Union will go for the traditional recognition of their GI, or they will provide a list of the GI which should be deemed to be registered in India. But whatever be their strategy, probably we have to ask them to reciprocate for us also, that our GI also get the market registration in the European Union for the benefit of all the authorized user. Secondly, I think we need to align with the countries who are protecting GI, who are promoting GI from the onslaught of the global cooperation. There are 167 countries in the world who protect GI as an intellectual property right. Probably the time has come when we form a group so that we have one voice for the GI. And thirdly, I think it's equally important that we proactively engage in any infringement issue of the GI so that Indian story is also told before any verdict is about to be made. We also need to register GI. For example, if you look into the case of turmeric, why it happened? Because turmeric was not registered in the US. Had it been registered in the US, it may not have gone to Mississippi University. The good thing is that CSIR played a very positive role, and finally, we won the case. But these things can be avoided with a proactive intervention. That's why I'm saying that while at the domestic turf, our authorized users are playing a very important role. Probably we require much more stronger role by the government authorities also with reference to the exports of the GI product.
Unaji, your office will play a big role, and I'm sure it is already playing a big role. There has to be, more stories which need to be told. So how are you helping, these players to prepare in the language which could be understood by, their global counterparts? How are you assisting them in, building up those cases? And when we come across disputes, I'm sure they must be asking for the data from you. So what sort of assistance do you provide there, sir?
See, for all the applications which has been put forward to the GI registry, our role is to facilitate this application. We check the GI-ness, whether the GI-ness is there or not. The historical relevance which is reported into the literature. And based on that, this will build up the story of a GI. The Pithora painting which has been mentioned by Ram Singh ji is something which is a typical story. And the amount of work which is involved into this and the way this is being prepared. Similarly, the Ahimsa silk in Northeast. So everywhere the silk is prepared being traditional made. But there are few people who wants the Ahimsa silk. So this is the story around which is to be prepared. Similarly, the kind of painting which is being made from the natural colors. So all these are required to brought it into the proper documentation. And with GI registration which we are granting, we are trying to prepare this basic documentation which is available. And that's why even before the CGM we conduct so many pre-CGM meetings. So that pre-CGM meetings help the GI facilitator and the GI community applicant to understand the need and how this GI can further be amplified to the global landscape on the quality aspect, on the consistency aspect, and the packaging aspect also. The branding of the GI, even many GI applicants come with their GI logo. And we try to discuss around this so that how the impact can be amplified. The name is having a significance, each and every GI. So we prefer to have the name in their own language. And that's why so many corrections which is required to be done, and we conduct the pre-CGM meetings, maybe virtually or even physically, and GI registry is always trying to facilitate this momentum. ये community right है. We have to facilitate the community. One such right which is granted will impact the life of thousands of people and thousands of family. And there they will earn their revenue. Murena Gajak, the classic example that before the GI registration, the entire Gajak preparation and manufacturing was going downside. And after GI registration, 40 families came back to the Murena and they have started their family business. And that has offered the survival of this entire product. And classic Gajak is now available, accessible in adequate quantity. The Joynagar Moa is again the cross-border amplification, how this has happened. The Moa is the sweet in West Bengal which is prepared in Joynagar, The shelf life of this sweet is 3 days. Now, with the help of a GI facilitator and the Indian Post has also helped here, the packaging was improved. And from 3 days of a shelf life, it has amplified to the 15 days. And advanced booking through e-commerce platform. So, Bengali living in any part of the world, they can enjoy the Joy Nagar Moa anywhere. And they do the advance booking, the dispatch, which vendor has prepared, from where it is dispatched, how much time it will take to the destination. Even in US, Canada or Japan, the Bengali person can enjoy this sweet. This is beyond the territory. And this is the classic approach. Through facilitation, this has been amplified. And there are several such examples which we need to facilitate, we need to amplify in the interest of the community.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I could enjoy the joy on your face while telling these stories. Thank you very much. Since, Ajay-ji, you are not part of the government and you have the opportunity, can you list me 2 or 3 things which you think that Government of India or Ministry of Commerce need to do very quickly to ensure India's case across the world?
I think we should look for more collaboration amongst the ministry. It's good that DPIT is the nodal ministry, but we require ministries such as Ministry of Agriculture, Food Processing, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Tribal Department, Culture, Textile, and also Tourism to be involved in promoting the GI. They should have separate scheme, separate policy, and probably the separate budget to push for that. Secondly, I think these kind of sessions should be thought of on a long-term basis. It should not be one-off affair. We should have National Convention of GI every year on a fixed date, and that plan should be rolled for next 5 to 10 years. Thirdly, probably we have to look into what he said needs to exploit the potential of the global e-marketplaces, because we are looking into that by 2030 we will have our e-commerce to take the export to around 250 to 300 billion. I will be very happy if that 25% of the share goes to the GI products.
Thank you, Ajay-ji. Thank you. You wanted to say something, or?
One such example, last year in the World Intellectual Property Organization, there was a exhibition wherein we have encouraged the GI. You may not believe that people were smelling the Alfonso mango and the people and the various, even the saffron in a small bottle, they were opening and taking a smell of a saffron. The people are loving the Indian GI. It's our role, collective role, to allow the access of this product outside India. And there is a need and there is a facilitation required for the promotion of this product. In India also people are loving this. I think we need to have the proper supply chain framework to amplify the impact of GI and each district, each part of the country and outside India also. Thank you.
Thank you. I skipped, this time's up notification because I was enjoying this conversation, but I really want to thank you for taking your time out and, enriching us with your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists, for sharing such fascinating stories. May I request India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Raj Chingappa, to come on stage to felicitate our speakers. Our next session is on commercializing GIs. Please welcome Mr. Rajendra Ratno, Executive Director, National Institute of Disaster Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, and former Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademarks, who will be sharing with us branding strategies that can maximize value. Welcome, Mr. Ratnu.
Namaskar. First of all, thanks to DPIIT and Himani ma'am as well as Karan for inviting me. थैंक्स भी है, साथ में कंप्लेन भी है. जब मैंने हाँ बोला था तो पैनल में बोला था कि भाई ठीक है, दो चार इधर उधर की बातें करके काम चल जाएगा, लेकिन आखिरी वक्त में इन्होंने हमें एक थोड़ा सा चैलेंजिंग और इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन, तो मेरा वैसे पैशन भी और प्रोफेशन भी है वो डिजास्टर मैनेज करना है. तो करण जी ने जो चुनौती दी है, तो आई विल ट्राई टू, आई एम हेडिंग नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट नाउ, बट ऑफ कोर्स कमिंग टू फंक्शन ऑफ जीआई के समारोह में, और वो भी डीपीआईटी और सीजी ऑफिस में जो प्रारंभ किया है, ऐसे समारोह में आना कमिंग बैक टू होम, घर वापसी जैसा लगता है. तो थैंक यू फॉर दैट. सो टॉपिक जो मुझे दिया गया है वो बेसिकली कमर्शियलाइजेशन ऑफ जीआईज, इसका व्यापारीकरण कैसे करें. लेकिन उससे पहले एक बात कहना चाहूँगा कि जीआई जो है सिर्फ व्यापार का मसला नहीं है, ये हमारी संस्कृति का, हमारे सांस्कृतिक व्यवहार का मसला है, हमारी धरोहर का मसला है, हमारी पहचान का मसला है, ये हमारी सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी का मसला है कि जो हमारे पुरखों ने हमें हिरासत दी थी उसको हम किस हद तक बचा पाते हैं और किस हद तक अगली जनरेशन को हस्तांतरित कर सकते हैं. जीआई का हम देखें तो जो बहुत सारे वक्ताओं ने बोला और बड़े बड़े विद्वान आए हुए हैं, तो जो 3 डिफाइनिंग कैरेक्टर्स है, उसकी क्वालिटी, उसकी यूनिकनेस और वो कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स जो उसको उस जोग्राफिक रीजन से जोड़ते हैं, वो चाहे ट्रिप्स एग्रीमेंट हो या जो हमारा जीआई लॉ हो, वो दोनों में ही उस बात की चर्चा की गई है. अब जब मुझे कंट्रोलर जनरल ऑफ इंडिया का बैटन दिया गया था और जीआई की जिम्मेदारी भी जब मेरे पास में थी डीपीआईटी के दौरान, तो बड़ा चुनौती भरा समय था, कोविड का समय था. एक तरफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक आदेश निकाल रखा था कि इस समय आप जो है बिना अपॉर्चुनिटी दिए हुए आप आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते हो. लीगल चुनौतियां भी थी, दूसरी फिजिकल कंस्ट्रेंट भी थी कि हम मीटिंग्स कैसे करें. लेकिन उस चुनौतियों को पार करते हुए मैं बधाई देता हूं अपनी जीआई की टीम को कि उन चुनौतियों को पार करते हुए हमने कोविड के दौरान में उस समय तक के सबसे ज़्यादा जीआई ग्रांट कर पाए, क्योंकि हमने उस लीगल चुनौती को बखूबी पार किया. और आज मैं देखता हूं कि जो जर्नी शुरू हुई थी वो आज एक ऐसे मुकाम पर पहुंच गई है जहां 4,300 ऑथोराइज यूजर्स से आज लगभग 30,000 ऑथोराइज यूजर्स के करीब आप पहुंच गए. मेरी बहुत बहुत बधाई टू द टीम डीपीआईटी, टू द टीम सीजी एंड द एंटायर जीआई रजिस्ट्री विच हैज डन ए वंडरफुल जॉब. अब प्रशंसाओं का दौर तो पूरा हो गया, अब थोड़ा क्रिटिकल चीज़ों के ऊपर भी ध्यान देते हैं. मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि पिछली बार मैंने जो सहाय साहब ने आज बात रखी, मैंने पिछली बार मुझे एक मौका मिला था, एक छोटी बैठक थी, आज और उससे बड़ा एक मंच बन गया है जीआईज का. उसमें मैंने यही बात रखी थी कि इसमें होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट की ज़रूरत है. जो पोस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए registry alone or the DPIT alone, DPIT is a right department to anchor this because it's related to industry, commerce, other things. But I think we will have to have whole of government approach to when we talk about bringing an economic value from GI products or commercializing them. तो उसके 3 एस्पेक्ट में देखता हूं. एक जो है सप्लाई साइड पे काम करना, एक डिमांड साइड पे काम करना, और तीसरा उस इकोसिस्टम पे काम करना जो उसको एनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट देता है. जब हम इसकी सप्लाई साइड की बात करते हैं तो उसमें पूरा जो प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस और रजिस्ट्रेशन दोनों चीज़ों को अगर हम देखते हैं, अब रजिस्ट्रेशन में मुझे लगता है कहीं न कहीं कुछ चीज़ों पे हमें पुनर्विचार करने की आवश्यकता है, चर्चा करने की आवश्यकता है। अब आप देखें कि जीआई की परिभाषा में, जीआई के ऑथराइज्ड यूजर में हमने जो है वो ट्रेडर्स और प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूसर दोनों को एक ही कैटेगरी में डाला हुआ है, विच इज समथिंग प्रॉब्लमेटिक। मैं ट्रेड के खिलाफ नहीं हूं, मैं इसी मंत्रालय से गया हूं, लेकिन यहां पे जब जीआई की बात होती है तो हम प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूसर के हितों को हमें केंद्र में रखना होगा। हमें उन कृषकों को, उन हस्तशिल्प से काम करने वालों को, हमें उनको सेंटर में रखना होगा। वी हैव टू कीप द पीपल हु आर प्रोड्यूसिंग दीज प्रोडक्ट्स, दोज हु हैव सेफगार्डेड दिस ट्रेड फ्रॉम जनरेशन टू जनरेशन, they owe actually economic returns have to flow back to them. We have to have a system where we ensure that the economic value and the commercial value that is generated, how they are channelized, and there is a fair trade. Let us rope in the traders. Let us have a system where there is a, for example, some madam was telling about she has a GI store. Why not to have more number of GI stores? But let us have the background of the organizations that are running these GI stores, whether they are into fair trade. Can they declare that their profit margin will be 10%, 20%, 25%, 30%, whatever is that? Let them declare that मैं अपने overheads में अपनी ब्रांडिंग के लिए खर्चा, अपने एडवर्टीजमेंट का खर्चा, मेरे शोरूम्स का खर्चा, ये सब मिलाकर मुझे इतना ऐड करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन रिमेनिंग थिंग वॉट एवर इज द प्रॉफिट का है वो शेयर मैं अपने ट्रेडर्स को भेज रहा हूं। दुनिया भर में एक फेयर ट्रेड मूवमेंट खड़ा हो रखा है। कैन इंडिया थिंक ऑफ ज्वाइनिंग पार्ट ऑफ दिस फेयर ट्रेड मूवमेंट और क्रिएट another organization, जैसा my previous speaker has told that 127 countries today have the system, legislative system of granting GIs. Can we think of not only, working at the political and strategic, alliance with them, but can we think of creating a global organization where we are pulling these members and particularly global south, जिनकी मेन, जिसमें आर्ट और कल्चर के ऊपर ही जिनकी आर्थिक और इकोनॉमी जुड़ी हुई है। तो जहां हमें एक तरफ जो प्रोडक्शन और हमारा रजिस्ट्रेशन सिस्टम है, दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि रजिस्ट्रेशन सिस्टम में जहां हमें बहुत खुशी की बात है कि हम 4,000 से 30,000 तक पहुंच गए हैं। और मैं अपने जीआई रजिस्ट्री जो चेन्नई में बैठी हुई है उनका भी मैं बहुत ही, द काइंड ऑफ डेडिकेशन दे हैव शोन इज एक्सीलेंट, बट स्टिल आई वंडर that a small team sitting in Chennai, how they can recognize भागलपुर में, सहारनपुर में, आसाम में, राजस्थान के रिमोट गांव में वहां बैठा हुआ आर्टिजन जो अप्लाई कर रहा है, whether this is a real artisan or not. The product, maybe certain product have to be done under the national level. We have to rethink and reimagine. Now stage is set where the work is really increasing. We need to think about changes in the rules about appropriate delegation. हमें केंद्रीकरण के नहीं बल्कि हमें कहीं कहीं डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन की तरफ, राज्यों की ज्यादा सहभागिता की तरफ हमें ध्यान देना होगा कि क्या हम वो प्रोडक्ट्स जो उस स्टेट के अंदर ही अवेलेबल है, कैन वी गिव द गाइडलाइंस, कैन वी गिव द फ्रेमवर्क एंड कैन वी अपॉइंट मोर रजिस्ट्रार्स. And it's a delegated power. If some state is not doing well, you can always take back the power from there. But can we involve the, states? वो पत्रावली, वो जो लिटरेचर, जो मान लीजिए तमिल भाषा के अंदर में उसका डॉक्यूमेंट है, रजिस्ट्री चेन्नई में वहाँ काम कर लेंगे, लेकिन आसामीज का डॉक्यूमेंट है वो आसामीज में है, जो एक पर्टिकुलर क्षेत्र का जो उसके दस्तावेज है उस भाषा के अंदर है। और मुझे नहीं लगता है कि हमें एक छोटी सी टीम के साथ में बैठकर, और एक डिले का रीजन यही होता है कि हम कई बार उन दस्तावेजों को उतना तेजी से, उतना सहजता से, सरलता से हम नहीं समझ पाते हैं, और इसलिए जरूरी है कि हम राज्यों की अधिक भागीदारी बनाएं प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए। और जो ऑथोराइज यूजर के लिए तो आई एम ऑफ ए वेरी फर्म ओपिनियन दैट इफ ए प्रोडक्ट is there within a district, then the district collector has to be the registrar for onboarding the authorized users. Because nobody other than the ground level, the revenue department, the local industries officer, the local, this thing, finally from here also, we are sending this document through state and it takes years together to reach there and come back for the report. If we do without that in a hurried process, there is a possibility of a false inclusion and false exclusion. जो सही हकदार है उसके छूटने का और गलत लोगों के शामिल होने का भय हमेशा रहता है जब हम उसका केंद्रीकरण करते हैं. तो एक अच्छे कॉमर्शियलाइजेशन स्कीम के लिए जरूरी है कि हम सही प्रोडक्ट, सही क्वालिटी वाला प्रोडक्ट, सही पहचान वाला प्रोडक्ट और सही जो वास्तव में परंपरागत तरीके से जनरेशन से जो उस सामूहिक बौद्धिक विरासत के जो कस्टोडियन रहे हैं उनको हम सही लोगों को ऑनबोर्ड करें. और उन लोगों को सही लोगों को ऑनबोर्ड करने के लिए जरूरी होगा कि हम उसमें जरूरी अमेंडमेंट अपने रूल्स में करें और उन लोगों को हम रजिस्ट्रार बनाएं, उस कलेक्टर को रजिस्ट्रार बनाएं और उसको एक एसओपी दें, उसको हम गाइडलाइंस दें कि क्या डूज एंड डोंट से. मे बी यू कैन गिव ए थर्ड पार्टी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू कीप ए ऑडिट एंड आई ऑन दैट, बट keeping everything at a central level, I think now our work, this magnitude and this thing is worked so much that at the central team we should be focusing on more strategic post-registration, how it has to be taken, and there has to be post-registration some body which can be a GI promotion board or something which has representation of all these departments, tourism department, culture department, agriculture, horticulture, crafts, handlooms, textiles, all those product categories which are there and all those export promotion bodies and councils which are there, they have to be, sort of a convergence. Because somebody has to hammer. सरकारी तंत्र में ऐसा होता है कि जो चीज मॉनिटर की जाती है वो चीज होती है. जो चीज मॉनिटर नहीं की जाती है उसका आप बहुत अच्छे विचार के साथ में आए, लेकिन उसका अगर मॉनिटर करने वाली अगर बॉडी नहीं होगी, इफ देयर इज नो डेडिकेटेड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस, इफ यू आस्क क्वेश्चन, इफ यू आस्क ए पीरियोडिकल, आस्क ए मंथली और क्वार्टरली रिपोर्ट, पीपल विल टेक एक्शन बिकॉज समबडी इज वॉचिंग. लेकिन अगर वो डेडिकेटेड रजिस्ट्री से वी कैन नॉट एक्सपेक्ट दैट पोस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन. ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि पंडित साहब इतना रुचि ले रहे हैं, करण इतना रुचि ले रहे हैं, मैडम इतना रुचि ले रहे हैं, लेकिन there'll be some other, head of a state visit, there'll be another, Davos में कभी एनर्जी चली जाएगी, कभी आपका जो टीम्स जो यूरोप की आ रही है, दूसरे देशों से आ रही है, then this will suddenly we will wake up from our sleep से अरे यार वो जीआई का क्या हुआ. तो हमें चाहिए कि कोई न कोई ऐसा एक जागरूक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो इसको अपना समझे कि पोस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद में सारे विभागों से जो है एक कन्वर्जेंस हो, उसका क्वार्टरली या 6 मंथली मीटिंग हो, उनको माइलस्टोन्स और उनको वो दिया जाए. और प्रोडक्ट्स को भी वी हैव टू कैटेगराइज देम इनटू डिफरेंट थिंग दैट दिस इज A+ कैटेगरी रेडी फॉर एक्सपोर्ट. ऐसा नहीं कि सब चीजों को अगर हम कम गुणवत्ता वाली चीजों को अपने एक्सपोर्ट बास्केट में रखेंगे तो ये हमारी साख को और भी कम करेगा. तो हमें देखना होगा कि चाहे ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट है, लेकिन क्या वो परिपक्व हो चुका है एक्सपोर्ट के लेवल पे आने का, इज दैट एट ए राइट स्टेज. अगर नहीं है तो बाकी जो 2 लेवल है उनकी कैपेसिटी गैप्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया जाए कि उसमें प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस में इंप्रूव करने की जरूरत है, उसमें डिजाइन एलिमेंट्स को इंप्रूव करने की जरूरत है, उसकी ब्रांडिंग और पैकेजिंग को इंप्रूवमेंट करने की जरूरत है, या उसकी क्या नीड्स है जिससे हम उसको B से A पे लेके आ पाए और A से A+ पे लेके आ पाए. तो आई थिंक वी ऑल्सो विल हैव टू हैव ए सॉर्ट ऑफ ए टूल्स टू एसेस आवर प्रोडक्ट्स लेवल एंड क्वालिटी इन टर्म्स ऑफ परसीव्ड मार्केटेबिलिटी, और उसकी ब्रांडिंग के हिसाब से हमें उसको क्लासिफाई करने की भी आवश्यकता है. And so I just spoke about the 3 things. One was its supply side factors, which I talked about the, production process. There also we have to focus. There may be organization for commercial interest. There may be different organization. There are organization of the departments that can be designated for helping and keeping and supporting that for the initial production process. For example, अगर पर्टिकुलर आम है या कोई वैरायटी है तो एग्रीकल्चर हॉर्टिकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट में ट्राई टू सपोर्ट देम उसके ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन में, उसको जो है बीज और वो दूसरी चीजें मुहैया कराने में, सो दैट द बैकवर्ड लिंकेजेस एंड द प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस इज फोकस. Similarly, beyond registration, this is one thing, and creating a demand in a domestic and global market. There can be various ideas, and one idea can be that e-platforms, the e-commerce policy is also decided by DPIT as a department. Like there is a categories of products which are available on Flipkart, Amazon, and many of these platforms. Can we also prevail legally on them or through dialogue that the GI category also has to be displayed on the products? Those who have been certified as GI product, that also is in addition to our own platform which DPIT is developing. Surely that will be capturing that, but can we also focus on discuss about what can be the ways of engaging with the e-commerce platform to promote GIs. This is just one idea on demand side factors. Similarly, once there is a federation or this consortium of all the producers, and I think in the legal framework also we have to leverage the right kind of laws to form these producers into right kind of company. Just 1 minute, I'll conclude. Like primary producers under the Company Act, there is a provision for producer company. You know, what will be the best platform, whether it's a multi-state cooperative society or a cooperative model, registration under Societies Act, or primary producer society, which will be the best. And let us also, this board will also try that how these producers can be made into small producer companies. And these producer companies can be federated at a state and a national level, product-wise and overall category, and so that this organization, which is a post-production organization, which will be democratic in nature and at the same time professional. You have seen Amul as a success story. Amul did not become great because of bureaucrats like us. Amul became great because of the वो जो मिल्क प्रोड्यूसर था जिसका खून पसीना उसमें जुड़ा हुआ था, उसको डिसीजन मेकिंग में हक मिला. जब शिल्पकार, हमारे जो जीआई के प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं, रियल प्रोड्यूसर, नॉट द मिडिल पीपल बट द रियल प्रोड्यूसर, जब वो डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस से आके उस बॉडी के स्टीयरिंग करेंगे और उसके अंदर में प्रोफेशनल्स, डिजाइनर्स और ये सब लोग भी होंगे, तो आई एम श्योर दैट दिस विल गिव ह्यूज leverage to our products. So governance system, the regulatory framework, this supporting, these are all elements of the ecosystem. So to conclude, we have to work on the demand side, the supply side, and the ecosystem which governs the GI product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ratno, for sharing the strategies on commercializing GIs. I would like to request India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Ratno.
Excellent. Thank you for your thunder. Let's give a warm round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a well-deserved lunch break. We will resume sharp after 1 hour at 2:15 for some exciting panel discussions. Lunch is being served on the right of this hall and also on the floor downstairs to avoid any long queues. Enjoy your lunch and see you back here shortly. M.
Namaskar. We have a wonderful panel and of musicians from Banaras, from Delhi, and the whole point of why we are here is because sitar and shehnai and tabla have been given the GI status. So let's give a huge round of applause. So we start with Mehtab. How does it feel to be awarded this GI status, and how do you want to express it through your music?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the lovely introduction. I mean, it's a moment of immense pride and honor, not just for me, for all the sitar players and sitar makers across the globe. And I feel sitar has just received its own Bharat Ratna.
Wow. Kya baat hai?
And the instrument that has been, serenading souls for centuries finally gets its well-deserved recognition. The GI tag, I feel, it feels like the badge of honor that says, made in India, performed globally.
Wow.
And
Kya baat hai?
as for the expressing part, I would say, why not let the sitar speak for itself?
Sure. Wow, kya baat hai. Now coming to Shehnai, and Sanjeev and Ashwani are torchbearers of this gharana, of Shehnai gharana, and how would they express it through their music? क्या बात है.
Like, since I started playing Shehnai, I always told people that this is not a Persian instrument. It is a purely Indian instrument. It used to be regarded as folk instrument earlier, but because of the Trinity, I call them, Ustad Bismillah Khan Sahab, my grandfather Pandit Anantalji, and my father Pandita Devashankarji. Because of their effort, it came into the main stage. So I feel like what I've been trying to do will finally happen. Because in the Samved, this instrument is there, and they call it Madhukari. And then Sunadi and Mukhovina and Karkari and Nadi. It was during the time of the Mughal era, they started calling it Shehnai because they could not pronounce the Indian names. And it happened with most of the instruments. Tabla was regarded as something else, but because they could not pronounce the name, so they started calling it tabla. Tabla is a Persian instrument, but not tabla. It's an Indian instrument. And we should all be very proud that finally it has got the GI tag from the authorities. And as a Shehnai player, we all of us feel so proud that our efforts didn't go unnoticed by the authorities. Thank you.
So coming to Sanjeev, what's so special about the Shehnai that you're saying that, it literally sort of sings, as they say?
Yeah. So if we go to the northern tradition of Indian music, Indian classical music, almost all the Shehnai players, they have learned from vocalists. They used to go and learn from vocalists, but the instrument they used to learn from their parents. Shehnai is actually not an instrument which everyone picks up because it's so difficult. So you have to be born in a family so that few things become easier. And in the southern tradition, it is the tradition that all the singers, they go to Nadaswaram player to learn because of the andolan and gamak that they produce in the instrument. So I'm going to sing a little a very special composition from the guru of my grandfather, Pandit Mahadev Prasad Mishra ji. It's such a beautiful composition, so I'll just make it short. And he will make it sweet. माइक ऑन करो भाई. Hey, re, re. De, re, ra, re. Re, ra, डगर बिच कैसे चलूं मोहे रोके
सही कन्हैया डगर बिच कैसे डगर मोहे रोके कन्हैया बेटी डगर बड़ो नटखट है मानत नाही मानत नाही मानत नाही शाबाश डगर बिच कैसे चलूं मोहे रोके कन्हैया बेटी डगर बिच कैसे चलूं कोई रोके कन्हैया बेपीर कन्हैया बेपीर कन्हैया बेपीर Sorry if it was a little longer.
So, thank you, Sanjeev and Ashwini. And we turn to sitar, and sitar is said that it has the gaiki ang, you know. So, and it has, and Mehtab has been experimenting with this instrument. He has not only he's a pure classical musician, but he dabbles in fusion and also in Western music. How he sort of does a bit of a lot of experimentation that he does. So, how does sitar? How do you make it sing?
I mean, the sitar for me is not just an instrument. I feel it's a storyteller. Each string has a tale of its own, a tale of joy, happiness, longing, and even celebration. The instrument is special because for me it somehow bridges the gap between genres. For example, if I'm playing a raga which is 400 years old, or I am blending it with modern jazz, it just adapts so beautifully. I don't feel the difference of time or the age gap between the instrument and the genres. I mean, about the part of making it sing, I just have to listen to the tune first and just be the medium of the instrument and the tune. Somehow, I guess you can call me the playback singer of sitar.
Wow, kya baat hai.
I'm just the medium of conveying the tune. For example, I can just show you a little brief of it. You all must have heard the ghazal "Aaj jaane ki zid na karo." Since I don't have a sitar player along with me, so I have to sing and play it myself. So it goes like, I'm just singing the tune, not doing the elaborations and all. So, aaj jaane ki zid na karo, हाय मर जाएंगे हम तो लुट जाएंगे ऐसी बातें किया ना करो आज जाने की जिद ना करो.
वाह, मुझे ये बोल रहा है कि आज बजाने की जिद ना करो. It'll be endless otherwise.
About the innovation part that you said, what new thing I have done. I mean, it's just my humble try to ensure that the sitar just does not stay in the past, but also thrive in the present and as well as in the future. So I have just managed to pick up few melodies that are famous amongst the youngsters and the layman audience. I play those melodies so that people attracts or get attracted towards the instrument and listen to those melodies and then listen to the sitar or the Indian classical music on behalf of that. So just an example of that melody would be a famous tune from the movie Bhul Bhulaiya, which is Mere Dholna.
how can we lift, it's been given GI tag, Shehnai, how we can promote it further and how can we popularize it?
See, more and more people should come and learn this instrument, first of all, without thinking that within 2 months they'll be a fantastic artist, which is never going to happen. It takes months and months of riyaz just to have one note right. So you can think of it, how long it takes to cover up the sargam. And there are a lot of agencies who are working on it, but their efforts are not enough. Like even we play with everyone. We do chamber orchestras and fusions. Of course, classical is our main thing. With flamenco, with whatnot. So we must have done at least 1,500 plus concerts just of fusion around the world, around the globe. And the thing is, which I'm not able to understand, that the Indian people, somehow they don't come and learn. It's mainly the Westerners. And they would just come and live with us for 6 months, 8 months, or even sometime for years. They'll just go to Nepal when their visa expires. So every 6 months they have to travel. So they will just go to Nepal for 1 day and they get the stamp done and they will come back. And they would practice like crazy. They are full of questions, full of questions. So that kind of mentality the Indian kids should have. So, but the government did something at least. Yes, yeah. Getting a GI is not easy. It's not a simple thing. So yeah, that's it.
So can we wind up with your traditional composition or
yeah.
We can?
So this is another of my Dada Guru's Thumri. And we'll end up with Bhairavi. Because traditionally this is the way to do it. We always end up with Bhairavi. आया करो जरा कह दो ज़वरिया से आया करो जरा कह दो ज़वरिया दिन नहीं चैन रात नहीं निंदिया दिन नहीं चैन रात नहीं निंदिया सपनों में दर्शन दिखाया करो जरा कह दो सबरिया
That was a scintillating, mesmerizing session. I enjoyed moderating it. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to the musicians.
Yes, that was indeed splendid, mesmerizing, and all the adjectives we can think of. Now, I would like to request Himani Pandey, Additional Secretary, DPIIT, to come up on stage to hand over token of appreciation to our maestros here. Shall we also take a group photo? Our next session focuses on how GIs can transform the spirits and liquor industry. The session features Sandeep Arora, Whiskey and Spirits Ambassador, and Rajneesh Singh, founder, Devan Law Practice. To take the discussion forward, requesting Sonali Acharji, Senior Editor at India Today, to come up on stage and lead the discussion. Welcome, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am just going to start this discussion with a statement that has nothing to do with what we're going to talk about, or indeed this conclave. And that's the fact that I'm a Bengali. And I've grown up in Delhi, so I've spent a large chunk of my life trying to figure out what is a Bengali, trying to find bits and pieces of Bengaliness that I can connect to. And one of the things that I realized I was very intrigued by is the Bengali who likes to drink. And I'll tell you why. My relatives often tell me these very, very interesting stories about, my ancestors. And I find it very fascinating, these immaculately dressed gentlemen stepping out with a kapre ka jhola and filling it up with whiskey and begun bhaja. It's another thing I'm trying to understand, how my ancestors saw Bengan and said, chakna. So one of my favorite stories that I just like to share is of uncle I had, a kaka, who was very entrepreneurial about making spirits at home. And he would keep experimenting. And he came to realize that the Swedish actually steep their vodka with fermented fish. So he said, well, there's an idea. And he tried that with Hilsa, failed horribly, succeeded in blinding himself. And I'm saying this to you because I really think he'd be so happy and proud of the current Indian market, where there is so much of innovation and creativity happening. We have wine made from peaches in Ladakh, and we have single origin jaggery rum, and I believe there is wine being made from jamuns and locally produced honey. So it's a very exciting time when we're using fruit and flour and grain and yeast to do magical things. And I really hope that this discussion gives us insights into this world, but also a little bit about our liqueur heritage and how GI might be able to help preserve it. So I'm just going to start with you, Mr. Arora. Wheat and Japanese whiskey. Do you think it's time for Indian whiskey to get one?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Essentially, if you really take a step back and understand, alcohol or spirits or premium beverages, however we refer to them, they all have become a lifestyle across the world. It's not just about alcohol, it's not just about what people used to drink for impact. It's more about socialization, it's more about lifestyle, it's more about imagery. So the entire facet of thinking on the alcohol change has taken place over the last few decades. Some of the earlier players where alcohol was more accepted socially, like Europe and the US, they applied for these things much earlier. What does a GI tag undertake for a brand or a category? It gives you heritage, it gives you legacy, it gives you permanence, and it gives you an identity of what you belong, where you come in from, and what are the factors that have been created to give you a supremacy from what you had earlier. So 1967, champagne got a little more appellation. 70s, tequila got an appellation. We recognize tequila now. For many years, tequila used to be what you drank and you were blowing. But now tequila is sipped, it's nuanced. And there are certain tequila bottles which are 16 lakhs a bottle. And they are being picked up crazily. So GI has lent credence, credibility, and imagery to most of these products. Scotch was always there. So essentially, that's one level in terms of GI. in terms of India, for a very long time, while we were the largest and we are the largest consumer of whiskies in the world, we consume close to 350 million cases of whiskey per annum. So we should be very healthy habit and very spirited in that sense. So we have a perpetual high as in India. But for a long time, there was less, to be very honest with you, less credibility attached to Indian whiskies. We always preferred a Scotch. People used to say, I don't drink whiskey, I drink Scotch. Then came this little high which says, I go for Japanese whiskies. Then came this little thing saying, hey, guess what, I'm trying a bourbon. Right? But Indian whiskey was not relegated in a good bar. It was not placed in premium locations, though we were continuing to be consumed a lot more. Then in 2004 onwards, Amrut launched its whiskey in Scotland. They were the first ones. They created the whole market. 2012, 13, Paul John came, and then so on after that. Today, there are currently close to 150 variants of Indian whiskies across. So when you have this kind of choice, this kind of variety, this kind of suggestions, this kind of palettes, this kind of finishes and styles, it definitely seeks out that you should have your own GI tag.
And what are some of the regions or states from which whiskey deserves a GI tag in India?
In India? Well, I don't know if we can look at it as a regional perspective. Not yet. Maybe next 3 years. Currently, most of the whiskey distilleries are based in Karnataka or in Tamil Nadu or in Rajasthan. They are based everywhere. There are two factors to it. One is the single malts, which come from one distillery, which possibly will go for a higher base of GI. So then one distillery is based in Himachal, one is in Karnataka. So I'm not too sure at this point in time we could go by region as early as now. But maybe 3 years from now, when Uttarakhand and Himachal become legacy driven, we could look at region. I think for currently we should start by making whiskey from India to Indian whiskey. That is the journey we need to capture right now.
Right. You know, alcohol is a highly regulated market in this country. What is needed for an IFML or a IMFL, Indian-made foreign liqueur, to get a GI tag?
First of all, thank you to DPIIT and also India Today Group for inviting me. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to update you, Sandeep, on this front, because the Indian single malt whiskey's journey not only began in 2004 with Amrut, but it was also then joined in by Radico, Paul John, Piccadilly, which launched Indri and also got global acclaim. Having said that, they are also now on a journey to try and register their GI, and I was fortunate enough to be involved in that very complex assignment to draw out some standards or guidelines which will be internal to the Indian single malt whiskey producers. Of course, initially it will be limited, but as and when the numbers grow. So what I can say is that even though the Food Authority of India, the FSSAI, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, has laid down their alcoholic beverages regulation, which defines that single malt whiskey shall be made from malted barley and distilled in pot still. But what I found was that it is lacking. It is lacking in the sense that when you study the global best practices, whether it is with respect to Scotch whiskey or Irish whiskey or bourbon whiskey, Tennessee whiskey or Japanese whiskey, all of them, they have a minimum maturation period of 3 years. And I will come back to that 3 years also. Then, it has to be not only pot still, but copper pot still, because that gives you the characteristics to the whiskey. Then it has to be aged in oak cask, not any other kind of wooden cask, because it will not lend you that kind of sensory evaluation with respect to color, taste, aroma, and so on and so forth. And finally, that, those oak cask also has to be limited in terms of size. It has to be below 700 liters. And the unfortunate part in India is that, because of the climatic conditions, the angel share, which is the evaporation rate, is as high as 12% on an average I'm talking about. If you go by Karnataka excise rules, they permit about 28% in 3 years' time, the evaporation. Whereas in colder countries like Scotland, or you go to any other country in Europe, the evaporation rate or the angel share is merely 2%. Now, this is where, some bit of problem for IMFL category is coming in, because they are unable to export their whiskies out of India. because their maturation is less than 2 years or maybe less than 1 year. And the minimum requirement, what is perceived as a non-tariff barrier by whether it is the UK part in terms of the FTA or the Australian side, they're all demanding minimum 3 years maturation. Now, this is where I feel that, if at all an initiative has been taken by the Indian Malt Whisky Association, whom I am consulting, and I have already prepared the guidelines. Now they are preparing their application to be made to the registrar of GI, and hopefully they should get it very soon. So it is going to not only benefit the industry per se, but the farmers who are doing the malts and supplying these malts to them. Then you have the long-standing chain over there. Then most importantly, the consumers stand to benefit. And all this kind of value chain that is being created by registering a GI, we should not look at a kind of very myopic kind of vision that, it will lead to economic benefits. There are certain additional benefits which Himani ma'am also very rightly pointed out and said that, we have to look at much more than what meets the eye at this moment.
We have, whiskeys and wines and brandies and so on. Something I'm very also, again, intrigued by is the community nature of alcohol. And there's nothing more like it than country liquor or desi daru. All these varieties of, various tribes making their, particular local spirits and so on. And in India, we just have 2 local indigenous spirits which have received a GI tag, I think. Feni, which is cashew liqueur, and Jurima, which is rice wine from Assam. What is needed for more Desi Daru to get a GI certification, and why is it just that 2 of them have it?
I was not aware about Jurima that, it already has the GI tag, but thanks for updating me. It is Nasik Valley Wines also which has got the GI tag.
But that's not really a Desi Daru.
You see, unfortunately, Nasik Valley Wines or even now that, Feni has got it or Jurima has, what I have seen in terms of Nasik Valley Wines GI tag is that they have not been able to create a brand perception. That brand equity is missing. So, you need a very kind of strong brand enforcement, brand promotion done by the Association of Wine Producers in India. And you need to invest money, possibly, get support from other stakeholders like government is there. So to try and create some bit of noise about it. So that positive narrative has to be built up. Just like, champagne or Scotch whiskey or cognac. I've been to champagne and cognac also. And I can tell you that, the storytelling has been there right from day one. Today, I used to work with Moet Hennessy, so the best of the champagnes were there. So I know that, what kind of story goes behind their sale of a bottle of champagne, whether it is Dom Perignon or Clicquot or whatever you can call. Similarly, sparkling wines are being produced in India. How many stories are we building around that? Because all sparkling wines cannot be champagne, but all champagnes are sparkling wines, right? Similarly, in terms of cognac, it is a grape brandy. Yeah. Not the Indian brandy, the grape
say
brandy.
For a toddy or an arak to receive GI certification, what would be needed?
See, it is sort of, so far that, in my considered opinion, under the IPR ambit, you need a convergence of traditional knowledge or the traditional cultural expression to converge into GI. And what you need is that some bit of awareness, as Mr. Amitabh Kant also mentioned in the morning, to try and engage not only the producers, but their flagship producer organization who has to be the proprietor. The law demands that you need to have a proprietor of that GI who represents the interests of the producers, and then those producers become the authorized users. So you have to have a convergence of the entire community.
Yeah. And you were telling me that Mahua is a very promising candidate, liqueur made from Mahua flowers. Why is that?
So essentially what we've seen thus far is Feni. And like Rajesh mentioned that, wine couldn't live up to the big opportunity that it would have capitalized on. But I think the way we are studying the trends right now, I think the next big Indian liqueur, which can go global, is Mahua. So Mahua right now, if you see, the season is starting right now. And we already have a Mahua which is being sold in Bombay, there's a Mahua bar being created in a bar, and a very prominent bar. And the taste, which is basically flowers, the story is beautiful. It's tribals, it's artisan, the local governments are supporting it. So if all of these people from Chhattisgarh, MP, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, they look at that together as a collective entity. Mahua can be India's possibly first truly global spirit. And that, I think, is a fantastic opportunity because the cost is not very high.
Yeah, you
but the
mentioned-
storytelling is incredible. And the second one, which I feel can make a lot of difference, is rum. Amrut has just launched rum, which is essentially made with gur, which is with jaggery. And that is Bella, which is the first of its kind.
Yeah.
So, Ron Zakapa can talk about, maturing under the clouds. But a lot of Indian producers from rum and possibly Mahua can be the next big boys. And exactly if they market themselves well and they take it on to the next level.
One of the things with GI tags is often having official records or gazette records that can establish origin. Now in India, for example, palm wine or coconut sap is used in multiple indigenous liquors. You have a variety in Kerala, you have one in Karnataka, one in Tamil Nadu. How do you figure out where it originated or who gets the GI tag?
See, this is the reason I said that, we need not only very strong regulatory framework, but also at the same time, it has to be coupled with a stringent enforcement action. Because if at all you want to keep the traditional knowledge converging into GI, alive, then you need to keep the unscrupulous players out of business. And within the alcoholic beverage industry, the counterfeit activities is so high that if at all I remember correctly, FICCI had conducted a study with, or rather FICCI Cascade study on counterfeit, and within alcoholic beverages it went as high as 40%. So you are never sure that, if at all you're drinking a genuine black label or a Chivas Regal, especially when you buy it from one of the neighboring states. So yes, with respect to GI, these kind of traditional spirits, I guess, fruit wines have also caught up, as you rightly mentioned about Ladakh. I had met a couple of wine producers who were doing it with respect to kiwi. And similarly, these kind of wines or maybe traditional knowledge with respect to beer made out of rice or wines made out of rice, they all can be, yet again culminated into a GI and then promoted.
Yeah, no, I find there's such a beautiful story in using indigenous spices and flowers to make, infuse it into the spirit. So you have gin made out of quinoa and mahua as well now, which, it sounds lovely. Do you think it can go a little overboard at times? Like if you just start infusing cardamom and, black pepper and whatnot into spirits to get a story out of it?
I mean, story building up will be very difficult, but yes, as traditional knowledge, I think you can really pervade within the Indian community because we are a large population base and preferences are also diverse.
You have something?
I think absolutely right. I think somewhere one on the whiskey front. If you want to get a GI, that's one thing. But secondly, there has to be a certain quality parameter associated with Indian whiskies. We need to go the Japanese way of looking at the way they have created such a single positioning for themselves. The Japanese whiskies are considered premium, luxury, and definitely quality standards. So one, on the whiskey front, which is the largest expression of alcohol from India, there has to be a certain parameter, like whether it's 3 years, 2 years, like what Ajnish mentioned, basic factors, like everybody talks about 6-row barley from Rajasthan. So one parameter there. Secondly, the local indigenous spirits. Not everybody can stand up and start claiming that I've created 50 liters of alcohol or something, I get a GI. I think it's a structured category that can get into it. Otherwise, it will become a gimmick. Anybody will start and taking it on. Like Mahua, like I said Mahua because state governments are backing it. 2, very serious Indian players are evaluating the option. 3, the palate across the world is getting younger. People are going for non-alcoholic beverages or low alcohol beverages. So Mahua can actually be in a way, and I would even be presumptuous enough to say that Mahua has the potential, the opportunity to be the tequila from this part of the world, if it's really traded well.
And yes.
I'd like to add over one aspect that, why I mentioned there is that strong regulatory framework, because if you leave it to the industry, there is a huge limitation in terms of enforcement of those standards that I spoke about. So possibly, of course, the industry, what I have recommended is that the industry association must liaise with FSSAI to try and get these standards adopted by FSSAI because it will have the statutory force. And this is what truly, I mean, this is exactly true, if at all you look at the global perspective, whether it is Scotch whisky, which is under the HMRC, His Majesty Revenue and Customs, which is a statutory body. If you look at champagne, cognac, all of them have the statutory regulations to try and live up to that quality. It is not only with respect to Indian single malt or other wines and spirits, it could be true with all the products that we have been talking about since morning. That a strong regulatory framework and enforcement actions will really lead to positive results.
Just a quick last question. Are there any other Indian spirits that, whose market is promising, like brandy or gin or
Unfortunately, gin is having a little tough time right now. There was a gold rush a few years back when everybody set up a pot still and started making gin. There were close to 30-35 gin brands. But now today, if you see, some of them have been bought over at the right time. Some of them have just quietened up. So gin, I don't think is really there. And also gin is very connected with Europe, right? Second thing is brandy. Again, brandy is more in the south of the country. The brandy has a chance, but I don't think it really qualifies. I feel like what Rajneesh said, even a regulatory framework, I think we should focus on few spirits to set the precedent, gain the learnings, and make them global, rather than starting everything. So even if you start with Indian rums, Indian whiskies, and Indian mahua as a native Indian spirit, I think we have a huge task ahead of us.
Thank you.
I just wanted to answer, a question which Himani ma'am had put up, that, why exactly Indian wines are lagging or not comparable to Napa Valley wines. I tried and gave a thought to it, that, first of all, Indian wine industry is a very nascent industry in India as compared to the long-standing heritage that Napa Valley wines has. And because in 1976, when they had the judgment of Paris, where they beat the French wines, that is where they were able to bring and build up that brand equity. Now, that heritage and the brand heritage really played on to the minds of consumers, which means the consumers' perception was given or bent across to make them feel that they are a premium wine. And that is where, they started to build on. The second aspect is that here they are investing a lot of money in terms of technology, in terms of vineyard management, in terms of aging process, because more aging that you do for a wine, it really takes the essential sensory capabilities in terms of aroma, taste, and notes from the barrels. And then they are also investing a huge amount of money in terms of promoting their brand equity. So all these factors are really playing a lot. Whereas Indian wines are being perceived as entry-level wines, which are not really aged properly, and so on and so forth. So they are not able to command that kind of high prices, and hence in major global markets, if at all you see, I will say that it is not really a kind of equitable competitive platform that they are in.
So Rajneesh, do you feel, just to add to what you're saying, I think a couple of other things in the wine could also be that, the understanding in European countries where wine is far more mature and accepted, the understanding of the grape varietal, the country of origins are very high. Here in India, I don't think most people understand how the grapes differ, what is the varietal, what is the difference between the Bangalore vineyards of Fratelli and the Sula of Nasik. So, and also I think globally, maybe now for the last few years, the wine market is getting a little quieter. They're growing in some regions, but not so much so. In India, I think spirits are in a different level altogether. But definitely, these people who made some really great suggestions, like Shando, for example, has a very good taste palette. It's very refreshing. It's quite nice. And if they add, maybe all of them get together, there is a good opportunity they can enhance the value of Indian wines globally. Maybe packaging will help. Another area.
Or marketing it as peaches from Ladakh and jamuns from Maharashtra. It's a beautiful thing. Well, just before the session, I was getting a drink of water, and they're in cans at this venue. And my husband called me up. Yes. And my husband called me up on a video call to say best of luck, and he sees me and he's like, you're very enthusiastic today. And I said, yes, I am. And the session didn't disappoint. I hope you agree with me. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No, there is green light. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now I'd like to request India Today's managing editor, S.I. Ranji, to come up on stage to felicitate our guests.
The many colors of tribal life fused into fashion. Adorned by Ahom kings and now you. From the center unfolds a perfect universe. Each wire meshes and melds into another. Hundreds of thousands of minute pieces unite into a whole. Pure silver threads, curled, twisted, plaited, and melted into the iconic lace-like pattern that can never be replicated.
GIs are not tags, they are lifelines for artisans, farmers, and producers, offering them recognition, market access, and economic security. We have discussed this and more. Our next session is a Pecha Kucha that features brief, impactful presentations on GI's role in food, architecture, and art. May I request my colleague Riddhi Kale, Senior Associate Editor at India Today Home, to come on stage and take the session forward. Over to you, Riddhi.
Here's food for thought. Madhubani painting received GI tag in 2007, Banaras brocades and saris in 2009, and Katak Rasa Tarakashi in 2024. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for an exciting Pecha Kucha on preserving Virasat through GI tagging, where three eminent speakers from all walks of life will be sharing their unique take on the topic through a presentation that will enlighten and enliven. Virasat means heritage, and GI, or Geographical Indication Tag, is designed to promote India's cultural heritage and products. So when the two come together, it's a win-win for the consumer, the producer, and the country. But why hear me when we have eminent speakers and a panel that's going to really enthrall you? First up, we have Chef Manisha Bhasin. Chef Manisha Bhasin's illustrious career spans over 3 decades. Her journey began in 1987 when she joined ITC Hotels as a management trainee. She has been a pioneer in promoting the use of local ingredients, energy-efficient cooking methods, and waste reduction practices long before they became mainstream trends. Beyond her work in the kitchen, she has taken on leadership roles, notably serving as the vice chairman of the World Association of Chef Societies. Her contributions to the culinary field have earned her numerous accolades, and this includes getting a Top Achiever Award in 2023 from India Today itself. Chef Manisha Bhasin, could we have you on stage, please?
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, I think. Yeah. Thank you, India Today, for giving this opportunity to address such esteemed audience, especially after the lunchtime. I hope I'm able to hold the attention of everyone. So I'll just bring in the chef's perspective here, how chefs look at GI tagging and what GI tagging has done to the cuisine, the culture, the country, and the chefs. How do I have a, here? Okay, so GI tagging plays a significant role in preserving virasat. When it comes to food, India has close to 635 GI tag products. Out of these 635, almost 202 products are agri, and rest, some of it is also food preparation, which is close to 60 odd products which are there. One of the biggest threats to food heritage today is counterfeit or unauthorized imitation. So GI tagging helps us in preserving this by providing legal protection against the use of regional names and qualities by producers outside the protected area. I just heard in the previous session how champagne has evolved and how the countries have ensured that the product that is made in their country only carries that name. So I'm glad India started in this field. Going forward, this also ensures that the product authenticity is preserved. India has so many ingredients which are spread the world over today. I remember in 2004 or 5, Starbucks had launched turmeric latte, and the whole, I think, USA and the West was raving about it. But little did they know that our generations have grown on haldi doodh. You know, whenever we've been unwell, our grandmothers have given us that milk. So that is the importance of GI tag for us to also appreciate what our country has. So GI not only protects the produce, but also helps by safeguarding traditional practices, promoting cultural identity, and maintaining regional food diversity, thus helping chefs to ensure that our culinary heritage is not lost. So there's a lot of pride in what chefs do today. There's a lot of reviving the traditional recipes, a lot of exploration of ancient ingredients and artisan practices which chefs are doing today. Everybody's doing it, and especially the youngsters who are no longer overawed by what West had to offer. So how it helps the Indian food, the geographical link, the product must come from a specific geographical area and its unique characteristics must be linked to that location's environment, climate, soil, or traditional practices. Some of the examples are chattu mushroom, maliha badi aam, guntur chili. I earlier saw Dr. Rajnikant here. He's pioneer in making sure that maximum number of products get GI tagged, so salute to him. Traditional knowledge, the product often reflects the traditional techniques or cultural practices that have been passed down through generations. Simlipal chutney, which is the red ant chutney, which suddenly came to limelight almost 3-4 years ago when the restaurant Noma put it on the plate in one of the European countries. So that made us realize what is there in our backyard as well. So Simlipal chutney is nothing but a red ant chutney, very high in nutritive value. And that's been there forever, if you ask me. But someone from the West had to put it on the plate for us to appreciate it. The Tirupati Laddu, the Sita Bhog, which is again a mithai from Bengal, Magadi Pan from Bihar, the Gaya Kachori, all these are GI tagged food products which are there now. Also, it of course gives us legal protection. A GI tag provides legal protection to prevent unauthorized use of the name or product outside the designated region, ensuring that only producers from the region can use the GI tag name. So if somebody else was to offer a Gaya Kachori, he can't do it. If we had registered Simli Pal Chutney earlier, maybe Noma wouldn't have used it. So in this very Bharat Mandapam, I'm proud to tell you that we had catered to heads of state, almost 40 heads of state during G20 way back in 2023. And me and my team, some of them are sitting here, were given the challenge to create a global menu using the local ingredients. And most of them were GI tagged. So some of the examples that we had used in the menu were chatu mushroom, which is from Odisha. It's a mushroom which is harvested early morning, and by the end of the day, it has to be used fresh. It cannot be carried forward the next day. The day it is harvested, it has to be used. It has very unique earthy aroma. I'm not saying it's an answer to the truffle. Truffle has its uniqueness. Gucci has its uniqueness. So is chatu mushroom. The sorghum, which is jowar, lacadong turmeric, and there's also another turmeric which is shot in the limelight, and you all have had sampled that for the lunch today, which Bharat Mandapam had put up. Allahabad Surk Amrud, which is again, right now Kumbh Mela is going on there, and it comes from that part of our country. Guntur Sanam chili, Ambe Mohar rice. So all these products we had used for 40 heads of state, and they were very, very appreciative. We had created a global menu using Indian ingredients. So that's where chefs can take this message forward and create more awareness, thus creating markets for the farmer and hence getting economically independent as well. So how it helps cuisine India? India can leverage geographical indications to its advantage in the world by protecting its unique ingredients and foods, promoting Indian cuisine globally. Now, there are a lot of restaurants which have come up in New York and mostly New York and London, which I suddenly see a lot of movement happening there on the social media. Without naming anybody, but a lot of Indian chefs are taking pride and bringing the Indian food the true way. No longer it is butter chicken tikka masala or just the naan. They're getting into regional food and as a consequence getting into GI tagged ingredients as well. Authenticity and quality. GIs ensure that products meet specific standards, which enhances the reputation of Indian cuisine worldwide. That is what I just mentioned. Brand recognition. Registered GIs can become recognizable brands, increasing demand and value for Indian products. Kashmir Kesar, Lacadong Haldi, Gucci, Malihabadi Aam, Ambe Mohar rice. Since I work for ITC, we also have a lot of brands which are rooted in the heritage and local food that we bring forward. Whether it is Bukhara, Dampukht, Dakshin, or Royal Vega. These are very interesting and deep-rooted in Indian food, and we use only local ingredients. And that is our contribution to ensuring that this continuity goes on. The cultural preservation. GI helps us preserve traditional recipes, ingredients, and production methods, promoting India's cultural heritage. Other than the 202 agri items which are GI tagged, there are food items like Mysore Pak, Tirupati Laddu, Rasagulla, which got into controversy between Odisha and Bengal. However, that is also one of the GI tagged food preparation. How it helps Cuisine India again, protects traditional knowledge and practices. We must safeguard the artisan way of making food, whether it is the ingredients, the methodology, or the metallurgy, the metals that play a very intrinsic role in the GI tag, in the authenticity of a GI tagged food, the way metal helps to add value or the taste to the food. You would have noticed how if you cook food in a pressure cooker versus you cook food in a traditional lagan or a deg, it tastes entirely different. That's what we mean when we say metallurgy plays a very important role. It preserves regional food identity. The more we do GI tagging, earlier session I heard that there is a lot of overlays. What is with Odisha? What is with West Bengal? What is with Punjab? What is with Haryana? This will continue to happen, but we have to, of course, do a lot of research, a lot of authenticity, and a lot of FSSAI has to play a very major role in this to make sure that the GI tagged ingredients are get their rightful state. Support sustainable agriculture practices. The more so GI tag is nothing but what is being grown for centuries in our country. And in those times, there was not much of preservative or not much of chemicals or to be used in the crops. So that is what will help. If we get into GI tag, there'll be more pure food which will be coming on the table, which will be perhaps more towards organic and less of chemicals. Economic empowerment of local communities, we have just touched upon that. As chefs, if we start using and taking this message to the larger audience, there'll be more markets for the farmers as well. Promotes cultural tourism. I do know quite a few friends who create these food tours to our country, whether it is Kerala or Kashmir. So people do come on culinary tourism as well. So if we package it well, perhaps that's the way forward as to create more awareness about the foods that we have. It's safeguard against plagiarism also. The more we do GI tagging, people will not be able to hijack our products. How GI tag helps the communities, protects traditional knowledge and practices, preserves regional food identity, economic empowerment to local communities, promotes cultural tourism by biodynamic farms, ecotourism, safeguard against plagiarism, sustainability. GI tags encourage producers to follow environmentally sustainable farming practices which benefit local ecosystems. So if a farmer is growing, a lot of farmers come to our hotels. They do bring, and we do visit the farmers market, and we do find something that grows in a particular season. So if chefs are aware of it, they will try to incorporate those seasonal items in the menu, hence creating more awareness. Also, at the same time, it will have health benefit as well. If I was to eat broccoli in peak of May, it's not going to do anything to, it will not have nutritional value. It definitely, of course, will look very fancy on the plate, but will not have nutritional value. Or for that matter, if I was to use turnip in the month of May or June, again the same story happens. So these are the things, these are the practices we must revive. We must make sure that these traditional practices come on the table, what our grandmothers used to do. We must revive that. The organic methods, often GI products are grown without modern chemical interventions, maintaining both the authenticity of the food and health of the land. The more fertilizers you put in the land, the more leaching happens, and in the end, whatever grows on that soil does not have that nutritional value. So that's what we mean. Let's move towards GI tagging so the farmer starts growing the way it's supposed to be grown. Naturally, that's what GI tag would entail. As a result, he will be less and less dependent on the fertilizer. He will grow what is seasonal. And then as a result of all that, as at the chef's end, at my end of spectrum, I will learn to respect that, and I will not be putting something which is not in season. How GI tagging helps the chefs? Unusual ingredients opens vistas for innovation and be the trendsetter. A lot of new ingredients are coming into foray. There are a lot of new young chefs who are doing this. Nar is one restaurant that comes to my mind, which is in Kasoli. Some great work is done by the chef there. There is another new restaurant which has come in Goa. Again, he's using the local Goan ingredients and putting it on the table. He's reviving the ancient recipes, but presenting it perhaps in a modern way, which is absolutely fine because it has to strike a chord with the younger generation. So they may appreciate what is eaten earlier as well. They're very curious to know what ingredients are there, but yet they perhaps want another twist to it. So that is what chefs are doing today. Preserve traditional recipes, ingredients, and production methods, promoting India's cultural heritage. Dampukht is one example that we do. We ensure that all the ingredients that we are sourcing are from the authentic source. In fact, we have very stringent guidelines. That's one of our brand restaurants at ITC hotels. Our chefs come from that region. The chefs who have grown up eating that kind of food have learned from their forefathers, have learned from their grandmothers. They are the chefs who make that food. Also, at the same time, we make sure that the vessels, the source of heat is kept authentic. So that is what we as chefs can do to make sure that our cuisine is pure as far as possible. partner with international chefs who believe in same culinary philosophy to showcase Indian GI protected products. So this is something that we had done in the month of September 24, where one of the Michelin chef and ITC chefs got together. So Pam brought in what was very intrinsic, what was GI to Thailand. And from India's side, we brought to the table the Northeast food because we felt that that will strike well with the Thai food. And we brought in the ingredients that were from that region, and we created a very unique twist to the food. We made a beautiful soup called Kauri soup. So this is a backstory here. I earlier heard somebody talking about the stories. So the Kauri soup came around in Northeast states, the 7 states that are there. So the ladies during the daytime when it's winter, they sit outside and they make Kauri. Kauri is nothing but a pasta which is made with the local grain and water mixed together. It's called Kauri, which is a dice. So they make this little pasta kind of a thing and they sun dry it. And the whole day this is what happens, and in the night they make a wholesome soup. To the Kauri they would add chicken or whatever. So we looked at that and we said, okay, how can we reinvent it? So we remade the soup. The first picture that you saw in the presentation was the Kauri soup that we served along with Pam. Then of course, we had used the local duck. So there are multiple things that we do. So that's what I'm trying to say. As a chef, it's very important for us to look at the ingredients which are, some of which are forgotten, some of which perhaps the millennial has not seen. It's our responsibility to bring it on the table, maybe reinvent it for them to appreciate it more. Because I have young kids and I know if I make absolutely something very traditional, it may not go down very well with them. But if you make something with a twist, they love it. So that's where you have to connect with the younger generation. And that's the only way forward. Because they are the ones who are going to carry all these initiatives forward. So digital platforms utilize social media and e-commerce platforms to promote and sell GI protected products globally. So as a chef, I see a lot of chefs, including myself, doing this. We do create a lot of content for the social media where we bring forward these ingredients which are unheard of, which have been used by our grandmothers and our mothers, but somewhere we've lost the touch with those ingredients. So it's important, like I said, to reinvent and put it there. Put it there in the social media. The reach will be very, very, very large. So the last slide is the picture of what we had done during and that's a promotion that I was talking to you about. That's Pam and me. We had done this pop-up, and this was the 4-city pop-up. We traveled across the country and created awareness about the GI food tags. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef Manisha. That was making vocal for local so cool. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Next, we have Tanya Khanna. Indian architect and curator Tanya Khanna has committed herself to democratizing architecture, giving a global voice to design and to all those who practice, influence, or experience it. She is the founder of Epistle, the largest communication consultancy for architects and designers in South Asia. Through her work with more than 150 leading architects, design practitioners, real estate developers, artists, and design brands, Tanya has been passionately advocating good design for over 16 years. Trained as an architect in India and London, Tanya brings with her an intrinsic understanding of what businesses in design and the AEC domain need to be known. Thank you for being here with today, Tanya. Over to you.
Thank you, Riddhi, and thank you everyone here for being here for this session. It's an honor to be here to speak about a cause that I think I started more than 20 years back. And I'm so glad that I have the opportunity to be able to share it with you all here. So before taking any more time, I'm going to straight away talk about buildings and places. And we're here, we've been hearing a lot about stories on music, stories of food, and so much more: craft, saris, outfits, fashion, clothes, everything. And I'm here to represent the built environment. We are in a hall. No matter what happens, we are always a part of any space and place. And that's really where I'm going to start from. Sorry. Sorry, the slides are not moving. Just 1 second. Yeah. So, geographical indication for the built environment. How do we identify building stories? We're going to talk about where places meet design. We move through cities without truly seeing them. We experience spaces without knowing their stories. Unlike art, fashion, food, architecture remains largely experienced, unspoken, undocumented, and origin, intent, ideation, design fades into the background of everyday life. What if that changed? What if our buildings carried a mark of their origin? GI is fairly simple. It's a symbol of authenticity that speaks to the unique qualities of that particular region. It is familiar to any shopper who's choosing to buy Mysore silk over generic silk, Darjeeling tea over black tea, Roquefort cheese over blue cheese, cognac over another drink, and of course we spoke about wines in so much detail. The histories and knowledge of food is essential, and it is easily communicated through their names and tags. Unfortunately, buildings don't play that game. The world of GI demonstrates the potential for product differentiation and the added value that the product is bringing in. The GI sign on a product means that the specific region has an essential quality, and that is unique, and it is not found anywhere in the world, which is what makes that product very, very special. And that, of course, leads to driving tourism, economies, and so much more. When it comes to the built environment, unfortunately, the built has moved away from the environment. The construction industry is a key polluter, contributing to over 30% to greenhouse emissions annually. In the long term, there is a shift that is needed to locally manufactured products, and buildings, of course. It's the much needed game of the hour. Severe environmental degradation globally is driving a shift towards local production. And we, as inhabitants of spaces, we need to recognize this importance. The built environment shapes our experiences, the homes we live in, the workspaces we work in, the schools we learn in, the public spaces, and the leisure spaces that we enjoy. These is what make up our cities, our spaces. It's the buildings that create our built environment. Unlike the other arts, fashion, music, however, which are all a matter of choice. You could be interested in music, you could be interested in food, you could be interested in fashion. But buildings and architecture and the built environment is not a matter of choice. We have to occupy space at all points of time, whether we choose to or not. Every building has a story and a sense of belonging. Tag it to know it. Victor Hugo, a very famous writer, very famously said that the city is a writing and we, the users of the city, are the readers. However, while we read everything around us, we read media, we consume content, we consume social media, we rarely ever pause to read the building, the design, and what is the story behind it. Unless it's there's a Taj Mahal, or there is the India Gate or the Gateway of India, which are landmarks. We never really pause to see the building next door. We never really pause to find out what is the story of a building. We may go to a restaurant and occasionally say, oh, I love the design. Or you go to a popular landmark and say, oh, great building. But the house next door, the home that belongs to you, the hut in Kerala, the houseboat in Kashmir. We've never really paused to find out what is the building story. And this is where GI tagging adds so much value. Who was the architect? What was the architect's design intent? Why is a building made a certain way? Why do buildings in Rajasthan look a certain way? Or why does Kerala architecture take a certain form? The building next door is seldom noticed, understood, forget ever being talked about. I must take a moment actually to thank the India Today group for giving this whole opportunity to India Today Home, where we actually talk about architecture, design, and homes that play a very, very important part today. The architects and architecture need to hold their ground together. It is usually the architecture that gets talked about and the architect stays behind the doors. Can GI sign be a mark of pride in buildings? This is what the world has been doing for centuries. This is collected from all over the world, from UK to the US, Australia, and everywhere, where buildings are tagged, where buildings have a plaque, where buildings talk about what is special about that building, along with the architect who created it, with the complete story, why it should be there. This is all of Manhattan. But the local humble building still stays unknown. The art world has it very sorted. Every time you visit an exhibition or an art gallery, there will be, for every art piece, the name of the artist, where it has come from, what is the origin, what are the materials used, and what is the story behind that art. It's all there. But what happens to buildings? Again, they form the canvas to our life. There is so much to be talked about. There is context. There is influences, regional influences, materiality, the jalis. Within India, there are more than 100 types of bricks that are used. There are more than 50 types of jalis that are used that belong to India, that do not belong to any other part of the world. Today, in different parts of the world, jalis are given different names, but the jali is the primary source of air, water, and privacy. And that whole notion is just getting diluted over time. There is also building stories. The Chettinad bungalows in Tamil Nadu and the mud enclosures of Kutch and the houseboats of Kashmir all have instant recall. But we do not, that whole tradition can completely get lost in the modern thirst to create signature buildings that will stand and look different. The Heritage Trust in TAC has conducted thousands of listings documenting buildings in areas that are remote, far from access. These are the jalis of Jaipur. There are also modern institutional buildings that are in New Delhi, in other parts of the country, that are distinct for the use of their local materials, the regional materials, the locally available brick, the local way of making the jali, all paying homage to regional context. While architects try and create signature buildings, the contemporary buildings around Central Vista are still trying to carry the signature combination of yellow and red sandstone. Again, this is a very subtle way of carrying the GI tagging forward because there is no formal way of doing this. In Bombay, the Art Deco mansions along the Marine Drive have been partially lost to what the city is today. So there is a new trending tag amidst this world, the modern world of hashtags we are living in. It is not just another hashtag. It is the GI tag that the built environment needs today. These buildings carry a distinct impression of where they came from, where they are situated. But these buildings are not seen, not heard, not known, and mostly get talked about within the architectural community itself. But it is important that as consumers of the built environment, we all know how they are carrying our rich cultural tradition forward, even while they're being interpreted in its own way. While a single essential quality may be enough for a GI sign, an appellation requires the entire production process to be unique to that specific place. GI tagging is very different from trademarking, and I could see that conversation has sort of filtered through all the different threads that have been spoken about today. GI mapping is about protecting and promoting not just design, but also culture, also tradition, also communities. If anything, GI tagging is going to safeguard the interest of the communities. So buildings, while buildings are a visual phenomena that is mostly eaten with our eyes, little to nothing is done to help them be known, be seen, and be heard. Imagine what the GI sign can do for buildings. GI has the potential to bridge the gap. GI has the potential to give architecture, design, and the built environment a voice today. Not only will it drive tourism, knowledge, but it will do so much more in preserving culture. By making these stories visible, we take architecture out to the open, enabling it to be known by the world at large and not just by the architects. Let it be celebrated, let it be heard, and let it be understood. And hence, as a byproduct, the architects will do a better job in creating better spaces, better cities, and better places for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. We all know space truly is the final frontier. Next, we have our final speaker, Manisha Jha, a Maithili painter by tradition, but she is also an architect, planner, interior designer, book illustrator, author, and curator. She has done architecture and planning from Institute of Environmental Design, Vallabh Vidyanagar, Gujarat, and interior design from New Delhi Polytechnic for Women. She is also the founder of Madhubani Arts Center, New Delhi, which works for the economic development of young women artists from Mithila region by providing them professional training and mentoring them to come in the market. Exhibiting and documenting the culture, she has been practicing Mithila painting for the past 35 years and exhibited her work in India, USA, USSR, Mauritius, France, Germany, Canada, and Austria. She's done more than 250 exhibitions across the globe. Thank you for being here with us. We can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Namaskar. I'm really honored to be here, and I thank India Today Group and DPIT to have invited me, and I feel very special here because I am sort of representing all the artisans of our country here today. Yeah, can you hear me? Yes. So I'm representing all the artists of our country today, and as we are talking about GI tags, as hum aage dekhenge, that it is today I will narrate story of Mithila painting and also story of folk art, which is holistic and which as today I've heard about music, I've heard about food, I've heard about architecture, and it is the folk art which actually is comprehensive of all the things together. It talks about culture, it talks about community, it talks about design, it talks about symbolism, and it talks about deep-rooted meaning, which is part of our living. So, thank you so much for having me here. Okay. As all of you must be aware that India has more than 55 type of art forms which are there, which are registered, but I think there are more than hundreds which need to be registered. So today I will be talking about Mithila painting, but also you must be knowing about Warli painting, Gaon painting, Kalamkari, so many Tanjore, and so many of them are GI tagged, some of them are not tagged. So we will see the journey of Mithila painting. Through the journey of Mithila painting, I'll talk about all of them, sort of. This is Mithilanchal. Mithila painting, also popularly known as Madhubani painting, comes from Bihar. And it is one of the very rare folk art forms which is evolved by women, practiced by women, and preserved by women. So it is women's art, and it has been done in the rooms of Kobar Ghar, the wedding room, where we have Mithila has a 4-day wedding where all the rituals takes place inside a room which is called the Kobar Ghar. And inside the Kobar Ghar, this painting is done, which talks about nature, man, nature, and culture, basically. And that is, and if the more I go into it, I can keep talking about that. Each symbolism can be tagged, actually, because it has so much of meaning. Ek kamal ka bhi bahut maane hai. We call it purain. So purain, it multiplies very fast. So we say that you multiply in your health, wealth, success, generation like a purainak path. Suga, parrot, is symbol of love. Snake is symbol of fertility and time. So there is so much of in-depth meaning. So it is very important to understand that government intervention has been very important and is very important, because there are deep-rooted meaning, and I think we have just tagged overall, but there are minutely, if we go in microscope, there are so many things to be tagged, actually, and which needs to be understood by general public. So this is Madhubani is a very interesting art form which has a very rare journey. I call it the journey of women from the courtyards to the museums of the world. So it is an art form which the earliest reference of this art form is in Ramayana, in the Balkand of Ramayana, and the historical origin goes back to 1934, when a British colonial W.G. Archer, after a very big earthquake in Bihar, discovered, he went to survey the area, and behind the broken walls he found these very great kind of artwork. And since he was friend of Picasso, so he thought, ye Picasso yahan pe kab aake chala gaya, you know. That was the kind of impact he had of this art form. And he was the first person to document this art in the form of pictures. He took many pictures. So those are the earliest reference which are in the British Museum. Even today you can see it. And then again in 1965, actually, because of government intervention, Bihar had a major drought, and in this drought, government wanted to promote that region with a non-agricultural relief fund. And that's how Government of India remembered what Archer had written to Mrs. Pupul Jaikar. And she remembered what he had written about an art form existing in that area, and that's how the journey of Mithila painting started, from mud walls to paper. Government of India supplied paper, and there were 5 women artists who actually came out, because हमारे यहाँ गांव में आंगन से महिलाएं बाहर नहीं जाती थी, तो इसीलिए भास्कर कुलकर्णी जी को किसी से भी मिलना बहुत मुश्किल था. तभी उन्होंने 5 महिलाएं जो थोड़ी वृद्ध थी, so they actually came out. So it was Jagdamba Devi, Sita Devi, Mahasundari Devi. These are the women who actually brought this art to to the whole world. And you will be very happy to know that Mithila painting is one of the only folk art forms which has 9 Padma Shri women artists. So So this is from paper to canvas journey. It brought, the change in paper, change in the material brought freedom of expression, intricate line work, respect and recognition of women of that region. Mithila painting is one of the most, art form which has brought so much of glory to women that अभी आप कभी अगर रांटी या जितवारपुर जाएंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि बाहर जो नाम लिखा हुआ है वो पद्मश्री गोदावरी दत्त लिखा हुआ है, नॉट उनके हस्बैंड का नाम नहीं लिखा होगा. So it's a very big thing. Agar aap imagine kare, even today when I am in my village and I sit under a banyan tree, and if I imagine that this art form is there in all the museums of the world, so it will give you goosepimples. And it is because of government intervention, and this is from the courtyard to the world. This is, I'm just giving few examples how this art form has actually, this is an artwork, my artwork, which was part of international, first time an Indian folk art was used as logo of American International Folk Art Market in Santa Fe. And these are journey of this art from into different art forms as it was Government of India through India Expo. It brought these, all the women, they traveled from Jitwarpur or Rasidpur, Ranti to Prime Minister's residence. It was like all these women, they would narrate Jagdamba Devi, Mahasundari Devi, all of them had painted Prime Minister's residence, and they traveled to different countries. So if you visit Craft Museum, you will see Ganga Devi's painting on roller coaster ride. तो उन्होंने पहली बार महिलाओं को बाल कटे हुए देखा और छोटा कपड़ा पहने हुए देखा. So she painted women with short skirts. She painted women with the short hair and roller coaster ride, along with very intricate painting on Ramayana. So these are different interpretations of women artists who have been working in different parts of. This is also part of recent project. The Pari Public Art Project, which was part of World Heritage Committee meeting, which happened, I think, in July. And अगर आप यहाँ से थोड़ा बाहर जाएंगे तो भारत मंडपम के जो कियोस्क हैं, we were 50, I think 104 artists from all over the country. We painted many parts of Delhi. And अब बाहर कियोस्क में you will see 51 artists have done 51 types of folk art form painted just outside Bharat Mandapam. So you can take a walk around and see all they are very rare art forms, all done by very senior artists of our country. And so these are projects which has, these are projects which were Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, I think it was just last week only. This is a traveling show which is by Bihar Museum, which is going around the world. This is the global market. I would say that it is Government of India again, DC Handicraft Office have been sending regularly all the artists to different part of the countries to experience and show their work and exhibit a rich culture. So, and it is also now when you see this, I feel it is very important when we talk about GI tag. It is not only demarcating, but it is also passing it on to the next generation. Because if you see here, folk art can be used in fashion designing, in textile designing, in architecture, in interiors, in all kind of fabric designing, advertisement, and different kind of sectors, which is very holistic. So it is not just looking at it as a just simple artisan or simple for. It needs to be preserved, and usse bhi zyada hai ki uska jo maane hai. We need to understand that each folk art, whether it be only Madhubani or Varli, they have very deep rooted meaning. And if we understand, if we know those meanings, you will. All the younger generation, I say that you can be at edge from other people from all over the world. It is so important to learn about these art forms and in an authentic manner. So now the role in preserving the GI tag. So we have heard so many things about how it is important, and it is very important because government. I feel that if government is not there, then all these art forms would have not been here at all. So apart from, and also the artisans, because the artists, this is, I think, the second largest employing sector, which is not recognized so much. But the problem right now, which is for in our areas, जो हम लोग को लगता है कि इसका awareness ही नहीं है अभी. Not many people know about GI. ये शब्द भी बहुत सारे लोगों को नहीं पता है. And we need to actually spread that awareness amongst the artisans who are the biggest stakeholders. And in Mithila painting and almost all the artwork, there are 80% women. I think in Mithila painting is 95% women. So, we need to be more visible, and the awareness needs to be spread amongst all the artists who are in that region, because it has been done, it protects you, it actually adds value to your art, but also there are many more things which needs to be added along with this, because this art form is very holistic. It should not be seen only as visual art, because there is lot of things. There is food behind it, there are songs behind it, there are fabric behind it. तो हम वो जो बोलते हैं कला, कथा और व्रता, ये पूरा, it is a holistic tradition which we see in one form of art form. Just imagine there are hundreds of art forms. So how much knowledge is hidden behind, which needs to be also documented. So it is documenting a culture, documenting a society, documenting a small settlement in which will be holistic, which actually it brings architecture, art, everything together. Only just by folk art form, because ये एक ही तरीके से नहीं देखा जाता और ये एक ही तरीके से बना भी नहीं हुआ है. So it is playing a big important difference in the life of people, and as you can see, they are all women who are practicing and passing out to the next generation, so that they feel that there is something कि हम इसमें से कुछ कर सकते हैं. क्योंकि अभी भी आप देखेंगे, आप अलग अलग गांव में जाएंगे तो इतना कुछ ग्रेट हालत नहीं है आर्टिस्ट का. So why? Like obviously there is a lot of hand holding, but still, so it needs to be passed on to the next generation in a very big way. And then I'm just finishing and just wanted to say that India has 53% of GI tags as compared to rest of the world, which is 4.2% in handicrafts. So future is by hand, because in today's context where everything is going, AI is coming, तो सबको लगता है कि क्या होगा, but then I think AI को भी by hand supersede करेगा. Thank you so much.
Just 1 second. Thank you to all the session speakers for these very fascinating talks, conversations around food, architecture, and art. I'm sure we all learned a lot. I would like to call all the session speakers back on stage. Also requesting Manoj Sharma, CEO of India Today, to come over on stage and to felicitate the speakers. Next, we have an engaging fireside chat with Mr. James Sangma, Chairman of Meghalaya Industrial Development Corporation and former Cabinet Minister Meghalaya, as he discusses how GIs are driving enterprise and development in the Northeast. Moderating this session is India Today's Executive Editor, Kaushik Deka. Over to you, Kaushik.
Good afternoon. It's a post-last session. Before I introduce James Sangma, I must tell you all that he also can be GI tagged because he is a politician, and you know how politicians are, and we have an image of a politician. But he is a very disciplined one who goes to bed at 8 in the evening and wakes up at 4:30 in the morning. So, and also does 18 hours intermittent fast. So I haven't seen too many of such disciplined politicians who keep such disciplined lifestyle. But going beyond that, let's come back to our favorite region. As you all know, James is the chairman of Meghalaya Industrial Development Corporation, former cabinet minister, and son of former Lok Sabha Speaker P.K. Sangma, brother of Meghalaya CM Conrad Sangma, comes from an illustrious family and represents Northeast very passionately. And he's very passionate about environment, wildlife. There are many traits that you would not find in a politician that we find in James. And I come from Assam, so it's more of a Northeast session. Mr. Sangma, our region is a treasure trove of different unique products and cultural heritage. And there are many GI products in Northeast also, including Lakadang turmeric. How do you think these rich heritage and products can be a game changer in creating an enterprise infrastructure or ecosystem in the region? Because we lag behind in that part still.
First of all, thank you so much, Kaushik, for having me here. And it's a great honor and privilege to be part of this this program. I think that in terms of geographical indication tags, for us, this is a recent phenomena. As a state, Meghalaya, we've recently only received a GI tag for 6 products, out of which Lakadong, although late, but better late than never, we've received a GI tag for Lakadong as well. Even before we came, to the GI tag for Lakadong, Lakadong has received a lot of international recognition, of course, for its high curcumin value, which is 7% and above. We've seen how the rural landscape, I mean, for us, 80% of our population lives in rural Meghalaya. And we've seen how transformative a product like Lakadong can be, and the way that it's changed the rural economy of that particular region, how it's empowered the farmers. And I think that going forward, this sort of an enterprise, because of the kind of rich biodiversity that Meghalaya, and for that matter, the entire Northeast region, in terms of the rich, the culture, biocultural protocols that we have, the sky is the limit. I've seen that India has about over 650 GI tags, which is just the tip of the iceberg, I believe. But I think a majority of it can come from the Northeast, especially in a state like Meghalaya, which is a very small state. There's so much potential. So I believe that the entire Northeast could leverage GI tag and go to a next level.
many of these products, whether they have got GI tags or not, they are often the lifeblood of the local population, the artisans and tribal communities. So Meghalaya government and your Industrial Development Corporation, what are the initiatives they are taking to take advantage of the uniqueness of this product, commercialize them, irrespective of whether they have already got GI tag or not? Some may be in the process, some have already got. So how are you helping or taking different initiatives to bring together all these artisans or farmers or villagers into taking advantage of this, if I can say so, a revolution?
So even before we received GI tag for the Lakadong, this is just a case in point, I just want to use it as an illustration example. I think that Government of Meghalaya had already under our Chief Minister, Mr. Conrad Sangma, started the Lakadong mission. And we have taken the mission and empowered a lot of the farmers by bringing about a lot of the missing market linkages that were not there for the Lakadong. Because we saw the potential, and of course the GI tag is, eventually we have come to successfully GI tag the Lakadong. But even before that also, through these initiatives, the market linkages that took place, we've tried to also improve the value chain linkages that have been there. And I think that way we've been able to see farmers really understanding the potential that is there, and they fully understand the kind of global demand. It's not just national demand, but the global demand that is there for Lakadong now. They realize one such product can bring about this economic revolution in that area, what other products could do as well. So I think that it's a lot of efforts that have been put in by the government, but a lot more needs to be done.
Lakadang is one example that you have given. As you said, there are many other products also. But at the same time, there is also this criticism that in neighboring Assam, we face that situation, in other states also. The moment these products are improvised to meet the global standard or to attract the global market, there is also this criticism that, oh, we are playing with our cultural heritage, or we are playing with our tweaking our products to even please the global market forces. So how do you deal with that kind of local sentiment? I asked this question earlier also to some experts, because this at times create political problem as well.
Yeah, I think that's precisely where the GI tag, I think, could and is presently also playing a very important role in preservation. I heard many of the speakers who spoke in the session today, and they've spoken about how GI tags also contribute towards preservation of culture, the sort of the processes that have been going on for years and years. So yes, as the demand rose, Mission Lakadong was able to create market linkages and ensure that the farmers got due share. But I think what GI tagging has done is add a little bit of more value to Lakadong, and at the same time also stress on the importance of the cultural part, the story behind it, and that's how I think it sort of helps in preserving those old practices that have existed. And we are also, pushing that narrative more.
Imitation is a big problem. If you check into Amazon, you would find some hundreds of sellers who are selling Lakadam turmeric and some other products from Meghalaya, and only a handful of them are genuine. So is the government or your corporation taking any step or any initiative or planning any initiative to stop this, so that actual farmers, the people of that region, they benefit, and the others, the imitators of fake items, cannot exploit the market and also eventually bring a bad name to Lakadong or other products from Meghalaya?
Yeah, that's very interesting. You pointed that out, Kaushik, because in fact, just today in the morning itself, I just thought about, since we are going to discuss about Lakadong, I went on an e-commerce platform and I Googled, searched for Lakadong. And majority of the products which were there had no mention of the GI tag, which has been received by Lakadong, right? So counterfeit items are galore right now, and there are many in the market right now. It is a big concern for us. But I think, I was listening to one of the speakers before about how one of the challenges of GI tags is the authorized user registration, which is very, very dismal and very poor. I think that for us in our state as well, although we have received GI tagging, but the number of authorized users who would have been the end beneficiaries are very, very less. So it's lack of, understanding, lack of information. So that is one challenge by which I think counterfeit thing is also taking place, because the lesser people know about the value that is there associated with GI tag, the lesser people will be aware and reach out in terms of these kind of things. But I think that, yes, as a government, policy will play a very big role in terms of making sure that we can reduce this kind of counterfeit nature that's taking place in the market, because here our farmers, the producers, they are losing out in a very big way.
Infrastructure plays a big role in this commercialization of GI tag products, or for other products of Northeast also. And we, though there have been improvements in last few years, we still have a lot to do. In the context of Prime Minister Modi's this constant focus on Ashtalakshmi, what are the changes you have seen, and what more in the context of Meghalaya are being planned to improve infrastructure for commercialization of various unique products of the region?
Yes, I think that the ODOP has, I think, been a great contributor towards products like the ones who have received GI tag, like the Kashi mandarin, which is a citrus plant, like the Lakadong, like many other products that in total 6. So in terms of the infrastructure, yes, there's a big gap, and there is a long way to go in terms of developing infrastructure. But I think ODOP also can be scaled up. We have a mission like the Lakadong mission. So similar things in nature could be in a mission mode set up, like for example the Kashi mandarin, although it's been GI tagged, but many people are not aware of the nutritional benefits of the Kashi mandarin, which is like 10 times more of vitamin A than any other citrus plant that is available. So things like that people don't know about. And the ink, it's not yet received the GI tag, but the ing makir, which is a very strong and pungent ginger that's available in Meghalaya, and it's used in by many chefs internationally as well in their kitchens. So these kind of products, till the awareness is not there, also we are not being able to really, when the demand isn't there, so the farmers are less likely to take it up. But I think that as a government, for us, it's imperative that we set up these kind of mission mode programs, which can also sort of supplement whatever Government of India is doing through DPIIT or the ODOP, or through the SCST hubs under the Government of India programs. So I think that kind of coming together of the corporate world, the private sector, the government and community, I think ideally that would be able to bridge that kind of gap.
My last question. By profession, I'm a political journalist, so I'll have to ask one political question. I'll give you 2 options. You can choose. Either you will name one politician who, according to you, should be GI tagged, and you cannot name your family. It has to be out of Meghalaya. Or you have to sing a few lines, because I know you are a good singer. So you can pick your choice.
I think our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, is the most unique politician the world has ever seen. So, GI tag him, I think. Definitely.
Okay.
He gave me an option, Mr. Manoj.
Now there is a public demand. So, would you like to do the honors?
Singing?
Yeah, few lines.
Oh my gosh, I didn't come prepared for that.
You don't need to prepare, I know.
Okay.
Anyone from Northeast except me can sing anywhere.
Without the music background? So I'll do Kishore Kumar, I think.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Last time Conrad has sung Kishore Kumar in
Oh my
Kolkata.
God, so both the brothers have the same
It's lovely,
choice.
lovely.
Yeah. So, I'm very bad at this. Please excuse me if I go off. Ye sham mastani madhosh kiye jai. Sorry. Nervous pangs. Sorry about that. But, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being sport and giving the tougher answer, actually. I thought you will pick up singing first. Thank you so much for your time, and you came at the last moment notice. So thank you so much. It was wonderful having you here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sangma. Requesting Manoj Sharma, CEO of India Today, to hand over token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day, a lot has been said about the importance of intellectual property rights and how they are key to safeguarding India's unique cultural, traditional, and artisanal heritage. To discuss this crucial topic, the GI Brigade, enabling India's intellectual property, we have a distinguished panel of experts. Please welcome Ganesh Hingmere, founder and chairman, Great Mission Group Society, Lata R. Nair, partner at KNS Partners, Lisa P. Lukoste, professor of law and director, legal aid, Guru Gobind Singh IP University. I would also like to call on stage my colleague, India Today's executive editor, Kaushik Dekar.
Good afternoon once again. Intellectual property rights in the context of GI tagging. It's a very fascinating subject, and I am also a student in this. So I'd like to learn from three legal experts who are also working on the ground. I'll start from Mr. Higmire because he was talking very passionately about his work since 2002 on GI tagging. But one very important point, because everybody is talking about the number that has increased, but you mentioned about the second part, the commercialization of GI tag products. So how is the organization doing? And I'm very intrigued also by the fact that you have been doing a lot in the area that I come from, Assam. How did you get into this, and why you think that the commercialization part is now very important? What are you doing to do that, to make that happen for farmers, artisans, and those who are other stakeholders involved in it?
First of all, I'm really thankful for India Today and DPIT organizing this beautiful, important event. To answer your question, I just wanted to show an example, live example. This is a Kolhapuri jaggery, and a farmer from Kolhapur, Mr. Desai, we registered this GI in 2009, and you will find ODOP is there, and price is on another side is 130 rupees for 500 gram. Couple of years back, it was hardly 50 rupees. And now, within certain period, it became a double when they use GI tag. And there, what we did, I just wanted to share with you all, what mentioned by Amitabh Kant sir in the morning about the awareness, training to the farmers, to the artisans, to the weaver, and ultimately, what we can say, the community is one aspect, but also a traceability, originality is another aspect, and quality is the third aspect. So we focus on that, and we equip them with certain quality parameters. And now we have another success story of turmeric. Actually, there are almost 40 success stories at our end about the commercialization. We had a mission called GI Mission, GI Revolution in 3 phases. Number 1, awareness training, what you mentioned about the 2002. In 2003, we got an inspiration from the Abdul Kalam sir. In 2005, I was the first GI agent. And 2007, we have registered the Puneri Pagdi, the first GI from our side. And today, I can tell you about the Puneri Pagdi success story. Again, the same things. Awareness, training, and further, what we can say, equip them to commercialize. So, in 2009, we requested, after the Puneri Pagdi, which got a registration as a GI, we request Puneri Pagdi, we request particularly Pune University, to replace the convocation hood with the Puneri Pagdi. And in 2020, they officially passed a resolution to replace the Puneri Pagdi with the with convocation hood. And I must tell the success story. This year, almost 5 lakh Pagdis will be made, and probably that will be used in the convocation. So, what is a message? It's a cultural entrepreneurships. Cultural entrepreneurship, I have a particular line. AI will take your job, GI will give you the job. And here, what the GI is there for farmer, what the GI is there for the artisans, and that is what ultimately the GI is there for the nation building through socio-economic growth. So, we have this policy in the GI mission, in the GI revolution. Mere getting GI is one aspect, is one step. Equip them to the quality parameters and promote them in a commercial manner, get the benefit through the either cultural entrepreneurship or whatever, at least to take it to the next level. So next generation, and I think I'm so sorry to say there is a recent research, 74 farmers do not want to continue with the farming activity. What is the solution? So we taught them like what happened to this turmeric or what is happening to the jaggery. And nowadays there is a big revolution and we have created a GI map in Maharashtra. Like we have registered this 41 GIs from Maharashtra and 59 total we work. And out of that we have 26 success stories in terms of premium price, in terms of export. I can tell you the example like about the Jalgaon banana. A small village called Tandalwadi from the Jalgaon. 250 families. We registered the Jalgaon banana, again created awareness, parameter, everything what I mentioned. Last year, 2 years back basically, 12.5 crore export happened there from that small village. So again they came to productions and strawberry, Mahabaleshwar strawberry. After 2009, we registered 54 families remigrated to the Mahabaleshwar. So what is this? The ultimate result is that a real benefit to the customer. What I said about the Jalgaon banana, what I said about the Mahabaleshwar strawberry. The third important example is Golwad Chikku. This, after the GI registration of Golwad Chikku, we have created, and of course this was a perishable good. When we trained them about the importance of GI, we told them about the quality and everything. They were aware of it. Then they started producing Chikku powder. One gentle lady also started Chikku wine, and Chikku parlor she started with that Chikku. So those are the success story. What you said, GI registration is one aspect, GI commercialization is important, benefit to the ultimate community is important. What I have stories about the Puneri Pagdi, Mahabaleshwar strawberry, then Jalgaon banana and so on. So those stories are easily available, but that is the real, what we can say, task what we have, and we have little success on that side. This is a good initiative, but I think in due course of time these success stories will be replicated and more benefit will be reached to the ultimate community. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very inspiring. But for such success stories like the journey of rupees 50 to rupees 1100, 130 to 1100, it requires, apart from activists and passion of people like Mr. Higmere, a solid legal infrastructure also. And I'm coming to ma'am about this, that we have seen a proliferation of GI tagging across the nation. We take pride in the numbers increasing, but the quality control, as he was mentioning, commercialization depends hugely on quality. But the quality control, do we have the legal infrastructure? Do we have the laws that are at par with global standard? If not, what we need to do as a country?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting me over here this evening. It's a pleasure to speak on this occasion on GIs. It's a very interesting question about quality control and whether our law has those. In fact, if you take the GI Act and look at it, the word quality does not appear anywhere. So it's actually, when I first realized it, it was a shock to me. Of course, the Act says that you should provide for inspection structures and procedures for doing, quality control checks. So you also asked about what is the system in, overseas countries. And let's take the case of Europe, which is like the mecca for GIs. That's where this whole concept started many years ago, and there are very well-established GIs. You look at the process of registration of a GI in Europe, you see that it's a layered mechanism. There is a pre-screening process where the applicant has to go to a department in the Ministry of, usually is the Ministry of Fisheries and Agriculture, where they have to go and prove themselves as an applicant that is worthy of making that application. Meaning to say that they know who the producers are, they know what the product is, they have the financial infrastructure, and they have know how the quality control is going to be carried out through market inspections. So that kind of a system I don't see in India. I mean, we do. I mean, every morning you open the paper, you see that so-and-so product has got a GI tag. And my question is that whether there is any empirical evidence to the effect that that kind of registration or that kind of proliferation has led to the upliftment of any community in the real sense. And for that to happen, the law has to enable. The government is very enthusiastic about it. The GI registry is very enthusiastic about it. We have people like Mr. Hingmire who are registering GIs. But I think what we need to do is that we need to overhaul the law to make it tight. For instance, the pre-registration process will have to be like really tightened, where you check the credentials of the applicant. So many times even patent information centers are just going and registering. Are they really representing the interests of the producers? And do these producers know that this is a product? I have come across situations where, people have told me that such and such producer didn't even know that it was a registered product. So the process of registration should be participative, and these people who are the stakeholders should know what is going to be registered, how they're going to benefit from it. Then there has to be a proper quality control system. For instance, once the GI is registered, is there any check whether it's effective? Why don't you make the applicant, the registrant, accountable for it and say that you file an annual statement of, how you enforced it? Have the quality control inspectors gone to the market, picked up fakes, and if yes, how have you dealt with those fakes? Have you addressed it legally? Have you taken it down? Otherwise, what you get in the market are fakes. I read somewhere that in the town where kalamkari is made, the drains are filled with chemical colors. Because once the GI tag was given, everybody was up to making so many kalamkari printed fabric using chemical dyes. So this can happen only if you tighten the law and make the enforcement tighter.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Lisa P. Lukuse. Ma'am, you have written an interesting book, Interface Between Intellectual Property and Traditional Knowledge, which is very relevant when it comes to understanding of GI. Now, it's often said that this criticism is there that Indian academia, they remain restricted to only campuses, which is not true of every institution. How are your university working together with various stakeholders in this fight for intellectual property rights? And what more Indian universities or any higher education institutes can do to bring together various stakeholders to put up a collective fight, not just for IPR, but also, as we mentioned, about quality control and other aspects of GI, taking this GI movement forward in the right direction?
Thank you so much for this important and interesting question. Let me also congratulate the DPIIT and India Today for organizing this GI Sangamam. It's a very unique one. So now coming to the question, the academia in India has a great and crucial role to play primarily in the GI registration process. So I will explain how it happens. So Leda has just mentioned about the GI Act. In order to understand the GI registration system, GI Act along with the GI rules and GI manuals to be read. Then only we will get a comprehensive understanding. So where we can understand that making an application for a geographical indication is not an easy task, but it is very complex, it is very technical, and it is also scientific as well. Because in every application, one has to prove the uniqueness of the product. The uniqueness of the product can be proved only by various methods of test. For example, if you have an agricultural products or you have some food stuff, or handicrafts as the case may be. So various tests are involved in order to prove the uniqueness. it can be the color, it can be the appearance, it can be its size. So how you will be maintaining the specifications. So the specification of a GI product becomes the soul and heart of a GI application. So here comes even its connection and linkage with the place of production and the traditional practices and cultural heritage that the producers and the people in a particular locality maintaining and preserving for years together. And this cultural heritage, this tradition and these cultural practices, they should be proved on the basis of recorded history. So a thorough research is needed in order to establish the history. With respect to other intellectual property rights, this establishing history will never happen. So it is a unique aspect with respect to geographical indication, establishing a history through record purpose. Sometimes the records are not available in English or in Hindi. It can be in different languages, so even a translation is needed. So here comes the role of research institutes, academicians and researchers in order to equip the applicants, in order to find the history, in order to find the records to the satisfaction of the registry so that you can have a very good case for the geographical indication. Then coming to the test, as usually the producers are local people, they are not having too much knowledge about the various scientific tests involved, various technicalities involved, nitty-gritties involved with the law as the case may be. So only an informed person who is practicing in that particular field and who is having sufficient knowledge in that particular domain can educate him and give him awareness as to these are the necessary tests that your product should undergo in order to establish its specification, in order to prove its uniqueness. Because that specification uniqueness should not be changed. Whatever batches of the products that you take, it all should match with that particular specification. So in order to maintain this distinctiveness, of course, legally distinctiveness is a term that will suit with a trademark, but in an academic sense, I am using that particular terminology. So the specification, the distinctiveness, the uniqueness of the product, you are establishing through the various tests. So it can be chemical test, physical test, microbiological test, as the case may be. So all this can be advised to the producers, and they can be facilitators to not only get the application drafted, but also to get the test done through an authorized laboratory for that matter. There can be design institute, there can be textile institutes, and also there can be agriculture institute, for example, who can give this hand holding to the producers and the applicant so that they can make a mistake-free application. Because prosecuting the application is an important task. So there can be a preliminary report, the registry will be giving. You have to even give answers to this particular question, establishing the linkage, again providing the uniqueness as the case may be. So at all these stages, the academicians, the researchers, the research institutes, the universities have its great role to play.
This question could be to all three actually. Legal, ground activist, academy. All three actually need to work together to create this, to take forward this GI revolution, as I said, in the right direction. So how do you see, probably Mr. Hegmire can talk about it, how do you see these three coming together with any specific example, if you can give, where the convergence of the three actually help you to achieve something concrete?
Very, very very important. I have one line answer and support with that answer. Think globally, act individually. Right now I'm with this Iris silk jacket. How many of you know about Iris silk? Iris silk, the life of the Iris silk is 170 years. And it's absolutely, silkworm never dies from this. So it's a Ahimsa silk. So we should start with the concept called Har Ghar GI Ghar. And start from your individual level. So in my home, you will find at least 70 products are there from different part of India. So it's individual. Like I will only buy the GI product. I will support the GI movement as an individual. So it may be a jacket, it may be a sari, it may be whatever. I have basuri right now. You may call it a basuri, but in Bodoland when we work, it's a sifang. And you will also get to know our culture. Sifang is for 5 holes, but for other basri you will find 6 holes. And that 5 holes again is connected to our culture, like a Pancha Mahabhuta. So there you will get the peace in your home. So I strongly suggest Har Ghar GI Ghar and start with one product, two product, and that itself is a revolutionary movement which you can. Of course, we all have to come together. Definitely, there is no doubt. Academia, then all industry and all. But here is a revolution movement which began in India during 2002, basically, during the Bajpayee sir's prime ministerial time then when we enacted our GI Act. Now it's, if you see the global scenario, China, they have 13,000 GI. European Union, they have 60,000. Where we are, actually, number need to be increased. At the same time, individual need to be involved and need to support, and they will also get the quality product. GI is nothing but the quality product. So the number one is need to come together. Number two, start from at individual level and from start with one single product, like we did it for Puneri Pagdi. So in short, Har Ghar GI Ghar is at individual, think globally, act individually. Apart from that, at global level, we have to take it. So when we went to the WTO's ministerial conferences, we displayed our GIs and we mentioned in our position paper, which are right now published in WTO's website, and those are accessible here. We can't say much, we're considering time. So here is my personal view, think globally, act individually, Har Ghar GI Ghar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higmire. I'm sure the other two speakers will agree on this, but we can't extend this conversation further. Its written time is up. Very sorry for this. I had several other questions, but it was very insightful, though short. Thank you very much for being here and enlightening all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for highlighting the critical role of intellectual property in India's development. May I request you to just stay back for a moment? Requesting Ms. Himani Pandey, Additional Secretary at DPIIT, to come on stage and felicitate the guests. Did you know that Varanasi, the spiritual capital of India, is a hub for over 30 GI tag products, including the Banarsi Thandai, the very famous Banarsi Pan, its Lal Peda, the brocade saris and wooden toys. This session, titled The GI Hub, the Kashi Model, explores how this region has successfully leveraged its rich traditions to create a robust economy and cultural ecosystem. For this session, we have a set of 4 distinguished speakers. Please welcome Dr. Rajendra Prasad Sharma, Professor of Marketing at Indian Institute of Foreign Trade; Gopal Krishna Agarwal, National Spokesperson for BJP; Professor Rajni Kant, Padma Shri and General Secretary of Human Welfare Association in Varanasi; and Partho Saha, Chief General Manager of Off-Farm Development Department. This session will be moderated by Anilesh Mahajan, Executive Editor at India Today. Over to you, Anilesh.
So thank you very much, and good evening to all of you. We have reached almost, towards the end, and the sessions are picking up our interest in GI. And now we have a case study in hand, the Kashi model. The Kashi country is cultural capital, spiritual capital, country's prime minister's constituency. And it has also created a GI capital of its sorts. And we have with us Professor Rajnikant, the GI man of India, the man who has pushed GI story not only in India but also in Kashi. Rajnikant ji, I'll start from you. What is the Kashi model? And tell us that story from where you have started and where we have reached now. And tell us that triple C, formula of yours as well.
काशी, बनारस, वाराणसी और एक और प्राचीन नाम है आनंद कानन। भगवान शिव का वो शहर जिसको उन्होंने खुद ही बसाया है। और एक श्लोक है वेदों में, काश्यते प्रकाश्यते इति काशी, जो स्वयं के प्रकाश से प्रकाशवान है वही काशी है। अब भगवान शिव का शहर है, शायद वटनगर से चल करके माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी वहां से सांसद हुए। ये उनका प्रारब्ध है कि वहां से सांसद हुए, उसके बाद में भारत की बागडोर संभाला उन्होंने। दुनिया का प्राचीनतम शहर, ओल्डेस्ट लिविंग सिटी इन द वर्ल्ड, वो कहा गया। दूसरा काशी के बारे में कहा गया बियॉन्ड द हिस्ट्री, बियॉन्ड द हिस्ट्री। 5000 साल का तो लिखित इतिहास है, लेकिन शिव का शहर है इसलिए उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं है। सारी विरासत वहां धीरे धीरे करके इकट्ठा हुई है। काशी को कहा जाता है कि मूल रूप से वहां का कोई अपना है नहीं, सभी लोग आकर के बसे हैं। यात्रा जीआई की 2006 में अंगटाट के साथ में शुरू हुई। बनारस ब्रोकेड साड़ी को पहला जीआई कराने का गौरव मिला हमें। 2007 में फाइल किया, 2009 में ग्रांट हुआ, जो भारत में नहीं बल्कि दुनिया के प्रेस्टिजियस टेक्सटाइल प्रोडक्ट्स में शामिल है। बनारस ब्रोकेड एंड साड़ी, जब हम ब्रोकेड बोलते हैं तो उसमें ग्यासर, ग्यांटा, थंका, पेमा चंदी, बादल चंदी, दोरजे, ये सारी चीजें शामिल हैं। दूसरा कोई देश होता तो उसमें ये सारे अलग अलग जीआई कराता, साड़ियों के भी अलग अलग जीआई होते, लेकिन सैकड़ों तरह की साड़ियां, हजारों तरह के मोटिफ और उतने ही ढेर सारे प्रोडक्ट एक जीआई में समाहित हैं। बनारस ब्रोकेड एंड साड़ी उसी में समाहित है। अब वो यात्रा शुरू हुई और 6, 7, 8 जीआई तक पहुंची थी। 2019 में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने खोज करके हमारे जैसे एक सामान्य सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता को, जिसने 32-33 साल का जीवन समाज सेवा में बिताया है, उन्होंने पद्मश्री का सम्मान दिया। एक जिम्मेदारी भी दे दिया। साफ साफ शब्द था उनका कि बनारस के बाहर निकल के दूसरे राज्यों के लिए कुछ करिए। और हमें कहने में गौरव है कि जो काशी का मॉडल था उसको हमने देवभूमि उत्तराखंड में सबसे पहले, और सुबेरे के सत्र में आपने जो सुना कि देवभूमि से 27 जीआई हैं, उसमें 25 हमने फैसिलिटेट किया था जो देवभूमि से मिले थे, जिसमें बेरीनाग चाय की बात भी होती है। सारे लोग दार्जिलिंग चाय की बात करते हैं, आसाम चाय की बात करते हैं, नीलगिरी, बेरीनाग टी, जिसको ब्रिटिशर्स लिखते हैं अपने गजेटियर में, द पीपुल इन द लंदन इज वेटिंग फॉर द बेरीनाग टी। और हमें कहने में गर्व है कि डीपीआईटी के सपोर्ट से वो बेरीनाग टी बर्मिंघम पैलेस में पहुंची, एकदम यंग फार्मर के साथ में वहां पे डिस्प्ले के लिए, और बाद में उसको कंसाइन मिला। ये काशी मॉडल है। दूसरा काशी मॉडल है जिसकी हमने सितार, शहनाई, तबला, इस तीन का हमने यहां पे समागम देखा। अब हम उन भाग्यशाली लोगों में से हैं जिसने पंडित रविशंकर को भी सामने बैठ करके सुना और उस्ताद बिस्मिल्लाह खान को भी सामने बैठ के सुना है। ये दोनों भारत रत्न रहे हैं। हम अपने को अधूरा मानते अगर हम शहनाई को और तबले को जीआई काशी से नहीं फाइल कराते, या मीरज से, महाराष्ट्र के पास सांगली के पास छोटी सी जगह है मीरज स्ट्रिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट के लिए, सितार और तानपुरा वहां से जीआई ग्रांट हुआ। ये काशी मॉडल है। तीसरा बनारस का पान, जिसके बिना सब कुछ अधूरा है। बनारस की ठंडाई, लाल पेड़ा, तिरंगी बर्फी, जिसका इतिहास ब्रिटिश पीरियड में आजादी के आंदोलन से जुड़ा हुआ है। क्रांतिकारियों की खुफिया बैठक को करने के लिए उस बर्फी को इजाद किया गया था। यह काशी मॉडल है। और इसके साथ में तमाम चीजें फिर शुरू हो गई। लगभग 22,500 करोड़ का कारोबार आज की तारीख में बनारस के 30 जीआई के साथ में शामिल है। 30 नहीं बल्कि है 32, वहां पे टोटल 32 जीआई है। गुलाबी मीनाकारी, मेटल डिपोजी क्राफ्ट। अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आज की तारीख में हम कहते हैं वो भारत के सबसे बड़े ब्रांड एम्बेसडर हैं जीआई के। दुनिया के जितने भी राष्ट्राध्यक्ष से मिलते हैं, उनको भेंट करते हैं, उनको देते हैं और ट्वीट करके बताते हैं कि हमने यहां का ही प्रोडक्ट दिया। ये काशी मॉडल है। उसके बाद जीआई होते ही जीआई के थराई यूजर के रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया, उनको मेला प्रदर्शनियों में भेजना। अब जो आर्टिजन 32 साल की अवस्था में डीपीआईटी के सपोर्ट से अगर स्विट्जरलैंड पार्टिसिपेट करता है, जिनेवा जाता है, 2 आर्टिजन 7 लोग कुल गए थे, 2 ने आने के बाद नेशनल अवार्ड के लिए फाइल किया। अब 35 साल की एज में 2 आर्टिजन्स को नेशनल अवार्ड मिला। यह काशी का जीआई मॉडल है। अब सोचिए उन आर्टिजन के पास में कितना समय होगा जिंदगी में काम करने के लिए। निजामाबाद की ब्लैक पॉटरी, 12 से 15 करोड़ का कारोबार उस छोटे से कस्बे के अंदर से अकेले सिर्फ ब्लैक निजामाबाद की पॉटरी का हो रहा है। यह काशी का मॉडल है। तो आज की तारीख में जो यात्रा वहां से शुरू हुई थी, भारत में 315 जीआई फाइल करने का हमें गौरव प्राप्त है, जिसमें 155 ऑलरेडी ग्रांट हो चुके हैं, जिसमें लेटेस्ट अभी अंडमान एंड निकोबार का वर्जिन कोकोनट ऑयल भी शामिल है, जिसे संडे को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मन की बात में निकोबार के वर्जिन कोकोनट ऑयल का उन्होंने जिक्र किया। और हम इसमें आभारी हैं नाबार्ड के कि जिन्होंने इस पूरी यात्रा में जो है वो साथ दिया और आज भी लगातार साथ दे रहे हैं। और भी एजेंसियां आई हैं, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टेक्सटाइल है, एमएसएमई है, डीपीआईटी का बहुत बड़ा सहयोग है मार्केटिंग में। तो ये जो मॉडल काशी का है वो यही है कि एक ऐसी जगह जहां संगीत भी है, नृत्य के वस्त्र भी हैं, गहने भी हैं, खाने की चीजें भी हैं और बनारस की ठंडाई भी है। तो हम उसको कहते हैं काशी का मॉडल। और हमें लग रहा है कि अब वो काशी का मॉडल बहुत ढेर सारी जगहों पे रेप्लिकेट हो रहा है।
So, Rajnikant ji, if I can distill it, this triple C, culture, craft, and cuisine. So, may I now bring Rajendra ji? He's a marketing expert. Rajendra ji, when you hear such stories, that a city which is a cultural hub, Prime Minister comes from that constituency, India is rewriting a GI story. Do you think that is this model replicable elsewhere? Because their MPs may not be as powerful, as influential as our Prime Minister is. Do you think this is replicable? How other cities can take cues from this?
Thank you for that wonderful question, and it's privileged to be part of this illustrious panel where we have GI man himself starting the discussion. it's quite scalable. I'm a marketing professor, and GI is carrying uniqueness, differentiation when it comes to the products. Somebody has said that differentiate or die. But, as if we examine, because we are also into international trade, exports, international business. Mostly if we examine the basket of or composition of the goods that we export, they are commodities. If these products wouldn't have been carrying GI tag, they would have been commodities. With GI tag, the unit value realization goes up like anything. It becomes respected in the minds of the prospects and they are willing to pay a premium. But that's not something where we can stop. Why? Because we have been hearing since morning, listening to this, that every GI tag has a history. So if it has a history, which is embedded into the culture, then the history needs to be told to people. History also has a story. So for brand building, through stories, we can actually strike an emotional chord with people. And when we touch that emotional part, like Tirangi Barfi, as Professor Rajnikant was talking about, the freedom fighters, Quit India movement, it has a legacy since then. So then, it will evoke some kind of imagery and it will, make people pretty emotional, sentimental about the value of the product. And that is the kind of emotional connect that I'm talking about. Not only within the country, but abroad too. To start with, this can be done with Indian diaspora. There are a lot of Indians who are living abroad. East Africa is full of Indians only. Canada is full of Indians. US also is full of Indians. And then later on, of course, as Darjeeling tea has been our first GI tag, and this tea is also being consumed by foreign nationals. So that way, maybe these legacy products which have a history in India and we are emotionally connected to them, they can be marketed to the entire world outside. 8.2 billion people. But since you asked about scalability, Anilesh ji, the point is that these days everybody is on the, is buying online. There is a search in the search. So the presence of these products on online channels, digital channels, communicating the value of these products. Having interesting GI tag alone is not adequate. It would be like winking at somebody in the dark. Only you know what you're doing. The other party doesn't. So therefore communication is the key. Further brand building is the key. Storytelling is the key. That too with the help of consumer engagement. We need to ask them, we need to involve them, we need to invite them. What could you do with this rice? How can you consume this mango? This produce? What are the various recipes? So as multinational brands, large transnational brands, they do that. Same way, maybe recipes can, because most of the products are agricultural and food products in GI, and they are also, attire and other products. So I think, we can involve, like in case of food products, we can ask for recipes from those people who are the potential target consumers. There are 200 plus countries in the world, as many countries as the number of bones in my body. How would a small entrepreneur who has a GI tag would know which is the right country market for them? Do they have access to the databases? Can we develop some case studies and stories about such GI brands and also create a definite value proposition of these brands? What are the features of each of these products? Can we convert those features into advantages and finally benefits? People aren't buying products. They are only willing to solve or pay for solving their problems. People need benefits, and I am sure, 100% sure, and everyone will agree that each GI tag carries certain specific benefits. If you are able to relate those product features with benefits and can indicate and tell those consumers that this is how certain specific problems of the world can be solved using Indian GI tags, market is phenomenal. Scalability isn't a problem at all. Initially this is what I feel. But this requires Herculean task, not just registry of the GI tax, not just coordinating production. Yes, that also, there are IPR, legal protection issues and counterfeits, and those are problems, yes, we'll have to deal with. But I wonder how other countries must be dealing. If China has more than 12,000 GI, as the last panelist was talking about, and if many EU, those are smaller countries. In fact, Germany used to be having the largest GIs earlier. Okay, but now China has taken them.
There's a Kashi model in this also, as Professor Saab was telling us, Rajnikant ji, that in most of those countries, GI is taken for every product and every differential, and in India, it is taken for a group of products, if I'm not wrong. So Gopalji, if I can come to you, you are working very closely on the cultural economy side. When you see a Kashi model, especially in the GI side, what sort of potential do you see this type of models can create, and the cultural economy can create? Help us in understanding that.
Thank you, Anilesh, and I am happy to be part of this panelist and this discussion. And the ministry itself, which is doing it, shows that how serious they are on the whole issue of development of GI. We have been talking about GI potential. मैं एक दो बातें इसमें ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि potential doesn't mean that you have realized the true goal. इसने पोटेंशियल जीआई ने प्रोडक्ट के और उसके बढ़ा दिया नीलेश जी, लेकिन उसके बाद एक इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि उनका इकोनॉमिक एंड सोशल लिंकेजेस कैसे स्टैब्लिश हो. और मैं क्योंकि इकोनॉमिक्स को देखता हूं, तो मैंने कल्चरल इकोनॉमी जो आपने बात की है उस पर जो हमने काम किया, उसमें एक चीज देखिए कि बहुत सारे हमारे देश में सांस्कृतिक धरोहर है, जैसे वाराणसी ने एक अपने आप में आइडेंटिफाई करा है, और आपने कम्युनिकेशन की बात की, आपने जीआई टैगिंग की बात की, जीआई इंडिकेटर्स के हिसाब से प्रोडक्ट को इस्टेब्लिश करने की बात की है. बट उसके साथ है कि उसकी इकोनॉमिक एंड सोशल लिंकेजेस कैसे हों, तो उसके ऊपर बहुत बड़ा काम करना है. अगर उनका इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी और उसको एज ए कैरियर डेवलप नहीं किया तो उसको प्रिजर्व करना, और या क्योंकि वी आर अ लिविंग सिविलाइजेशन. भारत जो है वो ग्रीक या रोमन सिविलाइजेशन की तरह नहीं है कि म्यूजियम में उसको प्रिजर्व करना है, उसको समाज के साथ इंटीग्रेट करके जीवंत रखना है हमें, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो मेरे ख्याल से यह जो हमारे जो भारतीय संस्कृति है उसकी जीवंतता इसमें है. और फिर दूसरी बात अनिलेश जी ये हुआ कि एक समय में भारतीय धरोहर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थी, बहुत सारे हमारे पास सब फील्ड में बहुत अचीवमेंट्स थे, लेकिन एक डार्क एज भी आई 700, 800, 1000 साल की, जिसमें वो नॉलेज का कनेक्ट प्रेजेंट से वो छूट गया. बहुत बड़ा हमारा पोटेंशियल है, उस पोटेंशियल को, उस नॉलेज बैंक को हम बीच में, जैसे आज भी हम डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स में पढ़ते हैं तो हमें ग्रीक रोमन और ये सब चीज़ों के बारे में बताते हैं, बट हिंदुस्तान के सिविलाइजेशनल कंटेंट को उतना ज़्यादा हम स्टडी में नहीं ले पाते. तो इसलिए वो जो बीच का कनेक्ट, नॉलेज ट्रांसमिशन का जो कनेक्ट था वो स्टैब्लिश करना पड़ेगा. जैसे इनके हेरिडिटरी लेवल पे जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं वो आगे ट्रांसमिट कर रहे हैं कि नहीं, उनको कैरियर की तरह उनकी इकोनॉमिक एम्प्लॉयमेंट के साथ उनके इकोनॉमिक कनेक्ट बन रहे हैं कि नहीं, इस पे हम काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं. तो उसमें मुझे 2-3 चीज़ें बात लगती है जिसपे कि मैं चाहता हूं कि इस मंच से उस बात पे भी काम हो, जिससे कि ये अल्टीमेटली सक्सेसफुल मॉडल बनेगा कि इनके परफॉर्मेंस एंड पोटेंशियल इंडिकेटर्स को आइडेंटिफाई किए करके उनका इकोनॉमिक मैट्रिक्स निकालना पड़ेगा कि इनकी इकोनॉमिक पोटेंशियल क्या है, और फिर उसके उन पोटेंशियल्स को कनेक्ट करने के लिए सोशल और इकोनॉमिक लिंकेजेस स्टैब्लिश करनी है. जैसे हमारे साथ नाबार्ड है या जो और गवर्नमेंट डीपीआई डिपार्टमेंट कर रहे हैं कि उनकी पोटेंशियल के अलावा उनकी इकोनॉमिक ज़रूरतों को कैसे पूरा करना है. फिर टोटल इकोसिस्टम भी क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा. चाइना ने अगर 12,000 जीआई क्रिएट किया तो उसके इकोसिस्टम को भी हमने क्रिएट किया है. तो जीआई स्टैब्लिश करना एक पार्ट है, बट इकोनॉमिक, कल्चरल इकोनॉमिक गवर्नेंस इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा सरकार के लेवल पे, और इसकी मोनेटाइजेशन और वैल्यूएशन इस्टेब्लिश करनी है कि अल्टीमेटली अगर हमने कोई ये जैकेट बनाई या कोई वो चीज़ है, उसका वैल्यूएशन एंड मोनेटाइजेशन का मॉडल क्या हो, कल्चरल इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ मॉडल डेवलप करना पड़ेगा जो इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम को इम्प्रूव करे। तो सर जीआई अपने आप में आइडेंटिफाई करके हम पोटेंशियल तो उसकी और एनहेंस कर पा रहे हैं, बट उसका इकोनॉमिक कनेक्ट इस्टेब्लिश करना, तब ये जो आप काशी मॉडल की बात कर रहे हैं, इस काशी मॉडल का ट्रू जो आउटकम हो सकता है वो है कि उनको इकोनॉमिक और सोशल लिंकेजेस उनकी इस्टेब्लिश हो। मैं बस इस बात से अपनी बात को खत्म करूंगा कि रामकृष्ण परमहंस ने एक बात कही थी, उनसे जब स्वामी विवेकानंद ने पूछा कि ज्ञान की परिभाषा वो पूछ रहे थे नॉलेज के बारे में, तो उन्होंने कहा देखो नॉलेज के 3 लेवल होते हैं। एक है कि दूध, किसी को पता है दूध सफेद होता है, लिक्विड होता है, तरल होता है, एक नॉलेज का ये लेवल है। दूसरा नॉलेज का लेवल है कि दूध में ये गुण है, उसको पीने से ये शक्ति आती है, उससे बुद्धि बढ़ती है, ये ताकत आती है। और तीसरा लेवल है जिसने दूध पी के उसका लाभ उठाया है, वो अल्टीमेट नॉलेज को हमने गेन करना है। तो ये जो थर्ड लेवल के लिए जो सरकार को बहुत काम करना है, इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम को क्रिएट करना है, चाहे पेटेंट के माध्यम से करें, चाहे उनको फाइनेंसिंग के हिसाब से। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि अच्छे अच्छे कई इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं जिनको कि जो उस नॉलेज को इम्पार्ट करते हैं, उनके लिए इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी और इकोनॉमिक कनेक्ट नहीं हो। तो एक एग्जांपल जैसे मुझे ध्यान में आता था, जैसे आपने म्यूजिक इंस्ट्रूमेंट के बारे में कही कि हम म्यूजिक विलेजेस बना दें, हार्ट्स जैसे होते हैं जिसमें ऑल द इंस्ट्रूमेंट, एयरपोर्ट के बाहर बहुत सारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स पार्क बन गए जिसमें म्यूजिक विलेज है, सारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट से बजा रहे हैं, फॉरेनर टूरिज्म के साथ कनेक्ट करते हुए उन प्रोडक्ट को लेके रहे। तो इस तरह से इकोनॉमिक लिंकेजेस इन सब के बनाने पड़ेंगे, तब हमारा ये पूरा सक्सेसफुल होगा।
पार्थो जी, आपके लिए गोपाल जी has dished out many things, because ecosystem if it has to come, NABARD as a DFI has a role to play. You're already playing a role, by helping many of the GI communities to get GI certification. But when you look at the Kashi and Kashi model, I'm told that out of 30 are being helped by NABARD. Is it because this is Prime Minister's constituency, or is it because NABARD is taking the GI story forward? So, and secondly, tell us about how NABARD is helping in building ecosystem and other things for many of these GI communities.
Thank you, Anilesh ji. GI for us is nothing but a marketing tool. As a development financial institution, we grow when the financial condition or the economy of the country grows. The people lead a better life, they spend more, the economy grows, and one of our primary functions is refinancing. So the banks do more lending, they need more refinance, so our business grows. And as our business grows, our surplus grows. And we are one unique institution where the surplus, we do not have a CSR responsibility as such, but our surplus is pumped back into the system through our grant assistance schemes to develop the ecosystem that Agarwal ji was talking about, or Mr. Rajendra Prasad ji was talking about. So GI is just a small part of what we are doing for creating livelihoods, for enhancing livelihoods. If we talk about, there are a lot of things that we do in the farm sector, in the off-farm sector, the microfinance, the financial literacy. We'll restrict the discussion to the GI today. So if I may tell you, first of all, it has nothing to do with the Prime Ministerial constituency. Kashi, as you said, there is nothing, no intention can be attributed to this. Kashi cultural capital है, उसका एक इतिहास है, उसके हर नुक्कड़ पे गली गली में एक इतिहास है, और ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो GI के लायक थे. unique पाए गए, so it was supported. And basically, I do not agree with the Kashi model also. It is like unreal. Unreal, I say, because it is unique. I don't, you had asked earlier that whether it is replicable. If the Kashi model becomes replicable, then it won't be unique anymore. I don't see any other city or center in the country having 32 GIs. And I say it is not only not replicable, it is probably not desirable also. Because our model of development, we would like to see something like the ODOP. One district, one product. So that every district has something to showcase, every region has something to showcase. The development in that region will center around that product. The logistics grow, the economies grow as the people earn more, their spending power grows, the tertiary sector grows, the services sector grows, the logistics, the transport, the infrastructure, everything grows. So from a NABARD point of view, we would like to support that kind of an economy. So Kashi Hub is something that is unique, and I would say it is a gift to the people of Kashi, to the nation, to NABARD by Dr. Rajnikant. It is primarily because of him that so many GI products could be unearthed, identified and promoted and finally registered. But the kind of support that we give, I would like to spell out a few for the benefit of the audience here. We have an end-to-end system. We not only support the registration of a product, which includes the awareness creation, the documentation, the research, the filing of the application, and the registration, but beyond GI. Beyond GI registration, or what we call the post-GI activities, you would be surprised. I mean, there are n number of schemes and products, but hardly any agency in the country who has done very serious work on this. Often we mistake that post-GI is about registration of authorized users. That is just the first step. We have been hearing about enforcement and infringement of GI laws and all. Somebody has a right to file an infringement case only when he or she has the right, and the right comes with the registration as an authorized user. But how many authorized users are there? Of all the products, only maybe there would be 50 products which have a sizable number of authorized users. And there are hundreds which do not have a single authorized user. So where is the question of infringement and enforcement? And our support doesn't stop at only that registration of authorized users. There are many of the products are actually dying arts. Somebody mentioned in the morning, like there are very handful of artisans actually. So they are dying arts. So we have a responsibility towards preserving those arts. So we do a lot of skill development, capacity building. We hunt out those aged master craftsmen and some interested youth so that the craft is kept alive. So in general, of course, even otherwise, for adding to the numbers, we do capacity building. We have a host of marketing initiatives, sponsoring these artisans to fairs and exhibitions and melas so that they know about the consumer taste, preferences. We help them to set up marketing outlets. We help them to prepare brochures, catalogs. We help them to onboard e-commerce portals. We have supported exclusive GI pavilions. We are looking for exclusive GI emporia in big cities where all the GI products of the region or even other parts of the country can be showcased. So it is all there. But finally, I mean, my association with GI is hardly just 4 years, and I have traversed the whole journey from a kind of blind fanaticism. मुझे लगता था GI ही सब चीज का सॉल्यूशन है, और वहां से फिर एक अलग तरह का एंथुजियास्टिक वो फर्वर भी था. फिर एक स्केप्टिसिज्म भी आया जब देखा कि अरे कुछ होता ही नहीं है, GI रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गया पर कोई उसमें जुड़ने को तैयार नहीं है, ऑथराइज यूजर्स नहीं है, उनको मेले में भेजते उनके पास सफिशिएंट इन्वेंट्री नहीं है, स्टॉक नहीं है. और इन सब चीजों को देखने के बाद आई हैव रीच्ड अ कंक्लूजन. आई मीन नाउ आई एम एट पीस विथ माई सेल्फ and hearing all the discussion since the morning. GI is not only a product with a difference, there is a differentiated product, but we also need to have a differentiated approach towards GI. ये जो cultural and economic जो है, there has to be a divide. Some products are to be supported for GI because of the cultural heritage. We don't want to lose them. But when we talk about trade, especially international trade or domestic trade or the economic prosperity, we have to cull out or select certain products which is going to bring that about. So that can be cuisines or beverages, or it can be handloom textiles. The whole range can be covered, but only something which has an established demand in the market. Unfortunately, I mean, we use GI.
We can take Rajnikant's, a point of view, because you have made a lot of
okay, thank you.
anti-GI or antithesis to many of the things. Antithesis to many things. So Rajnikantji, he's putting across a very important point that sometimes we go and push GI for certain products which may or may not have market. But when you select product to push for, provide your passion to back it up, how do you see many of these scenarios?
देखिए, GI ये भारत की आत्मा है. GI भारत की वो सोने की चिड़िया है जिसको लूटने का प्रयास 2300 साल पहले से अलेक्जेंडर के समय शुरू हुआ, जिसको अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारी इतिहास की किताबों में अलेक्जेंडर द ग्रेट कहा गया, अकबर द ग्रेट कहा गया. अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो ग्रेट तो वो नहीं थे. ग्रेट वो आर्टिजन है, वो वीवर है, वो फार्मर है, वो प्रोड्यूसर है, जो हजारों साल से उस लेगेसी को आज भी बचा के आया है, और फिर से लूटने का काम हो रहा है बाहर की इंटरनेशनल एजेंसी के द्वारा भारत के उन उत्पादों को, ये उसको प्रोटेक्ट करने का. भारत के की जो विरासत है, जो समृद्ध विरासत है, हम उसको अगर प्रोटेक्शन नहीं करेंगे, प्रमोशन नहीं करेंगे, तो आने वाले समय में हम दुनिया को नहीं दिखा सकते हैं कि हमारे पास क्या है. और वो राष्ट्र सबसे ज्यादा गरीब होता है जिसके पास उसकी अपनी इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी नहीं होती है. तो भारत के पास इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी है. आने वाले समय में मैं आपको एक दो सेंटेंस और बोल करके बात को खत्म करूंगा. 2003 में कानून बना. हम आभारी हैं वाजपेयी साहब के, जिनके रिजीम में कानून बना और लागू हुआ, और प्रधानमंत्री जी के वर्तमान आभारी हैं जो इस GI को एक मोमेंटम दिए. लेकिन आप सोचिए कि कितनी स्लो स्पीड थी. 3 साल पहले तक GI की संख्या 300 थी. 3 साल के अंदर ये संख्या 650 पहुंची है. हम आभारी हैं GI रजिस्ट्री के, DPIT के और नाबार्ड और ढेर सारी ऐसी संस्थाओं के जिनके सम्मिलित प्रयास से हम विरासत को बचाने और बढ़ाने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. और बचेगा तभी बढ़ेगा. प्रोटेक्शन, देन प्रमोशन, देन कमर्शलाइजेशन की बात करेंगे. तो ये पैशन नहीं है, ये आत्मा है. और इस आत्मा को हम अगर बचाएंगे, और इसी आत्मा को बचाने का नाम काशी मॉडल है, जो काशी से शुरू हुआ, अरुणाचल तक पहुंच गया. 18 GI एट ए टाइम, 18 GI एट ए टाइम इन अरुणाचल प्रदेश. फर्स्ट वाटर विलेज को, जिसको तवांग, जिसको चाइना बोलता है कि हमारा है, वहां से 4 GI ग्रांट हुए उस तवांग से, और यूनाइटेड नेशन की लिस्ट में चला गया. वो कैसे बोल सकता है वो भारत का है? या अंडमान और निकोबार, ये नहीं हो सकता. लद्दाख. तो ये हमारे पास एग्जाम्पल है. और हम एक बार आपसे आग्रह कर रहे हैं एक मिथ है लोगों के दिमाग में कि कश्मीर पश्मीना। हम आपको फिर बता दें कि हमारे शरीर पे ये शर्ट जो है, बसौली कठुआ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक जगह है बसौली, उसका ये पश्मीना का शर्ट है और वो जीआई ग्रांट हो चुका है, जीआईएसटी ने ग्रांट किया है। दूसरा, लद्दाख के पश्मीना उल को तो जीआई मिला ही था, उसकी पश्मीना शाल को, फैब्रिक को फाइल किया जा चुका है। तो आने वाले समय में भारत में जब जीआई की बात होगी तो 3 जगह के पश्मीना की बात होगी, सिर्फ एक जगह की बात नहीं होगी। यही विरासत है, यही विकास है।
चलिए जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप चारों का
मैं पूछना चाहूंगी क्या आपस में हमारा कोई विरोध है क्या?
नहीं, अगर विरोध होता तो नाबार्ड भारत में 280 जीआई कराने के लिए अभी तक सपोर्ट कर चुका है, हाईएस्ट इन द कंट्री इन बाय एनी डिपार्टमेंट।
Sir, this is
the highest.
this is also Kashi model. That debate doesn't end. But I'll take this opportunity, Gopal ji, we are running out of time. And Minister is also.
मैं ये कह रहा था कि इकोसिस्टम पूरा क्रिएट कर रहे हैं मोदी जी। टेक्नोलॉजी को चाहे ओएनडीसी को ले लें या अलग डिफरेंट मार्केटिंग, पूरा इकोसिस्टम पे काम कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए सक्सेस।
चलिए, thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this wonderful conversation. And may this Kashi model grow bigger, and we all take inspiration from it. Sonal,
Thank you, all the panelists. Requesting S. Sahaya Ranjit, Managing Editor at India Today, to come on stage to felicitate the guests. As India becomes an increasingly important country on the global stage with a growing economy, it becomes imperative to ask, how do we take India's GI products from local markets to the world? For the session titled Taking GI from Local to Global, I would like to request its session speakers to come on stage. Nishant Chandra, Director, Carpet Seller, and Ashok Khokar, Editor, Attendance and Culture Policy Expert. This session will be moderated by India Today's Senior Editor, Sonali Acharji. Welcome, everyone.
All right, so welcome to our session on dance and carpets. And, I'd just like to start with a small thing that's always been on my mind. And that's, can you ever truly appreciate the efforts of someone's skill or someone's craft without actually being a part of it? And I didn't think that I could. So when I was about 21, I went to Kerala, and there I found a small Kathakali dance school. And you know what? Of course, the dancers didn't let me dance, but they did teach me eye exercises, and that was incredible. It just, it takes your appreciation of that form to some other level. And similarly with carpets, there's a very, very sweet startup in Delhi called Go Rug Yourself. And it teaches you how to tuft carpets. And you take those guns and you try to tuft like a small 6-inch pattern, and that takes you 3 hours. And it really instills in you a sense of the magic of the human heart and how it can push your body into this extraordinary amount of discipline. And I think India is so rich with, this sort of magic, and we need to know how we can capitalize more on it. So, Nishant, if I could start with you, there are quite a few carpets who have been receiving GI tags. Can you tell me a little bit about the implementation of GI tags and how that can be used to preserve authenticity? Because if we take it to a global stage, you need reliable quality.
Thank you very much for having me. It is a very relevant point because around the world, it's not limited to India, but around the world there is misrepresentation about products, about where the origin is and what materials go into it. There's a lot of now problem of machine-made carpets being propagated as handmade carpets. And even within handmade carpets, we as a country have a very rich resource of artisanal skill that has been passed down over decades, over centuries, through word of mouth, from father to son, from artisans, from mother to daughter, whether it's in vegetable dyeing, whether it's in knotting, spinning. And it is very unfortunate when you travel through India, a lot of places where you will have some unscrupulous people, traders, shopkeepers, who are representing something as a handmade product, whether it is from Kashmir or from Banaras, and you find out that it's actually not so. So it takes a family, possibly anywhere from 4 months to sometimes years, to produce an exceptional work of art. But it's not just that limited time. It has been a process of evolution over generations where they have honed that skill. The kind of knotting that you can achieve in hand-knotted carpets in Kashmir is not possible anywhere in the world.
In fact, you were mentioning about the talim of Kashmiri carpets as well.
Yes, so there's a fascinating system where the weaver sits on the loom, and you have to focus on a very small area because there's very meticulous attention to detail, and you have to create an extremely delicate, detailed pattern. And there's somebody who sings out the pattern, which are codes for you to fill in thread of that color. Sometimes you can have 7 or 10 or 15 colors in a carpet.
And you're saying these can be misrepresented by sellers as well?
Not now, but you can.
And has the GI tag helped with that?
I don't think the uptake has been as encouraging as it could be, but that's also because the industry, the retailers haven't taken to it as well.
Ashish, if I could come to you, the most surprising thing for me today has been to learn that Indian dance forms don't have GI tags. Certainly not as many as I thought that they would. I thought, the classical forms would definitely have GI tags by now. Why is that?
Om Saraswati Namaha. मैं जो भी कहूँगा सच के सिवा कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, so help me Lord. This is just to wake some of us up here. I know it is evening, we've had a long session, and we're really grateful to both the department. I've had to learn this DPI2T and India Today for getting all of us for this brainstorming session, because it's been a learning curve for us from other fields also to have seen what has been the vast spectrum of knowledge has come our way. why dance or Indian forms are not on GI tag. Actually, there are only 3, of which one is a funeral rite in Uttarakhand, Bhautiya. One is a mask from Purulia, your Bengal, and one is actually a doll from Tanjore in Tamil Nadu. I think one of the reasons is because the provenance cannot be established, because somebody could be performing Kuchipudi in Paris or in Boston, but the origin from the Kuchipudi village, it's actually a village in Andhra, now because of the division of the states too, that the provenance becomes an issue. 2, are they traditional or indigenous? What we often call folk forms are actually folk, tribal and ritual. Because some are only done for propitiation of, say, Bhadrakali for chicken pox in Kerala, like Tayyam. Or some are done only for harvesting season, like it could be Bihu or it could be any Bhangra or any of these celebratory for the agrarian cycle. So we have had, and overall canvas is Bollywood. I mean, to add, more masala to the chai, we have these forms which are a mishran of all of this. I think beyond dance, what happens is we have to think of the cultural canvas totally. Because we heard music, we thought of food today, we thought of painting, we thought of architecture, we have seen spaces. What happens to intangible, totally very, very transient art form, which cannot be even filmed? What you see on stage is there and then it is over. So to get a GI tag is a Herculean task. There are some of the masters here. I was talking to Unnat Panditji, I heard Ratnuji in the morning, and their concerns were valid because what they're saying is the cultural quotient is most important.
Right. Nishad, in terms of new promising candidates for GI tags in Indian carpets, are there some that you think deserve the tag and are ready for it?
I think it's a much more complicated question or a complicated issue, because carpet weaving was brought to India with Emperor Akbar in Mughal times. And if you look around, if you go to the Victoria and Albert Museum in London or the Metropolitan Museum in New York, if you look at their most prized exhibits, or if you look at auction figures, some of the world's finest carpets were actually woven in India, not in Iran, not in Turkey, not in China, which is what is normally associated with. But like some of the earlier speakers have spoken, that it has to be a concerted effort or initiative between industry, consumers, and the artisans. Because you can, the influences, whether it's design influence, colors, there's been a lot of exchange and intermingling over the last 350, 400 years of carpet weaving, whether it is in Iran, whether it's in India. And of course, the Mughal style was very distinctive and unique, but there's definitely a case for GI tags. India has a very vast repertoire of craft, whether it's textiles or carpets. So we should definitely try and work together on that.
So, as a cultural expert, you've been here since the morning, I think. And so what are your concerns about, all that we've discussed today?
I think PPP, policy, policy, policy. You see, the starting point, and this has been a lacuna in our last 75 years, that we've had policy for minerals, coals, mines, agriculture, but none for culture. And the reasons cited in the initial years of independence were that India is so large, and how can you have one policy, cultural that too, that encompasses all of India, with all its variety of languages, culture, cuisines, spaces. But I think policy does two things, or three. One, it gives a structure. Two, it gives substance. And three, it gives spunk. So unless there's a policy on culture, which many countries have, at least it's a working document of what to do. All the synergetic of different departments which we are talking of, this is not a standalone exercise. They should be repeated every month. I mean, whosoever does it, all ministries should come together, because it is brand India. Forget the GI tag. GI tag is actually the best thing that happened to bring us together collectively on what is Indian.
But what is Indian also needs to be discussed today in 2025. So all the ministries and all the corporate bodies, where is corporate India? Why do we have only the government responsible? The people, the stakeholders, I mean, the CSR is one way, but certainly a lot more corporate responsibility goes. Because somebody also mentioned, where is the social involvement? Ganesh Bhai said, जब तक अपना नहीं होगा, अपने घर पे नहीं होगा, तो हर घर का ये संदेश है कि आपको जो भी, मैं पंजाब का हूँ, मद्रास का हूँ, बंगाल का हूँ, गुजरात का हूँ, which I am. I'm born in PM's first constituency, Baroda, for 2 terms. My mother is Tamilian, my father is Sikh Punjabi. I was born and brought up in Bengal. So I am at home everywhere. My point is we have to be Indian first. The GI will work only if we are thinking of India in totality. It will also work if we are culturally conscious that this is ours. ये अपनी धरोहर है. एक अमूल का मॉडल तो था ही, मंथन का मॉडल था ही. ऐसी एक नहीं 1000 फिल्में बननी चाहिए क्योंकि आज भी हमें वो चीजें याद हैं. So it is important that culturally, I think if a policy is put in place, and we have sort of avoided it, saying that Amitabh was here in the morning, Niti Aayog ex-chairman, Niti is policy, so policy is the starting point. I think this is the right point in time when India is strong, it's resilient, it is global, it is a player, and many, many world forums. This is the time when we have to be proud of our culture. It's a very big term. We have divided into food or space or architecture or music or dance or painting or everything else. But culturally, we have to be one brand. That is our brand.
You know, I'm really glad you talked about social involvement because, you know, as I was researching on this session, I got a Zoom call from a niece of mine in New York. And she said, Masi, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm reading about carpets and dance. And she said, well, like, Toby's bed and Mamushi. Toby is her dog, and the only carpet she could think about was a 4-fur carpet. And Mamushi is a video by a very lovely lady called Cardi B. And that's her extent of knowledge. And, you know, we did take some time to teach her a little bit about, you know, Indian carpets and Indian dance heritage and so on. But I think that's important, right? If you're going to take it to a global level, how do you get the next generation excited about both carpets and dance? So maybe if you could talk a little about that.
So there's a very dangerous prospect of losing our craft. Of course, there is one aspect where not enough people know about what goes into craft, and the fact that in India we take for granted the fact that you can have somebody work by hand for a very large period of their life to create something. If you look at things that are handmade, if you go to get a bespoke suit tailored at Savile Row, or you go to Italy to have a suit made, it costs a fortune. If you look at a Swiss watch, and you know, there are Rolex watches which are 8, 10, 15 lakhs, and I was surprised to know that there's a 10-year waiting to get one of those. But unfortunately here, not enough of us value the fact that something is done with such painstaking care over such a long time. And that is something very important for us to safeguard that skill which is passed down over generations, and also to encourage those people, because they can, you know, it can be such a fulfilling thing for us.
So would you have something to add about from the dance perspective?
I think dancing on carpet is very difficult business. Most Kathak people at least would like to go in circles and they would not be able to perform. But that's not to discourage your business. It's very, very necessary because it pads up for those who don't have rhythm, so it covers it up. So everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Often people said, you've been a critic for 30 years, you're writing, you've done some books and things, but वैसे आप क्या करते हैं? You know, this is a question because when you work in the field of culture, and if you're doing all these things, then people say, ये सब तो ठीक है, लेकिन वैसे आप काम क्या करते हैं? You know, that is something only in India one is asked that. Because if you're in Italy, or if you're in Japan, or if you're in Botswana, or if you're in Mauritius, every work is work. So it is sometimes how much value or premium we as a society are putting on these things. You know, it is easy to talk and easy for a ministry and a government and a very, very evolved media group, the only one in India which has standard for 40, 50 years and is a reference point benchmark India today. It is very easy for them to collect some of us and speak about all these issues. But I think this is the something sensitization needed at school level, at college level, and when you grow. This is we are stakeholders. You know, when we talk of dharohar, all these big words and things, लेकिन वो रहेगा तभी रहेगा जैसे किसी ने कहा कि रहेगा तभी तो बढ़ेगा और बनेगा तभी तो बढ़ेगा. So it is very important we take these forward. Otherwise, sorry to say, visiting many universities and teaching and assessing, one sees millennials. I am the youngest in this hall. My birthday comes once in 4 years, so I'm only 16 and a half. So nothing against millennials. हाँ तालियां बजाइए, दिल खोल के बजाइए. But, you know, millennials have a real disconnect with India and Indian culture. Because we are in a global digital world, because information is on our cell phone, because we think Google is guru, then what has happened is, I did a search this morning on GI. It says glucose index. How much you feed in your body, and this is a medical term. GI is not geographical index. Just search Google Guru now. So don't depend on Google Guru. The point is, millennials especially, we need to, because this will be telecast, we need to understand the reality of India today. There's a serious volume of young India. It is almost, I don't know the figures, but 60% of our population, which is under 28, is the median age. And whom are we addressing? So young India needs to be a stakeholder. All of us are responsible to bring them into the fold, and it is our duty to take them forward.
Yeah. So that's a very interesting point, but also it also offers a great opportunity, because today we are at a time where distances are not really distances, with advancements in technology, with your internet, with social media. So you actually, if we do it well, if we tell our story well, and somebody before us spoke about storytelling, brand building, and today around the world people are interested. We have a website. I'm amazed. We do not think that people would be buying carpets, expensive carpets on a website, and people do from around the world. And it's a question of telling your story well, but it's also an opportunity with social media, with people being able to make, young people being able to make very compelling representations about craft and the wonderful work that happens in the country.
Yes. Thank you so much for sharing everything you have. Thank you. Maybe some millennial will see this and get inspired. Thank you.
I think we finished before time. We are the only ones who finished.
24 seconds. Thank
you. Thank you, speakers. May I request S. Sahir Ranjit, Managing Editor at India Today, to hand over token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. A lot has been said about branding and the power of storytelling through the day. Our next session is a fireside chat with none other than Harish Bijur, founder of Harish Bijur Consults Inc. A master brand strategist, Mr. Bijur has spent decades helping brands carve out their unique identities. In this session, he will share insights on building sustainable brands around GI products, creating narratives that resonate with global audience, and also ensure their long-term value. I'll also be moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Harish Bijur. Everyone, please give me a warm round of applause. One of the speakers actually said that people don't buy products, they buy stories. And India has over 650 such stories ready to be told in the form of the GI tag products. In your view, how big is this opportunity?
Okay, firstly, Sonal, this is a very, very big opportunity. The greatest thing that the government of India has done is it is promoting this with this kind of passion. But the point is, this opportunity is actually widening. And we have all of a sudden 658 brands in this category, as with GI tags. I think the branding side of it has been done well. We have the tricolor and we have identification. We have literally every state participating in it. With UP being in the lead now, Karnataka was number one at a point of time. We lost the race. But you know, it's great to see so many brands. But the width is not the only thing. The depth is missing at this point of time. And that is my core worry.
So if you were the brand lead for GI products, what would be the top 5 things you would do?
Okay, see, firstly, I'm going to take a look at it as my first day in office. And I would say, you know, like Trump did say what he said, I'd be radical. The first thing I'd say is stop the greed of width.
Sorry, the greed of?
The greed of width. Because, you know, you're expanding by size. These numbers don't mean anything. 658 doesn't mean anything. That's the width.
Right.
We can get to something like 22,000 very, very soon if the regime of granting this is going to be easy.
Yeah.
But that's not the point. I think we should just stop it at around 700 now and then start talking about deepening the presence of each of these brands. Because, see, we have to make success stories out of these. And the story must be felt by the 3 constituents. Please note, a GI brand is all about, yes, the geography, the place it comes from. The second thing is it's about the producer. Yeah. The producer of that local area who's so passionate about everything he, she, or they does. It's extremely critical to ensure that we give them what they deserve. And over a period of time, you know, this tagging and branding must contribute to bigger values. And I think that is something that I would be looking for. That's one. The second is, I'd isolate just 20 of these brands. Okay. I mean, starting with Darjeeling, of course, the favorite, the starter, the kickstarter of it all. I'd just take about 20 of them. Okay. I'd pick stuff like Araku coffee. I'd pick these 20 from different categories, different regions, so that, you know, we are not seen to be very,
Can you share your favorites?
I have a long list. I'm hoping my Davangere Benne Dose, which I just had this morning and came, is going to make it here. Okay. See, Davangere Benne Dose, if I take an example, for instance, you know, one, it's a product. It's the product called Davangere Benne Dose, which hundreds and thousands of people make. The second is the geography, which is Davangere. Sometimes I wonder whether Davangere is more famous or Davangere Benne Dose is more famous. In fact, the Benne Dose happens to be more famous. So that is important. And the third is the people who produce the Davangere Benne Dose with passion. Now, these are all local people. So I think we should be very restrictive. We need to say that the Davangere Benne Dose can be made only by a person who has origins in Davangere. Which means that in Delhi, at the Bharat Mandapam, if a Davangere Benne Dose has to be made, you have to bring a guy from Davangere. You know, at the end of the day, it enhances, pride to say that only these guys can make it. And, you know, branding is really creating somethingness out of nothingness. And that's exactly what GI is trying to do. It's trying to create somethingness out of nothingness. That nothingness is the generics. And what we're trying to create is value. And value for the people who produce it, value for the geography from where it's produced, and of course the product. The third thing, I haven't finished my 5. The third thing is, bring in the Indian multinational corporation onto GI tagging. Now, this is going to be controversial. Don't worry about the Indian MNC. The Indian MNC has got routes to market which have been established for long numbers of decades. If there's participation from an Indian MNC for a start, let's say, and then I'd say open it out to the true blue MNC from anywhere, whoever picks up anything which is totally GI tagged, they are going to give us routes to market. They're going to make the successes happen. Therefore, I could be going behind one of the Araku coffee in India. I could be going behind it for the next 20 years, and I might still have a small volume. But if I tag on to an MNC, I might get a bigger volume, okay? Which goes for jaggery, which goes for anything, which goes for my humble Rasgulla as well. And if you look at Haldiram's, I think they do great stuff for the Rasgulla as well. Yeah, and there's 2 more actually. The 4th one is actually climb Maslow's hierarchy. I think it's extremely important for us to appreciate that GI brands are traditional, they're local, they're India, they're heritage, but they're not small. Second thing is segment the market, because you have 3 segments. You have popular, you have bottom of the pyramid, and then you have luxury. There's no reason why a good from any corner of India should not be a premium good which actually sells for 2,600 rupees. It's origin specific, let's say. And the same good, maybe not the exact product, but a little less from the same area, will sell at maybe 500. And another good will sell at 250 rupees a kg. So I think climb Maslow's hierarchy, and right at top of Maslow's hierarchy, there are people who are self-actualizing. If you look at India today, the only growing segment is the top-end luxury segment. And a good with a GI tag to it, growing, fantastic. And the last thing is, again, a controversial point I want to make. This is my 5th one, which is to say, why only GI products? Why only products? Let's look at services. I'll give you an example. In the gold retail industry, there is a character called a Trichur salesman. A Trichur salesperson, and it's a man, sadly. It's not yet a woman. The Trichur boys, as they call it, they are supposed to be very unique in their skills and their ability to sell gold. Okay. And a lot of the gold retail guys look for them. Now, this is a service. You can get this in financial services. You can get it in n numbers of services. But these 5 are my dreams. And if I was handling it, I'd go behind each of these. Focus, and then go behind the rest of the 4.
Very, very interesting. But tell me one thing about, we're talking mostly about traditional products here. So how is branding different for, like, let's say, traditional products vis-a-vis other contemporary products? And also, I would also like you to harp on the, the power of storytelling.
Oh, yeah. See, a brand for me is a story well told. Firstly, my definition of a brand is a simple one. I define the brand simply. I say the brand is a thought.
A thought.
A thought.
Not a product.
Not a product. It's a thought. Okay. A brand is not a physicality. It is a metaphysicality.
Okay.
I was in Berlin recently. I was talking for 90 minutes on a subject on branding to a set of profs. A lady stood up and said, Prof, tell me, you speak so much about branding in English. Why don't you give me a Sanskrit word for branding? Why Sanskrit? Because Germany is the capital of Sanskrit in many, many ways. She looks at me. I scratch my head, think on my feet, and I say, ma'am, brand is Maya. Maya. And to an extent, that's so true, because the brand is Maya. It is here and it is not here. Bharat Mandapam is not this physicality. India today is not the physicality of the magazine. India today is the thought of India today. The moment you think of India today, you think, hey guys, these are reliable guys. The content is terrific, etc., etc., etc. India today is not every issue India today is not its physicality. India today is the metaphysicality of India today. And therefore, a brand is a metaphysicality. A brand is a thought. So what do we want to do for GI brands? I mean, for GI brands, we want to create these kind of exciting thoughts in people's minds. Believe it or not, you can create exciting thoughts in just about anything. London, I'll give you a quick example. I was going up in Harrods trying to find the True Blue India product out there. I'm a True Blue Desi, totally patriotic about Indian products. I went up 5 floors. I found only 4 proudly talking about India brand. Okay, there was a tea bag, there was something else. On the 3rd floor of Harrods, I found pure Desi Indian mitti. Mitti, mud. Shehnaz Hussein's Multani mitti. Selling at the equivalent of 3,600 Indian rupees for 800 grams. Now that's branding. Can you take mud and brand it? Can you take water and brand it? Can you take sugar and brand it? Can you take anything and brand it? So creating somethingness out of nothingness. And that should be the power of GI branding and GI tags. But we need to add zing to it.
Very interesting. So, in your mind, so when we talk about metaphysicality, so what are the thoughts that should come to a consumer's mind when we think of GI products? Because currently, from the way I see it, you only see some poor artisans. I mean, a lot of these are the images that you usually see who are working in silos. You want to work and empower them, livelihoods, you know?
The poor, poverty, distanced. These are not images I really want. You know, at the end of the day, there's a huge degree of pride among everybody and anybody who handles the GI product. Anything that a person makes, they are so proud of what they make. They're panning salt, but they're so proud. In Gujarat, there are so many areas where people are so proud of what they do. So I want to give them back that pride. Nowhere do I want to talk about this business of distanced, you know, small, poor, affected. Yes, we are all that, but not that. I want to build the aura in it for everybody. And to do that, you know, I need institutionalization. I don't only need a certification, ratification, a label, the tricolor, all that is great, all put together. But I need systemic interventions. I need systemic interventions where I put together a cooperative society which looks after the interests of these people. And a regime which actually cracks down on anybody who is not following it. A licensing regime. And I want, you know, the smallest of Indian products from the hands of Indian people to get the kind of passion that an MNC can bring to it. And charge the MNC money. For every packet that is sold to them, license it out. Because they have the money, they have the big bucks. And I think we should do that. We should not stop that option. It's a big one.
Interesting. In fact, in the earlier panel, we had ITC and Tanera, and they actually spoke of how they are working a lot with those GI tag products.
No, it's great. All I'm saying is, dear ITC, dear HUL, dear Procter & Gamble, please walk the talk. Come out there and say that, hey, I'm going to open up my distribution system for 20 GI tag brands, which I will take. And I will pick carefully what I want. But the moment I promote a GI tag product, it means I'm not promoting my brand. I'm promoting the GI tag brand. And if I want to sell, if I want to stock stuff into that line, I have to go to the GI tag location and get it done. Now this will create jobs at the local level, passion at the local level, institutional money flowing in at the local level, and big money is coming. Not anecdotal sets of monies going out to the people, not grants. I mean, our people at the grassroots level are very proud Indians. We are so proud, we don't want grants. Grants are so yesterday. They're so 2024. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want pride. And there is a route to get pride through the Indian MNC, through the MNC. Come to me, guys. Till now, you've been bringing in products from overseas and selling in India. Now, take products from the gut of India, from the mother India where it actually comes from. And guess what? Sustainability is coming back, right? As a practice. So, if you're really talking sustainability, I think you should be able to get out there and say that these are sustainable products. Look at the ESG goals around. And if you'll see, you know, every one of those verticals are represented by rural India. And I say there are 4 Indias. One is urban, the second is rural, The third is rural. And the fourth is very important for me, which is deep rural. I've just come out of Chetal in Amreli district. And I've seen a product called the Sanedo.
Sorry,
The
what?
Sanedo.
Sanedo.
The Sanedo.
Okay.
It's a terrific motorcycle put together with the Jugaad of India. Very high quality. Costs like nothing on earth. I mean, it's just so low cost. And guess what? The Sanedo is a pride statement of Chetal in Amreli Taluka, in Amreli district of Gujarat. Lovely, yeah. We have thousands of such products. But who's going to back them? I want that backing to come through the GI tagging and through the terrific initiatives that the government of India has put forth.
Interesting. So, can you share any global examples of traditional products that, are like success stories of branding?
Oh, yeah, many of them. I mean, of
Yeah.
course, we start with champagne.
Champagne, okay,
we
yes,
start with
champagne.
every cheese that
Yeah.
comes by, every wine that comes by. These are big successes. But let me talk to you about a coffee. Coffee is my first love.
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, I used to work in a company called Tata Coffee in the old days, and we launched 30 years ago. We launched a brand called Coorg Pure Filter Coffee. Okay, it's still there in the market, doing exceedingly well. Now, what is Coorg? Coorg is exactly what GI tagging is doing. You know the pride of Coorg that you take out. I was able to get a trademark for it. I couldn't get a registration for obvious reasons that it's the name of a location. But Coorg coffee is up there for the grabs. But look at it this way. I was shopping somewhere and I found two brands of coffee. One was called Maxwell House Coffee.
Yeah.
800 grams of it was costing $1.20 those days. And the same 800 grams, there was another packet, and that costed $4.40.
Okay.
Now, I was excited. I'm a marketing person. I want to know why $4.40. I turned the pack, and on it says, this is songbird-friendly coffee. Songbird-friendly coffee. What intonation is songbird-friendly coffee? It's got a label called songbird-friendly coffee. They have a songbird association there. It says, this coffee which you hold in your hands has been grown by Hussein Musevi, a small coffee planter. Small? Oh, small is beautiful. It was. This is 20 years ago, I'm telling you. And the second thing it says is, Hussein Musevi is not a greedy coffee planter. That means there are greedy coffee planters and there are benign, malignant coffee planters and good ones. Who's the good one? The good guy is the guy. All other coffee planters have chopped the tall sal trees which used to be on their estates to grow more coffee. So they're drawing more from the earth. Hussein Musevi is a tree-friendly character. He did not chop the tree. If he does not chop the tree, he gets less produce. He gets less produce, give him a better price. And it says on the tall trees,
Songbird.
live the songbirds. The coffee that you're holding in your hands have grown under the melodious tunes of the songs of songbirds. Please pay $4.40. Wow. Maxwell House is a multinational. Maxwell House is a multinational. Whereas Hussein Musevi is small. Small is beautiful. Schumacher.
Yeah.
I think I'm a big fan of A.F. Schumacher. Small is very beautiful. Small is pretty. But small must be promoted with pizzazz.
Yes.
Not with saying distant, poor, deprived. That's not the India language anymore. I think we need to talk different stuff.
Definitely. So then, on this note, tell me, usually a lot of times the stories of all the artisans are usually told through corporates or the social enterprises. How do we, and now is the time of TikTok, live streaming, right?
Yeah.
So how do we empower the artisans to, share their stories, and how powerful that tool can be?
Oh, this can be terrifically, very, very powerful. Let's talk the Kumbh now. Now, if you look at the Kumbh, there is an army of about 8,500 influencers who have landed up at Kumbh.
Yeah.
And they're going to spend literally 45 days out there. So they're not getting their parties in their big cities anymore. They're going out there. And what are they doing? They're capturing real life stuff that's happening out there. And they're going to be content rich. Now, the content that a Kumbh can generate can last one for 3 to 4 months. And that is what they're generating. And this is great stuff. Now, this content is not the snazzy visuals of the big cities that you and I live in. It is about real India. And these guys are taking a slice of real India and giving it out there. Now, this is beautiful here. Because if they can do it there, they can do it for each of our GI tag products. Provided there's focus. It cannot be dissipated. You know, everyone must be talking those 20 products that we want to promote and give space in the stratosphere of brands over the next 3 years. Every GI category must have a business plan. The business plan must be supported by a set of manpower. The manpower must be supported by a bit of local linkage with the people who really matter. And there should be a strict regime. For me, the Davanagere Benne Dose cannot be made by anybody except a man from Davanagere. Okay? Same thing, I have lovely brands in my head. I've got a brand which I hope gets a GI tag one of these days. It's called the Gadbad from Mangaluru. I come from Mangaluru.
Gadbad?
Gadbad. Gadbad is an ice cream. No, don't think it's something else. But it's an ice cream. It's a delicious ice cream which costs nothing, like just about nothing. But, you know, if you go to Mangaluru, if you haven't had a Gadbad, you cannot get out of there. Now, what I'm saying is there are many stuff, you know. There are restaurants which are favorites. An Arsalan and a Shiraz biryani from Kolkata. I mean, you know, it's something crazy. I think you can create lots of stuff. A Paragon and Kozhikode, I think, you know, has got products which can actually get GI tag because it's got some very unique things. Essentially, I'm saying GI brands must create a need for themselves in the hearts of people, must become a want for the people who are willing to pay. A need, a want is something which is backed with money. It must become a desire to say, I have to have it. It must become an aspiration to say, I have to travel to Mangaluru to have a Gadbad. And it must become a fantasy as well. The fantasy is my last addition because need, want, desire, aspiration, our marketing thinkers have already given it. 3 years ago, I wrote a paper in which I added fantasy to it. You know, you have to add something to marketing to survive. So, you know, you try to do that.
No, this is very valid because in one of the earlier panels, one of the FPOs actually raised this point about how do you create the new market, you know, where you are attracting all these new Gen Zs who are entering and are going to be the buyers in the next 5-10 years or so. So on that point, you know, when we talk of traditional products, you know, how is the branding strategy, the storytelling strategy, does it have to be different for national level and international level?
Oh, yes. I think it has to be different. Okay. Now, let's first talk national. Because, you know, these are small, little, tiny products of ours which come from the remotest corners of deep rural. Now, first, let's give them space in the big cities of ours and get them national. But, you know, there's fantastic potential. You raised a very important point, Sonal, which is to say that, you know, the young are different. There is this new generation which is coming by, okay? And anybody born in this generation is called the alpha generation. Okay? So, a 15-year period, and by 2025, 31st December, the alpha generation is going to be the single largest living generation in the world. And India and Indonesia are the two countries which will have the largest populations of these. What is this alpha generation about? They're completely different animals. I have one in my house. I mean, they look at me. I mean, I read 8 newspapers in the morning, and at the end of the day, I put all the newspapers down. My son walks by, and he says, cha, appa, go digital. Little does he know that I'm much more digital than he is. But the point is, go digital. These guys don't like you to be doing this kind of stuff. And guess what? They are very clued on to India. You know, India pride and Desi pride is a big movement which is recurring once again. The young in this country are going to be prouder of India than the old have been. You know, and that's going to come out. I mean, you know, I'm coming out of Punjab and I'm coming out of Haryana as well. Just 3 weeks ago I was there. The Desi Gabru movement is a big one. Desi Gabru, Desi Thekas. I mean, Theka. Okay, we also have alcohols in our GI tags. But I really say that the Desi movement is a big one. I think back to the Vedas is the line I use. I use this line in a paper I published recently. Why do I say back to the Vedas? The good old ways we used to do things are the best old ways. And the good old ways we used to do things are getting forgotten. The good old food items which we used to eat are getting forgotten and compromised. Sambar. The original sambar that you get in Tirunelveli, let's say, has got a total of 29 ingredients. The sambar that we make today in Chennai has got only 8 ingredients. So sambar is not only about number of ingredients, but the depth of those ingredients, the percentage of them. So you reduce ingredients so dramatically, the sambar is no longer a sambar. The real sambar is getting forgotten. Nobody knows what the real sambar is. Let's get back to the original taste. Where will I get the original taste? Back to the Vedas. In many ways, we need to create the food Vedas back, the beverage Vedas back, and back to the good old ways of doing. Desi revival is big, not only in that, but young people will want to dress more Indian. Everybody wants to dress more Indian. And I think that's great. I mean, we don't want to wear these kind of shoes here. I mean, I'm forced to wear it. I'm coming to India today, and the government of India is out here. I have to look decent. But the point is, I would love to wear a Kolhapuri slipper and come. And the Kolhapuri, it could be a GI tag, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at it, Desi revival is coming in. I'm again in Madurai, where I do a fair bit of work. I have another favorite out there, which is, there's a drink which will never get anywhere in the world, which is called Jigar Thanda. Now, Jigar Thanda is a delicious drink. Now, I want a GI tag for Jigar Thanda, yeah? And it should be made by only a Madurai guy. I drink Jigar Thanda in Chennai, just not the same. So, if you look at it, all these dressing styles, professors in colleges in Tamil Nadu want to dress in dhotis and go out, okay? And they want to teach in that. And they are big scholars. So Desi pride is coming back in a big way. The alpha generation, the young, are going to be doing more of Desi. So the GI tag is in right spot at the right point of time. Youngsters want to stay more healthy. And what better, healthier way than the way we used to live? So I think, getting all that back is going to be it.
Very interesting. And you rightly spoke of the role of perception, because what if the kurtas become formal again for men, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they are for women as well.
Absolutely.
So, I see our time's up. So, last few takeaways from you on what are the top 2-3 things that should be top priority.
Okay, top priority for me still remains the same thing. Don't harp about 658 brands, GI brands. It's tom-tomming that we've got 658 brands. Don't give up this game here. Let's get into deepening the presence of 20 brands. Take 20 brands as things which you should go about. Second, please note GI tags and GI branding is a journey. And the journey has just begun. And to boost this journey, the institutional mechanisms to back need to be there. And make them like local self-governance units.
Okay.
Let's bring in LSG back again. Okay. We need to be governing GI tags with local committees, like the old cooperative societies of yore. A Pochampalli sari comes out of Pochampalli. If it's a GI tag, let the local cooperative society look after it, and they will do wonders. And have the right kind of a committee, get them elected right, etc., etc., etc. The third thing is, of course, this business of giving pride to locals. Now, we need to take the pride back to the locals, because GI is a geography. So, you are making history out of a geography that was forgotten long ago. And this geography produces this best.
Right.
These would be three top things that I'd love to do.
So very interesting. And then that was really thought-provoking, and especially because branding has been talked of so much, in the earlier sessions. So thanks a lot, Mr. Bijur. And may I now like to request S. Sahaya Ranjit to come on stage to felicitate our esteemed guest.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the minister is going to be here shortly. Please give us a couple of minutes. He's going to arrive anytime soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Minister for Commerce and Industry, is here. Can we all give him a standing ovation, everyone? Thank you, sir, for taking time out for this event. Before we move further, we have a short video for you. You would be interested to know that DPIIT has collaborated with MasterChef India for the upcoming season, spotlighting GI tag products, showcasing the unique flavors and culinary traditions of different Indian regions. This initiative aims to enhance the brand value of GIs, increase consumer awareness, and inspire audiences to explore India's rich culinary diversity through innovative dishes crafted by master chefs and contestants. May I have the video, please?
ये है वो मास्टर शेफ जिन्होंने दुनिया को कई मास्टरपीस रेसिपीज दी हैं।
GI India and MasterChef का एक यूनिक इनिशिएटिव।
GI इंडिया के जोन में आपको मिलेंगे भारत के कोने कोने से लाए हुए चुनिंदा GI टैग प्रोडक्ट्स जैसे कि स्पाइसेस, ग्रेन्स, टी, कॉफी, वेजिटेबल्स और फ्रूट्स। GI एक कम्युनिटी राइट है जो एक प्रोडक्ट की ज्योग्राफिकल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक और स्पेशल क्वालिटी को सेलिब्रेट करती है और उन्हें ग्लोबल रिकॉग्निशन देती है। मट्ट राइस जो मुख्य रूप से केरला के पालक्काड जिले में पाया जाता है, ये अपने खास अर्दी स्वाद, लाल भूरी बारीक और फर्म टेक्सचर के लिए जानी जाती है। गोवन कैजूज, गोवा कैजूज अपने नटी फ्लेवर, रिच अरोमा और सुपीरियर टेक्सचर के लिए जाने जाते हैं। कोडाईकनाल हिल गार्लिक, ये तमिलनाडु के कोडाईकनाल हिल्स में उगाया जाने वाला एक यूनिक वैरायटी का लेसन है। मिथिला मखाना, जिसकी खेती उत्तर बिहार के 21 जिलों में फैली हुई है। ये रिच इन एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स है जो प्रिवेंट करते हैं कैंसर, सीरियस हार्ट डिजीज एंड ब्लड शुगर लेवल्स को स्टेबलाइज करने में आपकी हेल्प करता है।
मास्टरशेफ इंडिया।
Now I would like to invite the Minister and our Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chengappa, to come on stage, please. Raj, over to you now.
Ladies and gentlemen, delighted to welcome the chief guest, Mr. Piyush Goyal, India's Union Minister for Commerce and Industry. May I add, one of India's most dynamic ministers. Please give him a very, very warm round of applause. As we all know that Mr. Piyush Goyal has been a leader whose vision and dedication have been instrumental in shaping India's economic and trade policies. He has been driving initiatives that have significantly enhanced India's global trade. He also has championed policies to boost exports, streamline logistics, and attract foreign investments. And I think you've become also an extremely popular politician. I had the privilege to cover his elections in Mumbai North, and it was delightful, that particular experience, the way you interacted and connected with the people. And of course, he won, I think, with the highest amount of votes in Mumbai, 3-point in Maharashtra itself. So very warm round of applause. And very appropriately, he has been, Mr. Goyal's leadership has resulted in India taking very bold steps on the GI front. We have noticed that in the last decade or so, there has been an acceleration of the GI tags in India. We are now close to 653 in the last 10 years or so. That has doubled, as we have seen. And what we are looking for from you, Mr. Goyal, this time is some of the things that you feel, the challenges that we have, the opportunities we have, and how do you see the roadmap ahead in terms of promoting GI? We were talking offline, but some of the issues that you think are critical.
Thank you very much, Raj. First of all, I must express my sincerest appreciation for this initiative that India today has taken along with our Patents Office and Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Otherwise, this is a subject which is quite drab. It's a very unordinary subject. You know, people are not very excited about.
The word GI tag, yes.
Yeah, I think I'm really amazed that India today took it upon itself to take this message to the people of India.
Thank you.
How important it is to protect and preserve your heritage, your traditions, your customs, the offerings that India have on so many different food products, so many of our artisans, handicrafts, handloom products, textile products. There's so much and more that we have to offer. Somewhere along the line, post-independence, for many years, we did not focus on this subject. Mr. Modi came in 2014 and recognizing the importance of the entire patent and copyrights and trademarks and GI, this intellectual property ecosystem, he's really given it a thrust like never before.
Right.
You rightly mentioned that almost from 200 to 650 plus 3 times in a short span of 10 years. I'll give you another interesting statistic. The number of authorized users for GI tags in 2014 was only 365, the number of days in a year.
Right.
And today, the number of authorized users has gone up to 29,000. Just imagine the transformation in this field. If you look at patents, in 2014, in a year, we used to grant 6,000 patents. Last year, we granted 1 lakh patents. Wow. That's the growth story of India. And now, increasingly, innovation is coming into the mindset and the way of working in India. You know that the government has come out with a Anusandhan NRF, a 50,000 crore rupee fund that the government will
Research
give
and development, yes.
to promote partnership between academia, between private industry and government.
Right.
And fund R&D, fund innovation. All of this ecosystem is today necessary if India has to become a developed nation, a Viksit Bharat, by 2047. No country in the world has become prosperous unless it reinvented itself, unless it reinvigorated its own story.
Right.
You might have heard Prime Minister Modi often say, Vikas bhi, virasat bhi. And if विकास करना है और विकसित भारत बनना है, तो अपनी विरासत को भी, अपने ट्रेडिशन को भी संभाल के रखना पड़े. और वो आज काम इंडिया टुडे ने समागम, GI समागम के माध्यम से किया है. And we have very ambitious plans going forward. While I was having a cup of coffee with you before we came into this room, I threw a number to my office and to my team.
Yes.
That our aspiration should be that in these next 5 years,
Right.
can we take the story of GI to every state and union territory?
Right.
Can we take it to every district in this country? Because there are hidden gems, hidden jewels in the remotest parts of India. Every tribe, every Adivasi Kshetra, every Vanvasi Kshetra would have some or the other thing to offer for GI recognition and registration. So we've set a target. I can say it happened in front of you.
Yes.
So
You
we
do
have
say the number.
now we have a target that we should have 10,000 GI registrations.
And that figure comes because China has about 9,800. And the minister said, if they've got that much, how come we are not there? Let's.
So do I have everybody's approval? So now I can report back on file that this number of 10,000 came after extensive stakeholder consultation. Because the stakeholders are all here.
Yes.
You are the witness. And we stand committed to make it happen. So by tomorrow, the department will be notifying a committee which will oversee this effort to go to a 10,000 number by 2030. And we will take this story in conjunction with state governments, district collectors, various bodies like Spices Board, Tobacco Board, APIDA, MPIDA. We have various organizations, Handicrafts Commissioner, Handloom Commissioner, Textile Committee. It will be a whole of government approach, taking this message to the whole of the nation. And that is Mr. Modi's style of working. He never thinks small.
Right.
He never aims small. And he always overachieves.
And we're very glad to hear that, because right through the day, Minister, we have been having various people come forward with issues that they think are important in terms of our geographical indicator progress. And among them, just to talk about it, early in the morning we were discussing, we had somewhat of a first revolution in terms of the fact that the cottage industries came up here. We have it in, in the heart of Delhi, and also various states were represented. Do you think now the time has come for a second revolution, which you mentioned, where every state has its own sort of setup where it can promote all these traditional industries, particularly the GI tag, and popularize it in a way that it becomes a second revolution in terms of the way we promote our products?
I think it's something we can do. I don't know if your participants got a chance to go and see the ODOP Experiential Center. It's right next door. We have a PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan in which we develop infrastructure through that program using space technology, and we have an ODOP, One District, One Product initiative, in which across the country we have identified what products define every district. For example, Moradabad brassware. Now, Moradabad is known for its brassware not only in India, across the world.
Right.
You can go anywhere in the world, you will find it. Look at Madras lungi. I don't know if it has a GI tag.
Right.
Though that tag would probably come more in the United States, where it was originally.
In fact, I was suggesting in the morning when we lit the lamp, that is a unique Indian thing when we do.
You said Madras lungi only?
No, not the Madras lungi. I was
I have now become a mind reader.
No, I was talking about the fact that when we lit the lamp in the morning to inaugurate it, that's a very unique tradition.
This tradition could be probably GI tag. I don't know. I'm not an expert. We'll let the.
I think we're the only country that actually does that. To do
the technical teams have to.
No. I mean, that's the side.
But the idea is that if all of us take interest in this subject, then this committee which is going to be formed tomorrow with people who have interest in this subject will take this message across the length and breadth of India. I will look upon your support, Raj, now as a part of our team.
Yes.
We've
learned a lot. We've learned a lot on
help
this.
us. No, I'm indeed grateful to you, personally grateful for taking up this initiative and for kind of encouraging us also in our journey to promote GI.
In fact, we learned a lot, to be quite honest, in terms of the kind of range of products that we have. We didn't know that it existed. One of the things, Minister, that came up during our discussions over here was that while our system for legal system and all is quite robust, two things are there. One, in terms of enforcement, where there's a lot of counterfeit and misuse of GI tags. And the second aspect was in terms of promoting these products. Beyond what the artisan or the producers are doing, how do we take it to a different level?
What we can do possibly is, I think we have a government e-marketplace that is completely in our control. There we will have a separate section for GI products and encourage government departments. Wherever they are, suppose they are buying a carpet, whether they could take a GI designed carpet, if there is something like that. If they are buying some decorative piece, if they could, while they are already taking only one district, one product items. They can add another layer of GI on that. That, okay, I will take a ODOP product. Within that, we'll prefer a GI product. Our embassies all over the world will start now promoting, along with ODOP, GI products. I'll talk to Dr. Jaishankar as soon as he's back. Similarly, I'll talk to some of the national platforms, the e-commerce platforms. And even within ONDC, we will have a separate section promoting GI products. Let us also ask this committee that we are forming tomorrow to apply their mind and come up with more and more suggestions on how this can become something that we can create an awareness for GI products, and we can start promoting in people's lives and create a respect and a value proposition for having a GI tag.
And since you mentioned e-commerce in some senses, the fact that a lot of private companies are here, e-commerce these days, we don't go out and shop, we sort of purchase it out. How much can you, in terms of the government, get the e-commerce people to feature these GI products, popularize it? Of course, the government needs to do the promotional part of it. Is that a way to make it available easily across the country?
I cannot make it mandatory, but I can certainly call them and try to persuade them. And I'm sure they'll be happy to promote such a wonderful thing like traditional Indian strength and Indian items. Also, we have a GI symbol, a mark.
Right.
I think we need to popularize that mark a little more. So we'll look at the committee coming up with some recommendations on branding.
Yes.
And I will talk to FSSAI and BIS and see how we can get this GI mark put into all the products which are being marketed, and whether we can have a simplified mechanism for people to, the authorized or the genuine people, to get a hologram mark or something which can ensure that counterfeit is separated from the genuine stuff. So it's a good outcome of today's Samagam, that branding, commercial utilization of GI products, how we can further innovate on GI products and its uses, potential uses. Can we look at further R&D? Or can we look at any ways to preserve these GI products? Very often, for lack of adequate commercial market, we also lose out on preserving our GI strengths. So I think this is this kind of awakening.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to get a wake-up call. So I look at the GI Samagam organized by India Today and DPIIT with CGPDTM today as a wake-up call.
That's right.
And I'll have a special session in my office to see what next steps need to be done to take this to the length and breadth of the country.
Yes, I think that's truly welcome, as we can see the response you're getting. One of the things that was also mentioned was the fact that there should be somewhat of, I mean, it's become a cliche, but a whole of government approach, because this spans various ministries. One of them is tourism. And, can you start bringing them into the position? The others, of course, are great marriage industry where we always give gifts. Is there a possibility of, promoting that? So some of the things that you think you can involve other ministries to get in, because otherwise it becomes just the DPIIT, which does a lot of enforcement and regulations, but in terms of promotion requires
that's also good, useful inputs for us to consider. And whether it's marriage gifting, whether it's our international embassies displaying, we already display ODOP products. I'll talk to all the MEA officials to see if we can have GI products also being given that similar respect, where we can showcase some products every few days, every few weeks. And it is not to say that things are not already happening.
Correct.
What we are discussing is how to fast track it.
Exactly.
For example, what we just saw, the teaser on MasterChef.
Right.
I think that's a brilliant initiative by the department.
Yes.
It's a collaboration to try and promote GI products, the unique flavors, the culinary traditions of India, showcasing that and promoting that on television, on other mass media. We can. I'm also given to understand that Shekhar Kapoor
Right.
is making a film called
Yes.
Roots.
I think we're going to see a bit of that after this.
Yeah, it'll be a documentary which will pass through the journey that we have of India, the journey of India, and through that journey he'll discover the rich heritage
Right.
that we have to offer. So I think there's a lot happening, but as I said, lots more we can do.
Right.
And I can assure you that once Prime Minister Modi's government takes up a subject, there's never ever a looking back. And it's always a whole of the government approach.
And I think the other aspect of it, like we saw in G20, and you, of course, were master of ceremonies, especially in this place, we saw the fact that a lot of the events were being held across various cities and states to showcase them. Now, in terms of state involvement, one is, of course, the whole of government and other ministries. How can we get, you do have this one district, one product. How can we take it to the next level in terms of promotion of the state GIs? Because they are big stakeholders on this, and where can we move on that front? We have, of course, the example of Meghalaya, which we discussed.
Several states are taking it seriously. For example, UP is taking GI very seriously.
Right, we had the Kashi thing, yes.
Kashi has become the hub of GI products.
We did a full session on the Kashi model.
Oh, did
here.
you?
Yes.
I see.
Yes, we
so,
did that.
well,
right.
We have some very good models. Maharashtra takes its preservation of heritage and GI products very seriously. We met a professor who was probably part of your program today, who's done some wonderful work.
He's here somewhere.
in Maharashtra.
And we have Mr. GI here also, Rajnikant.
Who himself is. But then, look at who is the biggest brand ambassador of GIs. Anybody has any clue? हर मन की बात में कोई ना कोई एक प्रोडक्ट आपको देखने को मिलेगा जिस पे प्रधानमंत्री जी कुछ ना कुछ बताते हैं. If you look back, Araku coffee.
Right.
He talked about it in one of his Man Ki Baats. The virgin coconut oil from Andaman was also highlighted in a Man Ki Baat. The silk, Eri silk or Tasar silk, I've seen featuring in Man Ki Baat. केसर के ऊपर भी मुझे जहाँ तक याद है saffron. There was a mention in one of his Man Ki Baat about saffron from Kashmir. So Prime Minister is very focused, very conscious about the strengths of GI products. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen this 3x jump.
That's right.
And why today I could take the bold target of 10,000? Because now we have tried and tested that there is an interest for these products.
Yes.
We have the blessings and the guidance from Prime Minister Modi to promote this further. And on top of that, we now have 1,000 people more that the Honorable Prime Minister has sanctioned for this department. Earlier it was always a short-staffed department.
Yes, superb.
1,000 people increase in one department in the government is like historical. In a patents office, copyrights, patents, trademarks, GI, this office is going to see 1,000 people, of which 500 odd people we have already hired. And in the next year or two, another 500 will come in. So now we'll have the people strength. We have equipped them with most modern technology. A new building has been made ready where they will be working.
Wonderful.
Everything is being moved online. Of course, GI is very voluminous.
Right.
It will take a little longer to make it also fully online, but patents, trademarks, designs, everything is online. Copyrights, everything is online. So there's no human interface. Nobody has to come to any CGPDTM office. Everything is done through video conference or online submissions in a time-bound manner. And the world today is waking up to a modern, very efficient patents office or design and copyright office. Similarly, we are trying to create more awareness that people should get their products certified and get their patents in their control, because that is a huge value proposition.
Right.
And with the speed with which things are happening there, more and more people are encouraged to come. We are continuously simplifying the process of getting approval and simplifying the process of maintaining your GI tag or maintaining your patent, maintaining your trademark. All of these processes are being made simple. Startups are given a significant discount in anything in the CGPTDM, I think 80% discount for startups. Women entrepreneurs are given a 80% discount. MSME sector is given a discount. So we are trying to encourage more and more people to engage with this office and get recognition for the good work that they are doing.
One of the things you've mentioned is now you've pushed the target, which I'm sure they will work to achieve, which is 10,000 GI tags. The other aspect of it is, how do you see this fit into our export bundle? You know, we did have traditional strengths in leather, jewelry, and other things. Do you see this in the next 5-8 years, GI products dominating the, or at least being a big share of our merchandise exports?
Initial period, this should be most appropriate in our promotion of tourism,
right,
which is export. It's a service export.
Right.
It earns us foreign exchange. So I think the immediate thrust will be how GI can be a part of our tourism promotion activities and tourism income. Through that, the word spreads throughout the world about India's GI products. And then I think that will create a market for our products worldwide. I'm given to understand that there are e-commerce sites which are now increasingly looking at India's handicrafts, India's handmade products, handlooms, our specialty food products. And with that, if we can have an overlay of a GI on top of it, we could possibly start getting a greater value for GI marked products.
You were in the thick of negotiating a European free trade agreement with India. You were there last week as well, or this week I think you just came back from there. Do you see bilateral treaties or multilateral treaties, as we are now negotiating, as an avenue to also push GI products, make, is there room for that? I was just checking.
Well, logically, since we will be getting duty-free market access in most of the products which are also covered by GI, it will certainly be a great support in promoting the export of GI products. The other important aspect that we are negotiating with many of our trade partners is the mutual recognition and respect that GI products of each other is given in our countries, and the protection of the sanctity of the GI products. So it's usually in the intellectual property chapter, GI products are often covered. In a few cases, we also are looking at separate chapters for GI products. And in, I think, one case also a separate agreement altogether with the EU on GI. It will be a very, very big win for India.
And do you see on the other bilateral treaties that you're negotiating, one with UK, of course, some in the Middle East that you have, in some advanced stage, is there scope there, you feel, to push our products and tourism, as you'd mentioned on this one?
I would think there is scope to push these products, and I can assure you we'll not leave any stone unturned in promoting GI products.
That's wonderful. And we just got 2-3 minutes in terms of the marketing. That's the other point that had come through, is that while, a lot of producers and all have registered their GI tags, one of the issues was that it was largely universities and other entities, not the producers themselves. So there was a demand that they should be pushed forward. That's one. And secondly, in terms of marketing and their products and help from your ministry in terms of promoting and marketing their products. Is that something that you could look at very closely? Because that was one of the suggestions that came through in our speakers.
We can leverage our contacts with industry to be able to encourage industry to market these products.
Right.
So government per se is not in the business of marketing any product. True. But for example, I'll surely talk to, let's say, the Tatas, to see if the West Side stores or Trent or one of those could start giving GI products a special location. We can similarly talk to all the high street Phoenix and the D-Marts, and V-Marts and all of these organizations to see if at the airports and railway stations, prominent railway stations, if we could have an outlet for GI products. But that will be something that industry or the proponents of GI products, the holders of GI products, will have to come forward with their suggestions. This committee that will be formed tomorrow, in the terms of reference, we could add one of the items as not only increasing the registration and collecting the data of where all these hidden gems are lying, but also how we can make it an attractive commercial proposition for people to come forth for registering their GIs.
So private sector collaboration is critical in terms of the...
And we will act as a catalyst to help that.
Okay. And the final point, I think, is sustainability. I think you touched on that, right? Which was that you have these products, but we also must ensure that they sustain, the good practices are there. What are the kind of things you think the ministry could do to ensure that sustainability?
Well, I think once you see a product acceptance go up, a market go up, then the product remains active in the market and can be sustained. Let's take the example of basmati rice. Now, basmati rice is known and recognized as India's special product coming from the plains along the Ganga. And for lifetime, it will always have a special value in people's mind. It will always have a special market proposition and will sustain. Every foreign visitor who comes to my office at ministerial level, by and large, I judge to see what is he ordering. If he orders tea, then we offer him a box of 3 types of teas.
Darjeeling and others.
Darjeeling tea and I think there are 2 or 3 teas that we have in that box. If he orders coffee when he's being served, then we offer him a box of coffees which has Araku Valley coffee. That's, the Chikmagalur and 3 different valleys coffees. Idea being that gradually the awakening and awareness on these products can increase. And if once these products start getting a value, which is more than the run-of-the-mill products, then more and more people will be interested in taking this forward. And which is why on the 5th of next month, we have called all the boards, tea board, coffee board, spices board, tobacco board, MPDA, APIDA. We have called a meeting of all of them. It may possibly be held here only at the same venue or whatever appropriate venue. And there we are planning to have one of the sessions focus on these unique value propositions that India offers and how I've asked the department to present to all these boards their responsibilities to promote GI tagged products.
We've got 8 seconds. Any final comments you'd like to make, Minister?
Well, I'm indeed grateful to all of you participants and to the India Today group for taking interest in this subject, for promoting this subject in your own territories, in your states, in your businesses, in your domain. And I am grateful to the Controller General, CGPTDM, to my department officials, to all those in this room, Mr. Sangma, Professor here, all those who have been, to Mr. Sanjay Gandhi from Tamil Nadu, all of you, and particularly the youngsters in the room who have taken interest in this subject. There's huge potential. There's huge potential in the subject of innovation. There's huge potential in the subject of trademarks, copyrights, trademarks, and designs. And there's huge potential in GI itself becoming a matter which the world will wake up and recognize India for. So let's take this up as a mission, and let's, by 2030, collectively work to have 10,000 GI registrations done. And in this journey of Amrit Kal, as we rapidly march to Viksit Bharat at 2047, let's preserve our traditions. Vikas bhi, विरासत भी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Wonderful. And Minister, from our side, India Today, we are committed to creating awareness as we have done in this. This is the first such Samagam. We hope many more will happen across, not just here, but across the country. Thank you very much. Mr. Piyush Goyal, let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal, for a very candid conversation and your kind words for GI Samagam. Requesting you to just stay back for a moment. We would request you to launch the trailer of the film you mentioned earlier, titled Roots, Tracking Origins of Bharat. Yes, we are showing it. Yeah. And for many of you who might not know, the scripted documentary film is by Shekhar Kapoor on geographical indications. It's produced by DPIIT. The documentary film explores the life of two individuals who are brought together in the quest to find their roots. Through this journey, they discover the rich heritage and explore true value of these products and showcase the same to the world outside. May I have the video, please?
कभी कभी तो आपको कहानियाँ किताबें पढ़ के मिल जाती हैं, लेकिन कभी कभी आपको कहानियाँ खुद लिखनी पड़ती हैं। जो स्टोरीज मैं फिल्मों के जरिए आप तक लाता हूँ, उनमें कई बार ऐसा होता है कि उसके कैरेक्टर्स खुद ब खुद चलकर मुझ तक आते हैं। बड़ा मुश्किल काम है यार। कुछ तो था इनकी एनर्जीज में, एक इतना आउटगोइंग, हर इंसान से दोस्ती करने वाला, वहीं दूसरी नए एक्सपीरियंसेस और लोगों से हिचकिचाने वाली। इनके रास्ते अलग अलग, लेकिन इनकी खोज एक, द सर्च फॉर देयर ओन आइडेंटिटी, कि मैं हूँ कौन। और वो उनको तब मिली जब वो अपनी मिट्टी से जुड़े।
That's certainly worth the wait. Now, Raj, may I request you to please felicitate Mr. Goyal? Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's event, we invite you to indulge in a curated spread of GI-tagged delicacies, a celebration of the flavors and heritage of India right outside the hall. Thank you all for being a part of GI Samagam, a celebration of Indian products carrying the GI tag, presented by the DPIIT and India Today. We look forward to welcoming you next year. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our esteemed guests, speakers, and of course our wonderful audience for taking the time to join us today. Thank you everyone and enjoy your evening. Bola na?